was suddenly as silent as a grave. Andrew suspected she was fuming over the fact that his idiocy had led to her downfall, marriage to him. He could not blame her. He would not want to marry him either. Even without the pall of Sarah's ruin hanging over his head, he was no bargain, at least not to a woman who saw through his appearance to the less than impressive man beneath. She was right. What had he been thinking about to wager about such a matter with Catherine? He knew how suggestible and unpredictable, no, volatile, the girl could be. To be perfectly honest, he sometimes enjoyed her wild, somewhat unhinged behaviour a great deal. He suspected she was exactly what his younger sister would have been like if his mother and the infant she'd been carrying hadn't died in that carriage accident. As often as Andrew complained about Catherine, he had to admit she'd made his life more amusing since moving back to Chatham Park. The last months had been difficult, not because of anything Sylvester had said or done, not even because Sylvester's mother, who was certainly a brutal bitch and strove to make everyone around her suffer. No, it was none of that. It sounded like madness to articulate it, but without Sylvester to hate, Andrew had been forced to focus on himself for the first time in 11 years. What he had seen, a rootless, irresponsible clod with nothing but shame to show for over a decade of living, had horrified him and depressed him. "I dare say I was simply convenient," Miss Martin suddenly said. I said that Lady Catherine chose me because I am the only unmarried female staying at the house over the age of 21. She gave a stiff huff of laughter. Andrew studied her bowed head. He knew why Catherine had chosen Miss Martin, and it wasn't because she was the only choice either. The youngest Bellamy sister might be green when it came to life and love, but she had recognized Andrew's interest in Miss Martin like a falcon spotting an unfortunate rodent that had popped its head out of a hole. His memory might be shoddy, but it worked well enough to recall at least some of Catherine's mocking comments from the past few months. Every time he'd been forced to attend some function or other with Sylvester, Hyacinth, and Catherine, and there had been far, far too many for his liking, Catherine had taunted him about the matchmaking mammas who threw their daughters at him even though he was poor, disgraced, and an unlikely candidate for the dukedom now that Chatham had a pregnant wife. It was lamentable but true that a great many women didn't seem to care what Andrew had done or how poor his prospects were. They simply could not resist a handsome face. While it was undeniable that he had used Selina Bellamy last season to get back at Sylvester, believing his cousin was in love with her, he really had empathized with the beautiful woman, who had understood more than anyone he'd ever met how tedious it was to be so physically appealing to members of the opposite sex that people lost their wits. It had been a bloody relief to spend time with a woman who knew exactly how tiresome, not to mention insulting, such attention felt, as if Andrew's shell was all there was to him. Once his looks were gone, and he would grow old and wrinkly just like anyone else, provided he didn't die first, did that mean there was nothing left of him that was of any interest? Selina also knew how complaining about her beauty would only irritate those around her. It hadn't surprised him at all that she had eventually fallen in love with a man who had no idea what she looked like, a man who'd fallen in love with her rather than her appearance. Andrew had tried to explain the problem to Sylvester years ago, long before they had fallen out over Maria, and his cousin had scoffed. Poor, poor Drew, so popular with the ladies that they flocked to him like pigeons. And that's what you'd like, to be swarmed by pigeons, he had retorted, but his cousin had only laughed. Selina, Catherine, Hyacinth, and now Miss Martin were among the very few women not fooled by his face. All four had seen past his appearance to the wreck of a man beneath. Miss Martin was staring at him, waiting for his response. Catherine chose you because you hate me, and that gives her no end of amusement, he said, only partly lying. I do not hate you. Fine, not hate, but dislike. Certainly you are not swayed by my looks. He shrugged, uninterested in passing the finer points of exactly how she despised him. Unfortunately for you, Lady Catherine has chosen a husband for you whom she believes you cannot respect. He gave an unamused bark of laughter. Have you displeased her in some way to earn such treatment? Andrew did not wait for an answer. Disregard that question. It doesn't matter why she engineered this. It irritates me to spend time discussing the willful chit. We are left to deal with the repercussions. Which meant marriage. But he wasn't going to bring that up again, not after the look of loathing she'd given him the first time he'd mentioned it. There would be ample time to discuss the matter later, when Catherine decided to release them. You never answered my question about how long she will leave us here, Miss Martin asked quietly. He shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. What is in those trunks? She asked. He stood and opened the lid on the first one. Toiletries, candles, and... Andrew dropped to his haunches and opened a very familiar red leather case. He laughed. The nerve of the girl! What is it? Miss Martin asked. My spectacles. You wear glasses? He cut her a sideways look. Yes. I have never seen you wear them. And you shan't today either. Andrew turned back to the trunk and poured through the rest of the contents. You choose not to wear them because you are vain. He ignored the comment, only looking up when she laughed. And yet again he was taken by how different she appeared with a genuine smile rather than the prim pursing of lips that usually passed for a smile. I am so pleased you find my visual deficiency amusing. I am not laughing because you need to wear them. I am laughing because your vanity won't allow you to. Andrew closed the trunk before moving to the second one, which held a folding chessboard, spillikins, several packs of cards, a faro board, and a half-dozen books. What is in that one? Games and books. He looked up and smiled grimly. You asked how long I think she will keep us here. I'm guessing the answer to that is exactly as long as she likes. 3 hours later. Stacia eased the fourth-to-last stick from the pile without disturbing the other 3, and then quickly picked up the remaining ones. Congratulations, you won. Again, Lord Shelton said sourly. May we play something else now? She grinned. Are you pouting, my lord? He snorted. The winner got to choose the next game, and Stacia had won 5 games in a row. First they had played 3 games of chess, and now 2 games of spillikins. You choose the next game, she said, putting the sticks back into the fancy lacquer case. No, you won, so you choose. Those are the rules we agreed on. I am no shirker. He was definitely sulking, and Stacia knew she should not find it so adorable. But how could she not? This big, strong, gorgeous man was pouting like a toddler because she had beaten him 5 times running. Stacia wasn't a great chess player, or even a very good one, but Lord Shelton was truly abysmal. He made one headlong, ill-conceived move after the other, losing pieces left and right to no effect. He was slightly better at spillikins, but still too impatient. Do you want to do something else, my lord? He suddenly looked alert. Like what? For some reason, Stacia's face heated. I don't know. Take a nap? A nap? His handsome face screwed up into an expression of horror, as if she'd suggested they plait each other's hair. Just how old do you think I am that I'd need a nap in the middle of the day? Stacia pulled her lips between her teeth, struggling not to laugh. Oh, that amuses you, does it? Since you've brought it up, how old are you? How old do you think I am? He shot back. She tilted her head to the side and pretended to study him. Stacia knew how old he was, of course. She knew almost all there was to know about the man, at least all the public information that had been bandied about. Now was her chance to get her own back for that drab little dab comment. "Not much over 40, she said after a long moment, during which time his frown had deepened. His eyebrows nearly launched off his forehead. 40? Stacia was biting her tongue so hard it was almost bleeding. 39, she asked in a choked voice. I am 34, he said frostily. How old are you? It is rude to ask a lady her age. Perhaps that's the case when the lady is older, but you cannot be much more than 20. So, what is next? She asked, ignoring his fishing. I don't care, he said petulantly. Do you want to read for a while? She knew the answer to that question even before she'd asked. After all, she'd watched him that first evening in the drawing-room, when he'd held a book as if he had never held one before, not turning a page the entire time. He glanced at the stack of books he'd removed from the trunk and scowled. No, thank you. Yet again Stacia had to smother a laugh. Lady Catherine, if that is truly who'd done this, had included 4 Gothic novels from the Minerva press and 2 books that Stacia had already read and adored, Sense and Sensibility and Emma, both written by a lady. Have you read any of these books? She asked, already knowing the answer. He scoffed. No. And yet you are already condemning them. They are romantic novels, melodramas. Stacia smiled. Why are you smiling like that? I get to decide what we do next, and I choose to read Emma. Out loud. Just 1 minute. That is not a game. I already asked you what you wanted to do, and you said it was my choice. He bared his teeth. Don't worry, I have an excellent reading voice, honed by years of reading aloud to my employers. Lord Shelton groaned and flung himself back in his chair, resting his forearm over his eyes like a damsel in distress. Go on, then. Commence the torture. At least you are approaching this with an open mind, she said dryly. He dropped his arm and crossed both over his chest, his expression that of a martyr being lashed to a bundle of kindling. Struggling not to laugh, she picked up the handsome red-leather tooled edition, turned to Volume 1, Chapter 1, and began reading. Stacia had been reading for less than a minute, and had just uttered the line, How was she to bear the change? It was true that her friend was only going half a mile from them. Good Lord! Lord Shelton shouted. Is this entire book about this annoying chit? Stacia held up the book so he could read the gold-embossed title. He muttered something that did not sound complimentary. If Weston knows what is good for him, he will pack up his new wife and move to the Outer Hebrides. Stacia laughed. He dropped his head against the chair back. Go ahead. I won't interrupt again. But over the next 45 minutes, Shelton interrupted no fewer than 11 times. Mr. Elton was the very person fixed on by Emma for driving the young farmer out of Harriet's head. She thought it would be an excellent match. Shelton suddenly leapt up from his chair and darted toward her. God save me from matchmaking women! He plucked the book from Stacya's hands before she knew what he was doing and shoved it under a pile of extra blankets. No more, please, I beg of you, Miss Martin. I cannot endure another word, or I will run amok. No, more. Stacia laughed. Are you perhaps not exaggerating a little? Absolutely not. I am under-agerating. That's not a word. It should be. As you capitulated, I suppose that means I won again. Yes, yes, you won again. Anything to end the agony. His gaze flickered over the now scattered books, games, and cards. How about piquet? He suggested with a hopeful look. I am dreadful at it. Excellent. He rubbed his hands together and reached for the cards. "It is still my choice," she said in a sing-song tone that she knew was annoying. He growled but dropped the cards. "Well?" "Let's play dictionary." His forehead wrinkled. How does one play with a dictionary? Does one kick it? Throw it? "You don't know how to—" Stacia noticed a slight twitch of his lips. "You are teasing me." "Yes, I am. I'm not utterly uncouth. I've heard of the game, although I've never actually played it." He frowned. "When people played it at school, there were always more than two." "It is easy enough to play with two. One person writes down the real definition and then makes up two false ones to confuse the person guessing. If the person guessing selects the correct one, they get a point. If not, then the person who wrote the definitions gets the point." He heaved the sigh of a man who'd been pushed almost beyond endurance. "Very well. Who goes first?" "You may guess first. So I will write the definitions." Stacia chose a page in the dictionary at random and then closed her eyes and pointed at the page. She opened her eyes, lifted her finger, and said, "The word is indumentum." 45 minutes later. "You won. Again." Lord Shelton seethed. Not only had Stacia won, but the score had been 10-2. Lord Shelton's invented definitions had been some of the worst she had ever heard. Also, some of the most hilarious. For the word plawed, his two invented definitions had been a burr in a horse's tail and a horse that is very slow. When he'd had the word maugre, he'd made up the holes in stirrup leather and a breed of pony used in the mountains of Portugal. It had gone on and on. Every single definition he'd invented had had something to do with horses. "May I have those?" Stacia asked, gesturing to the pile of papers that held his scribbled definitions. He scooped them up and was about to hand them over, but then frowned suspiciously and pulled his hand back. "Why do you want them?" "I thought I might save them." "For what?" "I just wanted to—" Once she started laughing, she could not stop. Tears streaked down her cheeks, and she tipped onto her side on the settee. Shelton's face appeared above hers, his big body caging her. "I think you are mocking me, Miss Martin." Stacia rolled her head from side to side. "No, no," she gasped in between snorts and chuckles. "You found my definitions lacking, did you?" She was laughing too hard to speak, so she shook her head again. "You are a fibber." His eyes narrowed, and then his gaze moved to her mouth. His nostrils flared slightly, and then he looked up again, his pupils suddenly huge and black. Stacia's laughter turned to ragged breathing, her heart thudding loudly, each beat distinct and powerful. "You look like an entirely different person when you smile and laugh, Miss Martin." "Everybody does," she said in a breathless voice. "True, but everybody doesn't look as bewitching as you." A whimper slipped from her parted lips. "I'm going to kiss you, and if you don't want me to, now would be the time to say no." Stacia did not move, breathe, or make a sound. Nothing that could be construed as no. Instead, she prayed more fervently than she had ever prayed in her life. "Kiss me, please, please, please." Lord Shelton's handsome face flexed into an expression of pleased astonishment, and then his mouth lowered over hers. Chapter 20. Andrew had been resisting the urge to kiss Miss Martin for the past 3 hours. Hell, it had actually been far longer than that. He'd wanted to taste those pouty lips that rarely smiled, and only opened to issue sharp, aggressive words, at least around Andrew, since the morning he'd seen her cradling the injured, bloody mutt in her lap, heedless of the damage being done to what he suspected was one of her very few dresses. Watching her win games today, and listening to her read that asinine novel had allowed him to observe her when she didn't have all her spines up. She looked far younger and less bitter when she was occupied with something other than throwing barbed comments Andrew's way. She looked like a young woman who'd been hurt thanks to an oaf's callous behaviour, not just the idiocy that had flowed from his mouth in the conservatory that night, but also the fact that he'd evidently been around her dozens of times and did not recall her. He knew his memory left much to be desired, but what she'd told him had chilled him. Could he really be so oblivious? But he had her in his arms now, and he intended to make up for at least some of his neglect. The first thing he realized was that this woman had never been kissed before. She met his mouth with the sort of tight-lipped peck one would offer one's grandmother. "Virgin, virgin, virgin," a warning voice shrieked in his head. Andrew had known that all along. He didn't care. She was going to be his wife. She was his to kiss, his to touch, his to take. Wild and utterly unanticipated lust roared through his body at the thought, his arousal so intense he actually felt dizzy. When had he last been so hard? He'd not taken a lover for months, not since before he'd abducted Lady Selina. In truth, it had been a chore to fuck for longer than he liked to remember. The only reason he'd had sex at all had been to annoy Sylvester by parading whores around his London house last season. But this was no chore. Not at all. She made a slight noise, but remained pliant as he cupped the satiny skin of her jaw, gently positioning her for his invasion. Rather than simply thrust between her lips, he feathered kisses, learning the shape of her prim upper lip and lush, pouty lower one. He sipped at her, nipped gently, and then kissed the same spot, soothing and licking and caressing. Her body softened, the tension that had kept her rigid replaced by something else. Something eager. Only when she began pressing back against him did he slick his tongue over the swell of her lower lip. She stiffened, turning into a plank once more. "Shh," he murmured, lightly flicking her with the tip of his tongue. "Let me in." Astonishingly, not only did she tilt her head to give him better access, but she rubbed her body against his and moaned softly. Prickly, judgmental Miss Martin had a fire burning inside her. Andrew smiled to himself as he pulled back enough to meet her eyes. "Let's get more comfortable." When she nodded, he slid an arm beneath her legs and lifted them up to join the rest of her body on the settee before lying down alongside her. Much better. He slid an arm beneath the soft curve of her waist and pulled her closer, their torsos pressed tightly together as he kissed her. She responded quickly, an eager participant, her clumsy efforts not just endearing, but stunningly arousing. He was hard, achingly hard. It had been so long, so very long, since he'd buried himself in a woman's tight heat. This is not the time for that, Andrew. No, it most certainly wasn't. Andrew didn't need his prodding, nagging conscience to tell him that. He had no intention of taking matters that far. Instead, he revelled in her innocent discovery of kissing, rediscovering it for himself along the way. He must have kissed lovers over the years after Maria, but he honestly could not recall the last time. Nor could he recall it being so damned erotic. Miss Martin was an intelligent, sensual woman, and she took to kissing like a proverbial duck to water. The first time she shyly slicked her tongue into his mouth, Andrew's hips bucked, thrusting his erection into the cradle of her tightly clenched thighs. Yet again, she stiffened in his arms. He pulled back just enough that he could see her face without it being blurry, something that was worryingly difficult to do. Her eyes were wide, the pupils slick black pools of desire, but there was unease in them as well. "You needn't worry, sweetheart. We are only kissing, touching, Our clothing will stay on, unfortunately. He brushed a stray lock of hair off her temple. What is it? He asked when she just stared. Her eyes darted from his to his mouth, and then back again. This is wrong. Andrew cocked an eyebrow. Wrong? But why? Stacia goggled. Why? Yes, why is it wrong to enjoy kissing each other? She sputtered. Because, well, just because. He laughed, and this time Stacia was close enough to his gorgeous face, mere inches away, that she could see his eyes were comprised of 100 shades of blue, and how the dark gold of his ridiculously long lashes was the same colour as the flecks of night beard poking through his sun-kissed skin. Truly, it was not fair. Haven't you ever sneaked away with a boy at a ball, ducking behind a potted plant, or hiding in some ridiculous recreation of a Grecian temple, and kissed? No, of course not. Pity, he murmured, his unearthly blue gaze flickering over her face before landing on her mouth. He smiled lazily as he slid his thumb over her lower lip. Stacia hissed in a breath, but did not pull away. You have a very beautiful, alluring mouth. So sweet, for all the sharp words that come out of it. The corner of his own beautiful, alluring mouth pulled up higher on one side. Oh, Miss Martin, the things I have imagined doing with your mouth. Stacia sucked in a shocked breath. His eyes rose to meet hers, and he grinned, the boyish expression breathtaking. Was that a shockingly vulgar thing to say? Shocking? Definitely. If it was vulgar, then so was Stacia, because his words had caused a pulsing in her sex that was so intense she itched to shove her hand between her thighs and rub. She did nothing of the sort. When she merely gaped at him like a stunned fish, he gave her one last wistful look and gracefully rose to his feet before helping her until she was once again sitting upright. Stacia had a sudden, mad impulse to grab his coat and yank him back down. She resisted it. He lowered to his haunches in front of her, smoothing back strands of her hair that had escaped. Are you hungry? She nodded, not because she wanted to eat, but because anything was better than staring into his knowing gaze. She had believed being ignored by him was uncomfortable. Being the focus of his attention might just be enough to break her, because what would happen when they got out of this room and he looked through her once more? It would destroy her. That is what would happen. Chapter 21. Stacia wasn't hungry in the least, but eating was better than thinking about what had just happened. Not that she wasn't thinking about being kissed by him, about kissing him, but at least shoving food into her mouth gave her an excuse not to speak. Much. Are you sure you don't want more of this cheese? He asked, gesturing to the quarter wheel that took up a sizable portion of one of the baskets. Stacia shook her head, her cheeks doubtless bulging like a squirrel's as she masticated. He wrapped up the cheese and put it back into the hamper, digging around for a moment before coming out with another wax-cloth-wrapped bundle. Let's see what we have here, he murmured, unwrapping the package. Stacia swallowed, contemplated stuffing the last of her bread into her mouth, but then froze when he lifted up the bundle so she could see it. Oh dear, she said, pulling a face. Stacia brightened. Fruitcake! You say that as if it is a good thing. I adore fruitcake. He muttered something beneath his breath as he set down the cake. What was that, my lord? Oh, nothing, Miss Martin, he said, holding a knife over the cake. Here? A little more, please. He made a gagging noise, but did as she bade. Stacia watched greedily and said, More for me. He grunted and handed her the plate. Thank you. She admired the luscious cake for a few seconds before using her fork to cleave off a piece. It was dense and studded with more nuts and candied fruit than she had ever seen, the cake glistening moistly. Stacia briefly closed her eyes as she allowed the morsel to rest on her tongue before chewing. The tang of citrus and spices she associated with Christmas time exploded in her mouth. Mmm, she hummed, opening her eyes. Lord Shelton was staring at her, his lips slightly parted, his eyes a darker shade of blue than they'd been a moment earlier. In fact, they looked similar to the shade they'd been when he'd had her laid out on the settee, pressing that against her belly. Suddenly, it was impossible to swallow. She lifted the glass of lemonade, choked down a mouthful, and then looked up and held the plate toward him. "Are you sure?" "I would much rather watch you eat, Miss Martin." Stacia could just imagine how red-faced she was. The last thing she wanted to do was compound her hideousness with bulging cheeks. "I cannot eat with you staring at me." "Why not?" "Just because." "Oh, because. One of your favorite reasons, I have noticed." He leaned back in the big wing chair, steepled his fingers beneath his chin, and his eyes narrowed. "How about we play another game while you eat?" "But it's still my—" I know," he rudely interrupted. "It is still your turn to choose, as you've thrashed me mercilessly all afternoon long. But right now, you are busy indulging, so let me have a chance, How can I play and eat?" "Easily. This game is called Tell Me 2 Things You Like and 1 Thing You Dislike." "You just made that up." He shrugged his broad shoulders, his gaze suddenly intense. "I shan't be able to eat as I'll be talking." Stacia's breathing quickened under his stare. He raised his eyebrows. Stacia wanted to know about him, anything, no matter how minor and insignificant. But what would he ask about her? Not that she had that many interesting things to hide. "Don't be such a coward." "Fine," she said. "Good. You go first," he said. "It is your game. You go first." He smiled. "Very well. I like cheese and horses, and I loathe the name Sebastian." Stacia had just taken a bite and choked, her eyes watering as she tried to swallow and laugh at the same time. He pushed her glass of lemonade toward her. "That was not fair," she said hoarsely after she'd taken a sip. He grinned. "But it is true." "Why do you dislike the name Sebastian? It is a very nice name." "I said loathe, and it is a horrid name. It is your turn." Stacia could see he was adamant, so she took another bite of cake, chewed leisurely, and considered what to say. Andrew decided it was time to open a bottle of wine. "Take your time," he told her a bit sarcastically, as she was certainly showing no signs of haste. He looked at the various bottles, trying to decide which of the excellent vintages would not be utterly destroyed by pairing it with fruit-cake. The 4th bottle he lifted from the case was a sherry he knew to be dry. Not exactly his drink of preference, but it would go well with the sickly candied cake she was eating. He fetched another glass, this one smaller. Catherine had included a truly impressive selection of glassware, and poured it half full. "Here, this should go well with your cake." He pulled a face as he handed her the glass. "Rather, it will be the least wrecked by being paired with fruit-cake." She gave the contents of the glass a delicate sniff before taking a sip. "Thank you." Andrew opened a bottle of Madeira for himself and then sat back in his chair. "Well?" "I like dogs and fruit-cake, and I dislike animal traps." He snorted. "Tell me something I don't know." "What? Like you did?" "Fair enough." He cast his gaze ceilingward, deciding what he should share and just how much he could push her. He lowered his eyes to hers a moment later. "I like the feel of cool linen against my bare skin on a hot summer day." She choked and set her plate and fork down with a clatter. Andrew refilled her lemonade and waited until she drained fully half the glass and stopped coughing before asking, "Are you all right, Miss Martin?" She nodded, her eyes watering as she gave a last cough. "Shall I go on?" She opened her mouth, closed it, and then nodded. "I like the game billiards, because it is one of the few I can actually win," he added. He paused, considering his next words carefully. "And I hate that I don't recall meeting you before." She had a forkful of cake halfway to her mouth, but lowered it untouched to her plate. Her gaze held his for a long moment before she nodded, more to herself than to him. She took a sip of her sherry and then said, "Cerulean blue is my favourite colour, and I like reading more than playing cards." Her jaw flexed. "And I hate that I never got to say goodbye to my father." Lord Shelton's gaze was filled with so much sympathy that Stacey's eyes burned, and she looked away. "Your turn." "I like your needlework from the other night. Embroidery?" She looked up at the question in his voice and nodded. "And I like seeing my cousin so happy in his new marriage." Stacia smiled. She too was charmed by how obviously the Duke and Duchess of Chatham loved each other. "And I hate that I wasted so many years trying to hurt him." He held her gaze for a long moment before breaking away and reaching for the bottle of sherry. When he gestured toward her glass, Stacia saw that it was almost empty. When had that happened? "Oh, come, Miss Martin," he said when she hesitated. "We are trapped here for God knows how long. Live a little." Stacia wasn't sure that becoming tipsy on sherry, something she'd done once before in school to ill effect, was living, but she nodded. The answers seemed to come easier as she worked her way through the second glass. They both liked plays more than operas. Unlike Stacia, his lordship liked the country better than town, but they both preferred London to Bath. Her favourite season was summer, his winter. He liked the colour green and waltzes. "How can you possibly like a quadrille more than a waltz?" he demanded, when she confessed her own preference. "I just do." Stacia reached for her glass, hesitating when she saw it was, yet again, almost empty. She snatched it up, swallowed the remainder, and set it down a bit too firmly. When she looked up, he was watching and waiting, a faint line between his eyes. "Why do you not like waltzing?" Stacia scowled. "Because everyone I've ever waltzed with, apart from our dancing master at school, was awful." She did not have the courage, liquid-induced or otherwise, to confess she'd had fewer than a half-dozen partners. Rather than give her a pitying look, which she would have hated, he said, "I have noticed that a great many men haul their partners around about as skilfully as they do their horses." "How like a man to compare women to horses?" "Tut, tut, Miss Martin, you did not listen. I just compared ham-fisted dancers with ham-fisted equestrians." He stood up and held out a hand. Stacia just stared. "What?" He wiggled his fingers. "Come, I will show you how to waltz properly." "But—" "But? There's no music?" He reached down and took her hand, gently lifting her to her feet. "I will provide the music." He led her across to the centre of the room, his large hand warm, the skin slightly rough. Stacia felt like a doll as he positioned her, taking her hand and setting it on his shoulder before taking her by the waist. She swallowed as she stared at the top button of his coat, feeling even smaller than she normally did. "Look at me, Miss Martin." She craned her neck until it felt like it would snap, but looking at him so closely was worth the pain. He stared down at her, his gaze intense and utterly focused on her. Just plain Stacia Martin. And then he began to hum. After a few bars, he led her into the familiar steps of the dance. Except it was an entirely different animal. Even Monseigneur Renaud had not been so smooth, so graceful, so exquisite. As Stacia glided around the floor with him, she experienced an almost crippling feeling of loss, because never, ever again would she be able to waltz or even dance without thinking about this moment, about him. "Why do you look so grim?" he asked, and then suddenly spun her in a circle, her feet leaving the ground for a moment, before he set her down as gently as a priceless vase. His impulsive yet graceful action surprised a high-pitched laugh from her. "That was like flying," she said, feeling foolish once the words left her mouth. He grinned down at her, still humming, as he twirled her again and again, until she was dizzy, both from the spinning and the sheer joy of dancing. "Stop," she said, breathless. The room continued to turn, even after he'd obeyed her. "I can't keep up," she explained. "Put your feet on mine. Go on." "But I'll crush your toes." "Poof, a feather like you won't, trust me." "Your boots, I'll ruin—" "Hush and do as I say." Still hesitant, she set one foot and then the other on the toes of his boots. "Good girl," he murmured, and then resumed his humming and dancing, his steps just as smooth as they'd been before, even with her weight. "I feel like a doll," she said, yet again laughing. Stacya's breasts brushed against his chest when he turned, his body by necessity far closer than before. She hissed in a breath, her face heating when she met his unsmiling gaze. "You are very good at this," she accused, breathy and giddy. He nodded slowly, unsmilingly, his eyes turning a navy blue. Stacia realized a moment later that he was no longer humming. She wanted to look away, but was captivated. "Well?" he asked, after they'd made another turn in silence. "Well?" she said, her voice a rusty echo. "Do you still dislike the waltz?" She shook her head. "No." Stacia did not know they'd quit moving until his hand lifted from her waist and he cupped her cheek. She raised up on her toes, her eyes fluttering shut, her lips parted. But instead of an intoxicating kiss like earlier, his lips pressed chastely against hers and disappeared. Stacia opened her eyes to find him regarding her with a look she could not decipher. "You should get some rest, Miss Martin. The hour is late." It took her a moment to remember that she was still standing on his toes, and she clambered off him. Her eyes slid toward the bed. "You take the bed. There are plenty of blankets, and the settee will be fine for me." She opened her mouth to point out that he was much taller and would never fit on the sofa. "Take the bed," he repeated firmly, turning on his heel and ending the conversation. Chapter 22. Andrew shifted yet again on the torture contraption of a settee, the ancient wood creaking beneath his weight. He picked up his watch and squinted at it in the low light from the fire. It was only 10 after 1, scarcely a quarter of an hour since the last time he'd checked. He bit back a groan. Christ, he'd never get any sleep. He'd been tossing and turning since 11 o'clock, when he'd had the presence of mind to send Miss Martin to bed, before he did something he knew he'd be less than proud of later. When he closed his eyes, he saw her face tilted toward him like a flower, laughing and joyous at something so simple as a waltz. The sight had been like a kick in the jewels. How had he ever thought her a grim little dab, or whatever idiotic description it was that had tripped off his tongue? He'd merely seen a tiny female garbed in greys and browns and had dismissed her. For years. Andrew flopped onto his side and tried to pull his legs up onto the settee, but his tight pantaloons and his current tumescence made the action unpleasant. He ran a hand over the hard ridge of his arousal, touching himself too lightly to do anything but tease the torment. He had removed his coat, waistcoat and boots, but had prudently kept on his shirt and pantaloons. It would have been too easy to take the edge off his desire if he'd been naked, which is how he preferred to sleep. He rolled onto his back, grunting at the way the sofa sagged beneath him, pushing his spine in ways that woke up old injuries. "My lord?" Andrew made a thoroughly unmanly sound and sat up so quickly that his head spun. It took a moment for his blurred vision to focus on the figure of Miss Martin wrapped in a blanket, standing at the edge of the settee. "What are you doing up?" he demanded. "It is impossible to sleep with all your thrashing about." He slumped onto his back, grimaced at the discomfort. "So sorry to inconvenience you." "You take the bed. I will take the—" "I'm not taking the bed and putting you on this torture rack." "I am a foot shorter than you. It would not be nearly so bad." "No." The room was silent but for the slight settling of the old timbers. "Then we can share the bed," she said quietly. Andrew sat up. All of him. "What?" "You are clothed, as am I, and if—" She appeared to be stuck, like a clock with a broken gear. "If?" he prodded. "If you give me your word to behave, then I believe we can both enjoy comfortable rest." "Behave, I've never heard that word before. What does it mean?" "Very droll, my lord." "I'm not sure I'm capable of behaving, Miss Martin." She heaved a sigh. Even though it was dark, he could imagine her tightly pursed lips. "But I will try," he said after a moment, and then stood up with a groan. "Was it very bad?" she asked as they walked toward the bed. "Awful. Left side or right side?" "Oh, I don't know. Do you have a preference?" "The left." They changed sides. Andrew gave a sigh of pleasure when he sat on the mattress. It was soft, perhaps too soft, but it was leagues better than the settee. Once he was fully reclined and covered, he turned to her. It was too dark for him to see anything but an outline. "You can get in any time, Miss Martin." She barely depressed the mattress when she laid on the bed. Andrew felt something brush against his shoulder, and then the bed shook as she jerked away. "Lord Shelton!" "Yes?" he asked mildly. "You are not on your half." "My left shoulder is hanging off the mattress. If I move over any further, I will fall off the bed." She muttered something, and again the bed shifted. This time no part of her touched any part of him. A pity. Andrew laced his fingers behind his head and stared up into the darkness overhead. Beside him, Miss Martin vibrated with tension. He frowned and turned to her. "Are you sure you will be able to sleep?" "I am fine." The words sounded as if they had been forced between clenched teeth. He grinned. "You don't sound fine. You sound—" "I will be far more likely to sleep if you stop talking." He laughed. Not for the first time did the strangeness of the situation strike him. What could Catherine have been thinking to organize such a stunt? She had done something similar at Chatham, locking the two of them together inside the armory, although not with the forethought and planning she'd employed this time. Thankfully they had only been sequestered for 5 or 6 hours, and his cousin and the Duchess had known it wasn't Andrew's fault, although he'd felt like an idiot for falling into her snare. He had felt marginally better when she'd employed a similar trick on Fowler, trapping the two of them in one of Chatham's hunting boxes, an episode that had lasted most of the night, far longer than his own incarceration with the vixen. Lord only knew why she did such things. He smiled ruefully. It certainly kept life exciting. "My lord?" He turned toward the motionless lump beside him. "I thought you were trying to sleep." "I am awake now." He chuckled at her accusatory tone and turned onto his side. "What did you want?" The bed shifted slightly, and he saw her small form propped up on an elbow, mirroring his pose. "I cannot sleep." "Probably all that fruitcake you ate." "More likely that sherry." "You seem to like the taste of it." "My father used to drink it." "Tell me about him." There was a long silence, and then, "Why?" "Because I would like to know, unless it is too painful to talk about him." Again she was quiet, this time for so long that he thought she might have fallen asleep. It was only the two of us for a long time. He was a very fond parent, but absent-minded. Andrew thought she sounded affectionate more than exasperated. Your mother died when you were young? I was 8. My parents died when I was 4. Both at once? Yes. A carriage accident. I am sorry. I hardly remember them, as I rarely saw them. I'm sure it was far worse for you at 8. You would remember more, have more to grieve. She did not confirm or deny his words. Instead she said, The Duke of Chatham's father took you in after your parents' death? Yes. I was raised with his 2 sons, Nicholas and Sylvester. Sylvester, that's Chatham, was only a few years older, but Nick was an intimidating 14 when I came to Chatham Park. The Duke's older brother died? Yes. Nick died in a hunting accident while Sylvester was in a field hospital, recuperating from the injury to his face. I was given leave to accompany him home. He was still in a bad way and unable to travel alone, but afterward I was to return. Andrew's thoughts touched dangerously on the particulars of that trip, and he shied away. But you have changed the subject. We were talking about your father. There is not much to say. That sounds bad, she quickly added. What I mean is that he had a solitary nature and lived a quiet, scholarly existence. What did he study? Illuminated manuscripts. Andrew thought of the fans he had purchased, of the absolutely exquisite detail, and how long it must have taken her to master such an art. Had she learned to paint to please him, to make him notice her? He did not ask. Instead he said, He was absent-minded, and yet you had a season, so he must have lived in the real world to some degree. My aunt, on my mother's side, reminded him of his duty. As it was, I didn't end up going until I was 20, almost on the shelf. Andrew wished like hell that he could recall meeting her. We, never danced? No. He wanted to tell her that she was better off not having attracted his notice, that he had been too busy nursing his hatred and looking for ways to harm Chatham to care about anyone he met at the balls and parties he haunted, but the argument would sound too self-serving. When did your father die? A few weeks before the end of the season. He died in his sleep. There was no hint or clue that his heart was weak, so it was completely unexpected. I'm sorry, Miss Martin. Thank you. And your cousin inherited the title? He inherited everything. Pain and anger coloured her voice. Yes? He even took my father's personal possessions, his books, his few pieces of jewellery, not just the Clayton signet. Was there no provision for you? My father's will was old, made when he reached his majority, and he never thought to change it. There is a little money that was part of my mother's settlement, but it is not enough. I cannot believe he threw you out. What a scoundrel! I beg your pardon for my blunt words, but there is no excuse for that. He was angry. There is no reason to toss a woman out on the street. What about your aunt? You mentioned your mother's sister. She was angry too. What, pray, happened to make them both so angry that they would abandon How old were you? I had just turned 21. What happened to make them abandon a young woman barely of legal age? I think I have already shared enough, my lord. You are going to be my wife, Miss Martin. He broke off with an irritated huff. What is your Christian name? We do not yet know that will be necessary, my lord. It is He gave an unamused laugh. You are lying in a bed with me alone, in the middle of the night. There is no getting out of this, ma'am. My name is Andrew, so you might as well. Eustacia. That is it. He felt foolish, not to mention disturbed. How had he almost forgotten her name when he had so recently learned it? Nobody calls me that, my lord. Andrew shook off his unease. Tell me what you prefer, or I will call you Eustacia. Stacia. Stacia. He liked the sound of that a great deal more than Eustacia, which called to mind a strict governess, the sort of woman who'd rap your knuckles at the slightest infraction. Of course, there was a certain appeal to that as well. I do not wish to share all the details of my life, at least not without some reciprocation, she added. Good Lord, I told you about Sarah. Was that not reciprocation enough? It was a start, she said primly, shifting and sending another tantalizing whiff of something floral to tease his nostrils. Roses. She smelled like roses. I propose we exchange information the tried and true way, she said. Which is? Question or command? Andrew gave a startled laugh. What in the world had come over the prim and proper Miss Martin? What in the world had come over her? Stacia was stunned at the words that had come out of her mouth. Who would have guessed that something as simple as darkness could make her so bold? I accept, Lord Shelton said, before Stacia could retract her words. I will go first. It is my suggestion, so I will go first. He made a low growling sound, but said, Go on then. Ask. You have to choose before I question. Stacia suspected he would be even less eager to play if she started off with the questions she really wanted to ask. Build up slowly, lull him into a false sense of security. Pry around the edges, be subtle. Then pounce. If you have no intention of remarrying, as you mentioned earlier, then why were you going to London for the season? He sighed. I might have misrepresented myself to Catherine. What do you mean? I mean that my thoughts about marriage have recently changed. Stacia stared into the darkness as she assessed his words. Did he mean? It is my turn, he said. But wait, I answered your question. Stacia sputtered. Question or command? He asked, implacable. Command. Stacia felt him jolt and couldn't help smirking. There, you don't know everything after all, do you? I beg your pardon? He asked. He is giving you a chance to retract your foolish choice. You heard me, my lord? Kiss me. This time it was her body jolting. That is not fair. He laughed, which she deserved. You were the one who chose command. Kiss me, and make it a good one, he added, not the sort I give my great-aunt Lydia. I am ready, he said a moment later, when she remained frozen. Stop stalling. You know you want to. Of course she did, but... Shall I come closer, or... I can do it, she snapped, shoving forward, only realizing he was far closer than she'd thought when her chest bumped against his and her knee struck something hard. Oof, careful, darling. Don't break your betrothed before we are even married. She swallowed at the darling, not to mention his threat of marriage, even though she'd heard him call 100 girls by pet names as he'd outrageously flirted. She reached out a hand. Ow! He bellowed when her finger poked something soft and wet. That was my eye. I'm sorry. Stacia caught her lower lip with her teeth. Are you... Did I hurt you? Yes. I'm sorry. He grumbled, and she felt his arm move as he lightly rubbed the offended organ. I am still waiting for my kiss. She couldn't help smiling at his petulant tone. She reached for him again, her hand a bit lower. She swallowed when her fingers skimmed fine linen, the body beneath it warm and hard. He grunted, this time a more approving sound. Stacia took a deep breath, leaned forward, and kissed his chin. He snorted. I meant I know what you meant. She inched closer until her hand was pressed between their bodies and adjusted her aim. This time she encountered soft, full lips. He groaned and she felt the tension in his big body, as if he struggled against something. Stacia kissed him once, twice, and then softly, gently, did as he had done earlier, and nipped his lower lip. "Bloody hell!" he muttered explosively. Stacia scooted back from him as quickly as a startled shrimp in a rock pool, not stopping until her bottom hung over the edge of the bed. "My turn," he said. Why did that sound so threatening? Miss Martin was damned lucky that Andrew hadn't grabbed her. How could a kiss that innocent, like the brush of a feather, get him so hard? Your cock was already hard. That was true. Her kiss just made it hurt. Her voice, with a bit of a quaver now, came at him in the darkness. Question or command? Andrew briefly considered saying command, but suspected hers wouldn't be nearly so pleasurable as his. He suspected he'd find himself putting his tongue on a frozen pump handle, or whatever the equivalent would be in their comfortable prison. Question, he said. The silence told him that he'd surprised her. She cleared her throat and asked the question he expected. Why did you want to hurt your cousin? Andrew rolled onto his back and closed his eyes, as if that would make what he had to confess better somehow, and said, I hated him for marrying the woman I loved. After an eternity, she said, Oh. Question or command? He asked. Command. His lips curled into a slow smile. Well, well, well. Touch me for an entire minute. What? You heard me. That seems extreme. Andrew gave a delighted laugh. Oh, Miss Martin, life with her sharp tongue would never be boring. Are you trying to renege, Stacia? He heard a gulping sound. No, but how will I know when a minute is up? I might not be the smartest of men, but even I can count to 60, he said dryly. He waited rather than taunt her again, enjoying the tightening in his groin at the prospect of her small hands touching him. Andrew fully suspected that she would thwart his desire by concentrating on his elbow or the heel of his foot, but he didn't care. Her touch, when it came, was even lighter than her kiss had been. It wasn't his elbow or his heel, but his chest. The muscles jumped beneath her hand and she gasped. Andrew caught her wrist before she could jerk away, his physical reaction and instincts accurate even in the dark. And even though so much else about him was now less than sharp, he placed her hand back over his heart. Don't stop, Stacia. Chapter 23. Stacia marveled at the sheer size of him. The body beneath her palm radiated heat and power, the thudding beneath the hard slab of muscle strong and fast. She swallowed repeatedly, as if that would rid her of the jittery feeling that threatened to overtake her. If she had not known exactly what he would say, she had known it would be naughty. You are in command. Touch him. Stacia obeyed, and her hand moved. Something hard grazed her palm. She circled back around to feel it again. A low, predatory rumble vibrated beneath her hand as she caressed the tiny bump again, and then again, frowning. What was... And her hand froze. A nipple. His nipple. Why was she so stunned by that? She knew men had nipples, but the reality of feeling one was... Stacia. His voice was gruff and needy, and his chest lifted beneath her hand, pressing his erect nipple into her palm. She felt dizzy, and then remembered to breathe, and sucked in a noisy lungful of air. She caressed him again, desperately hungry for that sound he had made. This time it was even better. He didn't rumble, he purred. And then he took her wrist again, lifted her hand and slid it beneath the linen onto the hot silk of bare skin. Andrew. She moved her hand, which had gone rigid with shock, over the bare, erect nipple. He groaned. So good, he slurred, and then moved her palm over to its mate, which was every bit as hard. Stacia only realized that he had released her wrist when she found herself being lifted. She squeaked and tried to balance with the hand that had been happily stroking his chest, but he didn't let her fall. Instead, he positioned her over his hips, her knees spreading and pushing the hem of her petticoat up her calves. Even better, he growled, his hands seemingly everywhere all at once, until she found herself pressed against him, torso to torso, as he held her head and angled her for a deep, penetrating kiss that sent pleasure arrowing directly to her nether regions. He released her lips, leaving her both breathless and desperate for more, while he trailed kisses across her cheek and then nibbled on her ear. A giggle slipped from between her parted lips. He chuckled, and the sound was evil. Ticklish ears. Fascinating. He nuzzled his nose inside her ear and snuffled, the sound shockingly loud. Stacia laughed again and tried to squirm away. Something wet slid over the edge of her ear, and she shrieked and pulled back. He laughed, his body shaking beneath hers, his hands around her waist, keeping her pressed against him. Stacia pushed a finger in her ear and wiggled it around. "You licked me." "I did," he agreed, sounding pleased and unabashed, his thumbs rubbing circles over the thin skin of her ribs, the action making her squirm. Stacia shifted her hips and ground against something hard. He groaned. "Stacia." "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" "No," he said, and then rolled both their bodies to the side. "I cheated," he said, caressing her cheek with one hand, finding strands of hair in the darkness and tucking them behind her ear. "What do you mean?" "My minute was up a while ago." Stacia closed her eyes and pressed her cheek into his palm, wishing he had gone on cheating. What was wrong with her to think such brazen thoughts? It had to be the darkness. It was far too easy to forget herself, to forget who he was in the dark. You want this. The darkness only gives you an excuse to act on your desire. She felt him move, and then the soft pressure of lips on the tip of her nose. "This is a dangerous game we are playing," he murmured in the darkness. "Get some sleep, sweetheart," he said, reaching over her to pull the blankets up over her. Disappointment, as sharp as any dagger, sliced through her, and she forced herself to say, "Good night, my lord," before rolling onto her other side and staring into the darkness, listening to Lord Shelton's breathing as it far too quickly turned deep and regular. Stacia envied him. She would never sleep. This had easily been the most exciting night of her life, and the most unbelievable. Stacia felt inside her ear, smiling foolishly when she imagined a dampness remained from his playful, silly behavior. Unwanted memories of all those ballrooms when she had watched the man beside her glide about with female after female assaulted her brain. She had always known he was an accomplished flirt. Hadn't she watched him charm every woman he had given even a moment of his time, making them laugh as he had just done with her? Stacia chewed her lip, her stomach boiling like a witch's cauldron. She could marry him. He was determined to do what he felt was the right thing. It warmed her heart that he was not a heartless cad. You wouldn't have cared if he had been as bad as he'd been painted. You would still want to marry him. That was true, but it didn't mean she wasn't pleased to be wrong about his character. He might be innocent, or even noble, when it comes to Sarah Creighton, but what about Lady Shaftesbury? Stacia did not know what had ensued between Shelton and the beautiful Marchioness, but she would not be so quick to judge him as she had been in the past. Besides, If Lady Shaftesbury and her family had forgiven him, all except Lady Addiscombe, who was she to bear a grudge? She believed that he was determined to marry her. Stacia suspected that beneath his light, teasing manner was a will of iron. Something told her that Andrew Derrick would not be swayed from his purpose once he made up his mind. The thought of being such a man's wife made her shiver with excitement, desire, and could there even be a twinge of hope in her breast? It is easy to be hopeful when it is only the two of you in this attic. But what happens when you leave? What happens when you find yourself in a ton ballroom with a husband who plies his irresistible charm on every other woman? Women more beautiful and seductive than you could ever be. Stacia swallowed down the lump in her throat, or at least she tried to, but it refused to budge. Just because he insists on marriage does not mean I have to agree. You will never be able to deny him. Don't lie to yourself. Could she say no to him? She did not know. Stacia shifted, or at least she tried to, but something heavy and burning hot was draped over her back and shoulder and hip. She opened her eyes, but no light came from the window that overlooked the gardens. She blinked, confused, and then her memory of the night before came back to her. There was no window because she was in the priest hole, with Lord Shelton. Lord Shelton, who was currently moulded more closely to her body than any blanket had ever been. Stacia's heart pounded so hard she could hear the actual thud whoosh, thud whoosh, thud whoosh. His chest rose and fell slowly and deeply, pressing hard muscle against her shoulder blades. His arm was tight around her rib cage and brushing the undersides of her uncorseted breasts. One heavy thigh was slung over hers, the slight but constant tension in the powerful limb keeping her tucked snugly against him. And there was something else, something hard pressed against her lower back. Her entire body tensed when she realized just what it was. Calm down, she told herself, and quit panting like an exhausted foxhound. Stacia had to tell herself that several times before she finally listened. You might as well enjoy this while he is deeply asleep. She chewed her lip, struck by the logic of the suggestion. Rather than wake him, as she should, she allowed herself a moment to just feel. Curiosity, truly her besetting sin, made her push her bottom toward him slightly. Surely he could not be as long and... He moaned softly, and his arms snugged around her, like a snake squeezing its prey, pulling her even closer until his membrum virile slotted between the cheeks of her bottom, the iron-hard ridge thrusting against a part of her that nothing had ever rubbed against before. She opened her mouth, but still couldn't seem to draw in enough air. Dear God, he was monstrous. Like the coward she was, Stacia slowly, painstakingly tried to inch away, but he mumbled something and then rolled his hips, grinding his arousal against her. A low rumble of pleasure vibrated from his body to hers, and then he did it again, the hard prominence grazing her skin, even through 2 layers of muslin and the soft doe-skin of his breeches. "My lord?" Stacia whispered, barely able to hear her voice over the pounding of her heart. His hips fell into a lazy rhythm. "My lord!" she yelped. His big body behind her jolted and stiffened, all of it this time, not just the fascinating part, and his arm briefly tightened before releasing her, as if it was a struggle to do so. "Miss Martin." His voice was gravelly with sleep. He cleared his throat. "I beg your pardon." He lifted his arm and thigh and rolled off her. Stacia remained on her side, turned away and clinging to the mattress as it shifted, his weight threatening to roll her body his way. The bed shifted yet again and was followed by the soft thuds of his feet hitting the floor. A moment later, She was no longer in danger of rolling toward him. The old plank flooring squeaked as he shuffled across it, and thwack! Bloody hell! Stacia had to bite her lip to smother a laugh. "Are you hurt, my lord?" He merely grunted. Somebody woke up grumpy. Deciding it was safe to look, she turned over and propped her head on her hand, squinting in the direction of the sitting area, where there were sounds of the grate being moved and coals being stirred. All was darkness, until slowly a faint red glow spread over his crouching figure. He threw more kindling and fuel onto the fire, poked it until it blazed, and then stood. His body stood out in sharp relief against the light from the fire, the thin linen of his shirt doing nothing to conceal the magnificent chest and shoulders beneath it. Stacia could not look away. He reached down and took something, his watch, she supposed, off the table and lifted it close to his face before dropping his arm and heaving a sigh. And then he casually raised his other hand and rubbed his groin. Stacia's face heated. He was touching what had been pressed against her. Before she had time to examine the thought, he took the black cast-iron kettle off the triangle in the hearth and made his way toward the screened wash-basin. Stacia heard the sound of water splashing, what sounded like a great deal of it, and bit her lip when she realized what it was. She rolled onto her back, mortified, lifting her hands to her hot cheeks. After a moment, she swung her feet off the bed and took the opportunity to slip her loosened stays over her chemise and pull the laces tight before donning her gown. Once she was decently covered, she made her way to the trunk that held a brush, comb, and several other toiletries. By the time Lord Shelton emerged from behind the screen, Stacia had replaited her hair and pinned it up, which gave her a feeling of control, no matter how illusory. Shelton held the kettle in one hand, and there was a towel draped over his shoulder. "Good morning," he said. He had not yet put on his coats and cravat, but his shirt was now tucked in. "I half-filled the basin with very hot water, and there is cool water in the canister beneath the wash-table. You'll find a dipper in it. Soap leaves beside the basin, and fresh bath linen in the wicker basket. If you leave your wash-water, I will empty it for you when you are finished." "Empty it where?" she asked. "There is an empty canister for used wash-water." His lips twisted. Our captor thought of everything. Stacia had to agree. She lifted a hand and pointed to her own jaw. "You have a bit of soap, here." He raised the corner of the towel and wiped his jaw. "Better?" She gave an abrupt nod, her face heating at the oddly domestic exchange, and hurried past him. When she came out from behind the screen a short time later, it was to find the candles lighted and the teapot steaming on the coffee table, bread, ham, butter, and preserves, along with what looked to be a small jug of milk and a sugar bowl. "Ah, you are just in time. How do you like your tea?" "Black, please. Not too strong." "What time is it?" "Just after 7. Did you sleep well?" he asked, handing her a cup and saucer. Stacia thought about his body pressed against hers, hastily shoved the memory away, and said in an admirably cool voice, "Yes, thank you. You?" "I had a delicious sleep, thank you." Her eyes jumped to his face. He was smiling broadly, clearly aware of what she'd felt digging into her lower back, and utterly unashamed of himself. Men. He sipped his tea, gave a happy sigh, and then hooked one muscular leg over the arm of his chair and slumped into an utterly masculine sprawl. She swallowed at the sight of his leather-clad thigh, feeling the echoes of its weight and firmness pressed against her, almost as if her body had a memory all its own. Again she banished the disturbing memory. "Do you think Lady Catherine will let us out today?" "It is impossible to say what she will do." He rubbed the heel of his free hand over his thigh and winced slightly. "I do not understand how she could be so wild after growing up with such a strict mother." "I think that might be exactly why she is so wild." he said dryly. A notch appeared between his blonde brows. Although I have the feeling, from some comments the Duchess has made, that Catherine was not like this before spending time with her aunt. Stacia thought back to what Akers had told her, about the heated conversation between the Countess and her daughter, which had referenced that visit, and suspected he was right. So, he said, staring across at her with an unreadable look on his face, how will we occupy ourselves today, Stacia? Chapter 24. Selina. Lady Selina Shaftesbury studied her youngest sister from beneath her lashes. Katy was eating breakfast, or at least playing with her food, and repeatedly glancing at the huge long case clock in the corner that ticked as loudly as a hammer pounding an anvil. Indecision twisted her sister's beautiful face as she glanced at the clock and then looked out the window. The world was blanketed in blinding white snow, a delightful surprise that had been waiting for them when they'd woken that morning. Katy's lips twisted in an odd smile, and then she turned her attention back to her breakfast and shoved her eggs to the other side of her plate. Something was amiss with her youngest sister. She was not the same girl she'd been 10 months ago. Still, Selina was hardly the same either, so perhaps the changes in Katy were not necessarily bad. A large warm hand covered hers, and Selina turned to the reason for her own transformation. Keyes was smiling at her, in a way that always made her feel like he could see her, even though she knew her husband scarcely saw more than dark shapes. "Yes, my lord?" she asked him pertly, employing a tone and form of address that would surely remind him of last night, when she had purposefully been naughty. His wicked grin told her their minds were running as closely as two adjoining plots of land. "I have decided that I will go with you, Selina." Her eyes widened in pleased surprise as she leaned closer, close enough that the others at the table could not hear her words. "Thank you, Keyes." "You realize, of course, that you will have to make sure I don't end up arse over tea kettle in a snowdrift, "I would never allow that to happen," she said, her exaggerated tone suggesting the exact opposite of her words. He gave a bark of laughter that drew every eye at the table. "Minx, I have a few things I must go through with Wilson first," he said, referring to the clever young man who served as part secretary, part companion, and part friend. "And then I will meet you in the great hall." He leaned toward her, and, with the unerring ability he sometimes exhibited when it came to kissing, planted a peck on her cheek. Selina gestured for the footman to accompany her husband as Keyes got to his feet. "If you will all excuse me," he said to the table at large. "Will you join us today, sir?" Dotty piped up. Keyes smiled in Dotty's general direction. "I wouldn't miss it." He turned to Selina. "I will see you soon, darling." Once he'd gone, Selina's siblings all turned her way. "Darling," Katy repeated, smirking. Dotty made exaggerated kissing noises. "Hush," Selina murmured. Her face she knew would be bright pink. Phoebe grinned widely, and Aurelia gave Selina such a lovely, affectionate smile that it made her eyes prickle. She dropped her gaze to her plate before she began blubbering with happiness. Being around her siblings and their new families was utterly delightful. She had not realized how much she'd missed her siblings until seeing their dear faces again. And then Selina remembered their mother, whom she had not visited in days, and grimaced. First the Countess had been laid low with a migraine, and now, according to Katy, she had a cold. Selina laid aside her napkin before looking up. "I will go and check on Mother." "I've already been to her chambers," Katy said. "She asked not to be disturbed." Selina exchanged glances with Phoebe, who had always borne the brunt of her mother's myriad illnesses over the years, and her younger sister gave a slight shrug, her joyful expression of a moment earlier gone, a look of resignation taking its place. "If she does not want to be disturbed, I would not go," Phoebe said. Selina nodded, guilt following on the heels of relief, and promised herself that she would visit her mother tomorrow. The day after, at the latest. "I want to talk to you about your court gown, Lena," Phoebe said. "I do wish I could be presented with the three of you." Hi, who was sitting across from Selina, immediately threw down her napkin, shoved back her chair with a loud scritch, and stood. "I have to go and do something." "Hi, I wanted to hear about your gown too," Phoebe called after her. "Katie can tell you all about it. She is the one who went through all the bother of picking materials and such," Hi threw over her shoulder. "It is true," Katie said, looking amused. "Hi wanted no part of it, and told me to choose everything. I can describe it all in detail if you like." Hi strode from the room in the mannish way that had not changed even though she was now garbed in the highest kick of elegance, as befitted her elevated station. "I chose the gown she is wearing right now, too," Katie said. Selina thought their youngest sister had chosen well. Hi's gown this morning was a dark green wool that made her unusual eyes, her one claim to beauty, glitter like precious stones. The severe cut of the dress flattered her tall, slender form. The Duke of Chatham watched his wife leave with an intensity that made Selina blush yet again. Who would have ever believed her reserved, mysterious sister, who had never looked at a man as far as Selina could recall, would not only attract England's most sought-after bachelor, but bewitch him utterly in the process? It was never easy to read Hi's cool, controlled features, but Selina thought her sister might be almost as bewitched as her husband. When Selina turned away from the Duke, she realized that Katie had, somehow, slipped around her and out of the room without her noticing. Katie leaned against the wall and stared broodingly at the wall panel that hid the door to the linen closet. By the time she had been old enough to explore which house her family had, due to financial exigency, been forced to move to Queen's Bower. For years and years Katie had listened to her older sisters whisper about the secrets of their ancestral home, much of which had been falling down and far too dangerous to explore. Phoebe's new husband had worked a miracle in less than a year. Even now, in the dead of winter, skilled craftsmen brought in from as far away as Sweden worked to restore the rooms known as the Queen's Suite. It had been secretly built by Katie's Catholic ancestors for a monarch who would never come. Not for Elizabeth, but for Mary, the ill-fated Queen of Scots. Katie felt a certain sympathy for the long-dead monarch, who had been betrayed by not just one man, but by many in the course of her tumultuous life. Men and betrayal, Katie firmly believed, went together like guns and bullets. "My lady?" She looked up from her thoughts to find Dora waiting. "Are you going to release them?" the maid asked, when Katie only stared. "What does Akers say about my mother?" The Countess had refused to admit Katie when she'd called that morning. Yet another lie she'd told her siblings at the breakfast table. "Her ladyship remains in bed." Dora cleared her throat. She believes she has caught the same cold Miss Martin suffers from." Katie laughed, and then felt a twinge of guilt for mocking her mother's imaginary cold. She quickly shoved her guilt aside. Her mother deserved to be mocked, and more. Dora went on. "Miss Acker says her ladyship will not be up today, and she doubts she'll be up and about tomorrow either." "Well then." Katie pushed off the wall. "Return to Miss Martin's room and continue your vigil." Dora's eyes bulged. "Cat, you're not going to release them?" Katie smiled at her childhood friend's slip. She and Dora were only a year apart, and had been as thick as thieves back when Katie's family had been every bit as poor as Dora's, if not poorer, and living in the small dower house called Queen's Bower. Now Katie's sisters had all married wealthy men, nobody lived at Queen's Bower, and everything was different. Everything. "There is enough food, water, and fuel for another night?" she asked Dora. "Aye, my lady, For several. But are you sure about this? Katy cast a glance at the window at the end of the corridor. The snow was still falling, and there had to be close to 8 inches already. I'm sure. Everyone will assume that Lord Shelton will have difficulty getting back to Witch House in this weather. As for Miss Martin, she is still too weak to leave her bed. That is the story, if anyone asks, she said firmly. Yes, my lady. Katy left the maid behind her and made her way to her own chambers. She was looking forward to gathering greenery this afternoon, regardless of the snow. Captain Walker, Lord Crewe's son, was an extremely handsome man, and had been attentive to her on more than one occasion. And then there was the added bonus that Katy's mother hated the illegitimate man. Perhaps Katy and the captain might steal a few moments alone together this afternoon, and find themselves under some mistletoe. Smiling at the thought, Katy hurried to join her family, the couple in the priest hole forgotten. Chapter 25. Andrew stared down at his pile of counters. Although, could a person really call 3 counters a pile? This is fun, Stacia chirped, as she scraped all her winnings toward her. They had divided up a bag of cobnuts from the food trunk. Now she possessed all of them except 3. I don't believe that you've never played this before, Andrew said, pulling the nutcracker out of the trunk and putting one of his counters out of its misery. He offered her the nut, which she took with a triumphant grin, before cracking the second one and tossing it into his mouth. Do you play cards a great deal? She asked. He smirked at her not-so-gentle jibe as he chewed and stared, amused when her cheeks darkened under his silent scrutiny. I wish you would not look at me in that odious way, she finally blurted. What way is that? He asked, cracking his last nut. She waved aside the proffered nut meat. You know how, she accused, and then gave him a demonstration of what she meant. Andrew laughed at the exaggeratedly villainous face she pulled. My, that is odious. She scowled, or tried to, but the smile tugging at her lips made it difficult. Stacia sighed. She is not going to release us today, is she? Andrew glanced at his watch and saw that it was past noon. I doubt it. What if nobody comes? She asked, a look of genuine fear taking possession of her features. What if nobody knows? What if we are left here to starve, to die? Andrew leaned over and took her hand. Somebody will come. How do you know that? Because Catherine might be reckless, but she isn't homicidal. What if something happens to her and she can't? I can get us out, Stacia. She blinked. You can? You mean you know where there is a latch? No, I mean I can use what little we have. He gestured to the heavy fire tools hanging from their cast-iron rack, and hack the door open. You needn't worry. I will not allow you to perish here. So why haven't you opened it? Andrew smiled, even though he knew it was inappropriate, not to mention probably the same smug expression she had just called odious. I have a few reasons. First, because it will cause a great deal of destruction and racket, not to mention that I am not looking forward to wrecking Needham's pride and joy. Secondly, we've already been in here a day, so it's not as if we can be in any more trouble if we wait. Which leads me to the most important reason. He gently squeezed her hand. I am in no hurry, because I am enjoying myself far more in here with you than I would be out there with everyone else. Stacia could not have been more surprised if he had just declared his undying love for her. Well, that wasn't quite true, she amended, but she was flabbergasted all the same. You are? She could not resist saying. Yes, Stacia, I am. Why did her staid name sound so sensual on his tongue? Because he could make the word dish-rag sound alluring. Why is it so hard to accept that I'm enjoying myself here with you? He asked. Because... Ah, yes, your favorite reason. Because... Irked by his teasing, she said, "Because you have never even noticed me before? Why are you doing so now? Is it just because I am convenient?" Stacia immediately wished she could take her questions back. He inhaled deeply, and a new expression flitted across his gorgeous features. Indecision. Lord Andrew Shelton was many things. Arrogant, insouciant, flirtatious, cavalier, dismissive, charming, amusing, mocking. But Stacia had never seen anything less than absolute assurance on his face. His hand, which was still holding hers, began to slide away, but Stacia held on. Both his eyebrows raised at her brazen action, but he did not pull away. Instead, his lips, which she now knew were soft and outrageously skilled, curled up at the corners. I don't know," he drawled, his tone once again teasing. "You want answers for free? I am tempted to demand we play another round of question or You asked me yesterday what I did that made my aunt and cousin angry with me. It was because I rejected an offer of marriage. That is why they rejected me. They said I had made my own bed, and that I could sleep in it." Stacia was pitifully grateful when he did not look particularly surprised, as if the thought of a man offering to marry her was not so outside the realm of possibility. "Who was it?" he asked, no longer teasing. She shrugged and pulled her hand away, disappointed when he let her go. "What difference does that make?" "I need to know who I have to keep my eye on when I take you to London." She snorted. "I never said I would marry you," she reminded him. "Furthermore, when and if I marry, I would not be the sort of woman to engage in dalliances." Rather than look offended at her rejection, he gave her a boyish grin. "Tell me who it is, anyhow. It will stop me from eyeing every man with suspicion." "You are being absurd, my lord. Besides, if anyone had a reason to eye everyone with suspicion, it would be your wife." Stacia wanted to kick herself for stumbling over the word. "Oh?" he said, wearing an innocent expression he had no right to, she was sure. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. I dare say the ballrooms of the Ton are littered with your... Are you trying to say the word lovers?" "You know exactly what I mean," she snapped. "You are adorable when you scowl." He pulled a face, which she assumed was supposed to be her, and Stacia couldn't help laughing. "There," he said. "That is better. Now be a good girl and tell me who you rejected." "I don't see why I should." "Because I am tenacious." She could believe it. Well, what difference did it make if he knew? "The Earl of Townsend." His eyes went vague for a moment before they widened. "Not the one who breathes through—" "He has to breathe through his mouth because he has terrible allergies," Stacia said icily. "Ah." Stacia snatched a cobnut off the table. If he laughed, she would throw it at him. But instead of laughing, he said, "The Earls of Townsend are wealthy, unless this latest one has managed to fritter it all away." "No, he does not gamble, or place wagers of any sort." "He sounds boring." He was, but Stacia was hardly going to admit that. "You find virtue boring, do you?" "Oh-ho! He is virtuous, is he?" "And yes, to answer your question, virtue is boring." One of his eyebrows lifted and his nostrils flared slightly, at least most of the time. He swept her person with a boldly appreciative gaze that made her skin prickle. Before she could stop herself, she threw the cobnut. He slapped a hand over one eye and moaned, "Good Lord, I think you put my eye out." "I didn't mean to actually hit you." Stacia knocked into the table in her haste to get him, sending cobnuts flying. "Here, let me take a look." She bent low in front of him. "Show me, my lord." Stacia squeaked when her feet left the ground, and she suddenly found herself cradled tightly in his arms. He grinned down at her, both eyes sparkling and undamaged. Stacia glared up at him. "You liar!" That was not fair. No, it wasn't, he agreed. She squirmed, but his arms locked around her more tightly. Oh, no, you don't. You are a prisoner, and here at my leisure. His gaze dropped to her mouth. The cost of freedom is a kiss. She thrashed, or tried to, but his hold, as gentle as it was unbreakable. Do you often have to resort to threats for kisses? Never, and it has quite unmanned me. You see the lengths to which I'm willing to go for you, Stacia. She lowered her eyelids at his words, as if she could hide her greedy desire from him. One kiss, and you will release me? Yes, but it must be a real one. No grandmotherly pecks. Who was she trying to fool? They both knew she wanted to kiss him. He shifted his hold until their lips were barely an inch apart. Stacia, seized by bold lunacy, flicked his lower lip with the tip of her tongue, as he had done to her. He groaned, and his arms tightened. More. Stacia stared in wonder as his pupils swelled until the black almost swallowed the blazing blue. His lips parted when she pressed her mouth to his, and she allowed herself to taste him, tentative at first, but bolder as he purred beneath her. Yesterday, the thought of putting her tongue into another person's mouth would have revolted her. Now, Stacia could not get enough, plundering him as aggressively as Sir Francis Drake invading Cadiz. By the time they pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. His lips were slick and red, his expression unsmiling and sensual. I am glad you did not accept Townsend, Stacia. You would have been wasted on him. He lightly caressed her jaw, his gaze flickering across her face and lingering on her mouth before returning to her eyes. And then he set her upright, until her bottom rested on one thigh and his arms fell away. For one mad moment she considered crawling up his chest the way she'd seen Lord Bellamy's red squirrel climb up Lucy's arm to nestle against her neck. Fortunately, reason intervened before she could make an utter fool of herself, and she forced herself to stand and walk on wobbly legs back to her own seat, sending cobnuts skittering across the attic floor as she went. Stacia told herself that she deserved a medal for getting up and walking away from him. But all she got for her self-control was an almost suffocating wave of yearning when she sat down across from him, recalling how much lovelier the view of his face had been from inches rather than feet. She was actually debating throwing pride to the wind and launching herself across the table and demanding some forfeits of her own, when he said, I owe you honesty in return. Stacia frowned at his grim tone. I told you that my older cousin Nicholas died while Chatham and I were in the army. She nodded. Nicholas was betrothed to a woman whose father had been a great friend of the late Duke. The two men had arranged the marriage when Maria was in her cradle and Nick just a lad. When Nick died, they decided to pass Maria along to Sylvester. He gave a bitter laugh. Men who wouldn't loan out their horse had no problem trading away their children. His lips twisted into an unhappy smile. Chatham sold his commission and returned to England. You've seen Chatham's scar. It is savage even now. But 11 years ago, when it was fresh, it was, in all honesty, terrifying. Not just what it did to his face, but the pain he must have suffered. Shelton broke off as he engaged in some sort of internal struggle. After a few moments, he continued. I came home on leave to attend my cousin's wedding. He sighed. I will not beat about the bush. Maria and I fell in love. I'd met her before, of course, but I'd been a boy when I went off to war, and she was my age, so she'd been a girl. He smiled, his gaze fond but vague. The last time I saw her before going away, we bickered like siblings when her parents brought her to spend Christmas at Chatham. She followed Sylvester and me around like a shadow, all coltish legs and scraped knees and wild beauty. but a child. He paused, his eyes moving from Stacia to something over her shoulder, perhaps the past, as he thought. And suddenly, when I returned, she was a woman, the most beautiful, vibrant, desirable woman I had ever seen. Stacia was grateful he was not looking at her at that moment, because she was incapable of hiding her pain and jealousy at his words. Shame at experiencing such an unpleasant emotion about a dead woman did not lessen the feeling, especially because she now knew the truth. The Duke of Chatham's former wife might be dead, but Andrew Derrick was still deeply in love with her. Andrew had regretted letting Stacia go after she had paid her forfeit. He had immediately missed her soft, warm body, which somehow managed to arouse and yet comfort him at the same time. But now that he was getting to the ugly heart of his confession, for that is what it was, he was relieved that he did not have to face her shrewd gaze from mere inches away, no matter how much comfort he might have derived from holding her, and no matter how willingly she had wanted to give herself to him. Because Stacya's desire for him had been painfully clear, Andrew could have taken her then and there, and she would have come to him most willingly. But she was a woman who could not even kiss without guilt. She would hate herself after they'd laid together, and she would hate him too. No, it was better to tell her the truth about the man she thought she wanted so badly. The revolting, sordid truth. Andrew had never talked about that time of his life with anyone, not even during these past months while he'd lived with Sylvester. He and his cousin had talked for hours about the war, about their experiences and the aftermath, but they had wisely avoided the subject of Maria, choosing to focus on their future friendship rather than their past enmity. Recalling the details of the ancient, painful tale brought Maria back in ways he'd never expected. For years, all he had felt was an aching sense of loss that she wasn't beside him, like the stories he'd heard men tell when they had lost a limb. Only now that he was forcing himself to articulate the details of that brief time did he realize the appalling truth. He could barely remember her. Not what her laugh sounded like, not her voice when she told him she loved him, not how it had felt when he'd been inside her. And worst of all, he could not even recall her face. When had he forgotten those things? How could he forget? He willed himself to remember so hard that beads of sweat broke out on his brow. But when he tried to imagine Maria, he saw a different face, heard a different laugh, and saw brown eyes instead of blue. Andrew looked up to find Stacia waiting, patient but pensive. We fell in love. He held her gaze, forcing himself to meet the judgment in her eyes. But there was none. You aren't disgusted with me for falling in love with my best friend's, no, my brother's betrothed. It is not my place to... I want to know your thoughts. Her throat flexed as she swallowed. I am not sure it is possible to talk oneself out of love, no matter how hopeless or wrong or destructive the emotion might prove to be. Andrew was usually not the most observant of men, but he was arrested by the intense pain in her eyes. A shocking insight followed immediately on the heels of that observation. Stacia Martin had been in love, deeply in love, and if her expression was anything to go by, heartbreakingly. She could not mean her mouth-breathing Earl, could she? That made no sense. If she loved Townsend, then why would she have refused him? No, there was someone else. Somebody illegible, perhaps even someone who had died. You speak from experience, he said. It was not a question, and she did not respond. Andrew burned to know, but her eyes hadn't just shuttered. There might as well have been stone walls and a deep moat around her. She had not been in love. She was protecting herself because she was still in love. Disappointment stabbed him, startlingly sharp. How could he, of all people, marry a woman who loved somebody else? "Finish your story," she said, so cool and distant that Andrew wondered if he had imagined her brief, raw-eyed desperation. "Maria begged her father to let her out of the betrothal, but he was adamant. So I went to him." He grimaced at the memory. "That did not go well. He spoke to Chatham, who was slowly taking up his duties, but hardly up to his pre-injury strength, and Chatham came to me. I had no pride. I begged him. He insisted the marriage was a matter of honor to his father and to Maria's family, but that was not all, or even most of the reason. You see," he said, his lips twisted at the memory, "Chatham was in love with her as well. It was inconceivable to him that Maria might prefer me. He was the Duke, and I was the younger cousin with nothing but a run-down northern estate, beholden to him for my money and his ward in the matter of my inheritance. I had always idolized him, worshipped everything about him, and neither of us could accommodate the sudden change in our positions. That I could demand something that was supposed to be his." He gave an unhappy laugh. "When he did not capitulate, Maria went to him and begged him to release her. Still he would not relent. Rather than give in to our pleading, and unbeknownst to Maria and me, he changed the wedding plans. Instead of a grand ceremony in St. George's, he acquired a special license, and they married 3 days after we had confronted him with the truth." Andrew stood and poked at the fire. He stared at the sparks for a long moment, willing his blasted memory to give him even a glimpse of Maria's face. He saw nothing. Andrew slammed the poker onto the hook and spun to face her. "One more day, and we would have been on our way to the Scottish border." An expression of unease had settled on her face. Andrew was glad. He didn't want what came next to be an utter shock to her. "Chatham believed that was the end of it, but I made sure that was merely the beginning of my revenge. You see, Maria didn't just hate him. She feared him." Her eyes widened. "He was cruel to her?" "Sylvester never lifted a finger to her. He is not a violent man. It was something else she feared." Andrew shoved a hand through his hair and stared at the ceiling. Just how did a man say such things to an innocent, a virgin? "You never had any trouble telling them to Maria." He dropped his hand and forced himself to meet her gaze. "I told Maria that Sylvester had unnatural appetites in the bedchamber." Her lips parted in shock. "She went to him filled with terror and loathing, not only for that, but, and I regret having to admit this, Maria could not see past Chatham's scar. I could have helped her overcome her revulsion at his appearance, but rather than tell her about my cousin's honor and decency, I encouraged her disgust. She cried when Chatham came to her on their wedding night, and he vowed not to touch her until she welcomed him into her. Instead, she came to my bed, night after night." Andrew stared at her, waiting for the loathing he expected. But it never came. Instead, he saw a mingling of sadness and pity. Rather than feel gratitude, he was even more determined to make her see what a revolting cad and scoundrel he really was. "But that is not all. Maria was already with child on her wedding day. We were careless, and it was inevitable we were caught. Rather than show remorse, we taunted him with the fact that Maria had already been pregnant when they married." He loosened his clenched jaws. "So, in that regard, Maria and I had won. Or so we believed. My cousin banished me that very night. I did not go willingly. Sylvester had me dragged to his coach while Maria watched, sobbing. And that was the last I saw of her. She died in childbed 7 months later. I hated him for keeping me from her, and for more than 11 years I made that hatred the center of my life." Andrew felt exhausted, but also relieved that somebody other than Chatham knew of his infamy. He forced himself to meet her gaze. "That is how I carried on, until this past summer, when I almost destroyed Lady Shaftesbury's life in pursuit of my revenge." He lifted his hands. "And there you have it." She eyed him warily. "Your cousin has forgiven you?" "Yes," he said shortly. "As little as I deserve it." "And you have forgiven him?" Andrew lifted an eyebrow. "You astonish me, Miss Martin. Do you think he has done something unforgivable? She was his legal wife, after all." "Forgiveness isn't about right and wrong, my lord. It is something you give regardless of right and wrong." Had he forgiven Chatham? He thought so, at least mostly, although he did on occasion experience a twinge of unarticulated resentment, like a pebble in one's boot. "For the most part," he said, when he saw she was waiting. "And what about you, my lord?" "Me?" "Have you forgiven yourself?" He opened his mouth to deny he felt any guilt, but that would be a lie. Maria had been pregnant with his child, and while she might have died from her pregnancy, regardless of the father, there was no denying that months of struggle and strife had left her fragile and weakened even before he had been banished. What had her life been like, alone with Chatham? She would have suffered horribly. He knew that instinctively. Not that his cousin would have been cruel to her, but she would have missed Andrew just as much, nay, more probably, than he'd missed her. After all, Andrew had had the war to keep him busy. What had Maria had, except her marriage to a man she hated? If Andrew had stepped aside, if he had not poisoned her mind against his cousin, would Maria have, in time, looked past his scars to see the man beneath? You know she would have. She was not a cruel woman. Not until you made her that way. Andrew met Miss Martin's shrewd, not unsympathetic gaze, and realized she was right. He had blamed himself. And he still did. Chapter 26. Ignorance is bliss, people were fond of saying. Stacia hadn't really agreed with that maxim until now. To her eternal shame, it wasn't the sordid details of his past that she hated learning. No, it was the fact that the man she had been in love with for 4 long years had loved another woman so deeply that he still loved her. The story had not destroyed her tenacious, inexplicable attachment to him, nor even given it much of a battering. After all, Stacia had wanted him even when she had believed that he'd impregnated Sarah and heartlessly abandoned her. His tale had, however, given her a headache, and her belly roiled with too much conflicting, confusing emotion. "I'm going to examine the door," Lord Shelton said, getting up and leaving without waiting for an answer. A wave of exhaustion rolled over her. A few moments of rest and some time to ponder what she'd just learned, that was what she needed. She went to the bed, which she had made after rising, and unbuttoned her ankle boots before lying down. It felt heavenly. Just a few minutes of rest. The next time Stacia opened her eyes again, she could feel that time had passed, not because of any change in light, but because of a heaviness in her body that said she had not moved for some time. She yawned, pushed up on her elbows, and looked toward the seating area. Lord Shelton was sprawled in the chair she thought of as his, all 4 candles in the candelabrum burning on the table at his elbow. And he was reading. Or, at least, he was holding a book, she amended, her lips twitching into a smile. And then it all came back to her, the reason she had needed to close her eyes and stop thinking. What he'd done to his cousin had been awful, but then what he had done for Sarah had been noble, regardless of his claim to the contrary. Don't forget Lady Shaftesbury. Stacia scowled. Fine. He had done one wretched thing, one ignoble thing, and one self-sacrificing thing. Those are only the things you know of. Who am I to stand in judgment of him? She retorted. You are determined to forgive him. Anything. Stacia wanted to argue with that, but she could not lie to herself. At least not to that degree. Besides, it was not her place to concern herself with his character. Who was she to him? His wife, if he has his way. No, it is what you want more than anything. That wasn't true. What she wanted more than anything was his love. But you will still settle for possession. Stacia swallowed. The thought of possessing him, even if it was only ever in name, was so intoxicating that she simply could not imagine it. She was terrified that she was not strong enough to resist him, that she would latch onto a future with him like a child reaching for something bright, not caring if what she wanted was as dangerous as a dancing flame. She needed to keep in mind their past, his dismissal of her so many, many times. She needed to remember that he was still in love with somebody else. She needed... Use your head all you want. It is your heart that will decide. Andrew looked up and smiled when he heard Miss Martin's boots. Are you refreshed? You should be. Have I slept long? More than 2 hours. Goodness! He closed his book without bothering to mark the page and set it aside. She stared at him, an odd smile curving her lips. What? He asked. Why are you... Oh. He smiled wryly and removed his spectacles. I'd forgotten. I like them, she said. You may borrow them any time you wish. She smiled and shook her head. I like them on you. Once the words were out, her smile turned to an expression of chagrin. Do you indeed, Miss Martin? He drawled. As he had hoped, she scowled at his teasing. Yes, as a matter of fact. They make you look clever. He laughed. The perfect disguise, then. What were you reading? She tilted her head to read the spine, but the gilt had long been worn off by the hand of some happy reader, no doubt one of the Bellamy chits. It is called The Perils of Lady Louisa. As far as he could tell, the only peril in the book had been the purple language, or perhaps the suppressed sexual tension that had rampaged through Lady Louisa's tightly corseted body every time the villain, hero, had twirled his mustachios in her direction. All that twirling had made him wonder if he should grow facial hair, but then the only time he'd tried, his beard had looked patchy and piebald. Is it good? She asked, a faint twist to her lips. The book. He smiled. Riveting. She laughed. Why do I not believe you? He could have told her that he'd only managed to get through about 6 pages. He'd never had an easy time reading, but was even more painfully plodding since injuring his head during the war. The spectacles helped, of course, but they did not stop the letters from performing their tricks, and he could never read for more than a half-hour without developing a devil of a headache. He knew not everyone was as dull-witted as he was, because he'd made the mistake of once asking Sylvester about the moving letters. His cousin had been startled, and then had laughed, believing Andrew had been jesting. That had been the first and last time he'd mentioned that. Before Andrew could answer her, her stomach growled. She set a hand over her midriff, her face flooding with colour. Oh, pardon me. Hungry? He teased. I cleaned the crockery earlier. He pointed to a small collection of plates, cups, and glasses on a dishcloth. If you set places, then I will lay out a feast. Her gaze slid to the dishes. I should have done that. That made him smile. I might be useless in a kitchen, but I can certainly wash a dish. I suspect that is quite rare among the men of our class. Yet one more way in which I am a man among men. Again she laughed. They worked in companionable silence, the little domestic space already familiar after barely a day. She must have been thinking the same thing, because she said, "It is astonishing how quickly one becomes accustomed to a new set of circumstances." "I agree. It was something I first noticed during my time in the army." She gazed up at him curiously. "How do you mean?" He dug to the bottom of the large trunk and unearthed an entire pie. "Look at this!" "Ooh! What kind?" He peeled off the layers of waxed cloth, the bottom of which had frozen onto the pan. "There is even ice in the bottom of the trunk," he snorted. "Our captor thought of everything." He pulled a corner free, sniffed, and then grinned as the spices hit him. "A meat pie with hints of nutmeg and cinnamon. I adore those. Our cook used to make those, but only at Christmas." "Ours too. Shall I warm it on the hearth for a bit?" "Yes, please." Once he'd positioned the pie so it would heat without scorching, he gestured to their beverage selection. "Wine, ale, or lemonade?" "Wine, please." They helped themselves to bread, butter, cheese, and a bit of ham while they waited for the pie. "This bread is getting hard," she said. "We will have to toast the rest of it." "Luckily for you, cheese toast is my speciality. I was famous for it in the army." "Impressive," she mocked. "Are there medals for that?" He laughed. "A knighthood? By rights you should be calling me Sir Andrew Cheese Toast." She snorted and rolled her eyes. "Will you tell me about your time on the continent?" When she hesitated, she said, "I know it is not done to talk to women about such matters, but I would like to know what it was like, but only if it does not disturb you." The parts of the war that disturbed him were buried so deeply that Andrew himself never looked at them. There was a great deal to tell her that might not be suitable for polite company, but it would not leave her emotionally scarred. "We moved often, occupying whatever was convenient, castles, churches, entire villages at times." Andrew told her about the wonders he had seen, the natural beauty of the land, no matter how scarred by war, and the monuments, buildings, and works of art that most people only ever read about. Her questions were intelligent and informed, as one would expect from a scholar's daughter. "People will tell you that war is hell, and there are parts of it that qualify for that description. But most of it is tedium and discomfort and uncertainty. And, of course, in my cousin's case, there were times of horrific pain." "And you were never injured?" "Several times, but nothing to what Chatham suffered. He was fortunate he was not killed, although I doubt that he felt fortunate at the time." He saw that her glass was almost empty and clucked his tongue. "I've been maundering on for too long," he said, refilling both their glasses, "and I dare say our pie is ready." He placed it on a cloth between them and handed her the knife, handle first. "You do the honours." "How big?" she asked. "Is it piggish to say a quarter?" "It is almost Christmas. I think we are allowed to indulge." They dug into their respective pieces, hers barely half the size she'd cut for Andrew, and silence reigned for several moments. "This is good," she said, after she'd enjoyed several mouthfuls. "It is," he agreed. "Now it is your turn." "My turn?" "Tell me about yourself, your life." "But I have no experiences like yours." "I am glad to hear it," he said dryly. "I just meant that my life has not been very interesting." "I'll be the judge of that. Tell me about school. How long did you go? Where? Did you like it?" "I went to the same school my mother attended, a lovely old manor house that accommodated only 40 girls." "Only 40? That sounds like a great many girls for one house." She laughed. "It could feel crowded and lacked privacy at times, and I occasionally yearned for the solitude of my father's house, but I loved the companionship. I am an only child, and my father often forgot my existence. Not in a cruel way, but it made for a lonely life. I went to Mrs. Pritchard's academy for 4 years, leaving at 18. After that I kept house for my father until my aunt decided I should have a season. She shrugged. And you know the rest. My father died, and my first position took me to Bath." "You felt nothing for the young man who proposed to you? Townsend, was it?" "I felt the sort of affection I imagine one feels for a brother." "Obviously he felt otherwise." "No, that was the problem. He did not ask me to marry him because he loved me. He asked me because he valued my expertise and knew I could be of help of him when it came to his collection. That was why I could not say yes, no matter how much easier it would have made my life in some ways." Andrew took a sip of wine to wash down his mouthful of pie, wiped his mouth, and said, "Expertise?" "Yes, with illuminated manuscripts. I had been helping my father restore them for years. On occasion I did work for others. Townsend was one, but my father kept me busy enough that did not often happen." "You restore illuminated manuscripts?" "I did, but it has been years." She cocked her head. "Why are you smiling like that?" "Because I should have guessed your work was too good to be that of a dabbler." Her lips parted in surprise. "But how do you know what my work looks like?" "Mrs. Johnson let slip that you'd visited her shop to sell some fans." "Oh, I wish she would not tell people about that." "I suspect I am the only one she shared that information with." She frowned at him. "Why would she tell you?" "I can be very persuasive." She snorted. "I can imagine. You saw the fans at the Christmas fete?" "I not only saw them, I bought 3. "3?" Andrew found her expression of shy delight delightful. "You have an extraordinary talent. Why are you working as a companion when you could be restoring priceless documents?" "The paintings I do are good enough for fans and such." "No," she said when he scoffed at her tepid description. "I am not denigrating my talent, my lord, but it is a far cry from the work done by experts. There are only a few people in the country, probably in the world, who would notice such differences. But they are the same ones who can afford the valuable manuscripts. They want the best, and I am not that." "To my untutored eye your work is magnificent. By the by, you made Lord Needham a very happy man. Evidently his wife attracts butterflies, and your fan was the sort of gift he had been hoping for." "I am so glad. She is a lovely woman. They are both very kind. Indeed, all the siblings and their spouses are delightful." She pulled a face. "Even Lady Catherine, as much as it pains me to admit." "She is exceedingly likeable," he agreed. "It is part of her evil charm." She laughed. "I think, despite some strong evidence to the contrary, that evil might be a bit strong." Andrew was not so sure. "You are right about the siblings being charming," he said. "Even my cousin's wife has grown on me over the months I've lived at Chatham Park." "Were you at loggerheads initially because you abducted her sister?" "Kidnapping Selina did not help matters," he admitted dryly. "But Hyacinth was not fond of me even before that." She gave him a querying look. But the Duchess's masquerade was not Andrew's story to share, no matter how much he might have liked to satisfy her curiosity. "I do hope that Mr. Higgins is taking care of Terence," she said after a moment. Andrew blinked. Terence?" "That is what I've named the dog you helped me rescue." "Terence? What is wrong with that name?" "Terence? Why do you keep repeating it in that obnoxious way? Terence is a fine name." "Terence might be a fine name, not that I'm willing to concede that just yet, but it is still a name for a dog that spends its days in a lady's lap, drinking milk from a saucer, wearing a bow on its head." She laughed. "How ridiculous! What would you call him?" "He is clearly a survivor of more than a few battles and deserves a suitable moniker." He paused. "I think Scrapper fits him admirably." "Scrapper? Scrapper? That is exactly the sort of name that will give a dog terrible ideas." "Such as?" such as wandering away from home and getting stuck in traps, haunting neighbourhood chicken coops and drawing the ire of farmers, pushing over rubbish bins and— Why are you laughing? Because you are adorable. Rather than look pleased, her mouth immediately screwed up, as if she'd just sucked a lemon. Ah, Miss Martin didn't care for compliments. Andrew would have to break her of that after they were married. In any case, Andrew said, you don't have to worry about the dog, as Mr. Higgins isn't the sort to neglect any animal under his care. She looked pleased by his reassurance. I'm sure you are right. She gestured to the wreckage of their luncheon. We should return the pie to its ice. Do you think it will keep? Surely until later today. They busied themselves tidying up. All too soon they were finished with their chores and, once again, staring at each other. Should we? They both laughed. Ladies first, he said. Do you want to play a game? I would rather get some exercise. Andrew wasn't accustomed to lolling about all day, and it was making him restless. Exercise? What do you mean? Only with great effort was Andrew able to bite his tongue and rein in his first response. Instead of scandalizing her and drawing her sour lemon look, and perhaps even getting a well-deserved slap, he said, Waltz with me. She gazed steadily at him for so long, he expected a no, thank you. But then Miss Martin surprised him yet again and said, Very well. Chapter 27. You know that you lose what few wits you have when you have your hands on him, the voice reminded her. Stacia did not care. Earlier she had told Lord Shelton that it was near enough to Christmas that he should indulge. Well, she would indulge too. If she did not, she suspected she would regret it for the rest of her life. Very well, Stacia said, getting to her feet. Lord Shelton held out his arms, and Stacia swallowed and took her position. He stared down at her, his face unsmiling, and his blue eyes glittering beneath lowered lids. Stacia wasn't just indulging herself, she was courting danger. She did not care. He did not bother to hum, and neither of them seemed to need it. Stacia kept pace with him easily. He was so much taller than her that it should have been uncomfortable to look up at him, and it certainly should have been awkward gazing into his eyes without talking, and yet she had never felt more at ease with him. The sheer physicality of the dance, his moves more daring and demanding the longer they danced, would have made talking difficult in any case. Only when she noticed the sheen of perspiration on his forehead did she realize her own skin was hot and damp, the air in the room more like a summer day than the end of December. Tired? He asked her in a voice that was a little breathless. No, she lied, cocking an eyebrow. You? He laughed. No. Now that Stacia had both the measure of the dance and also knew what it was like to have a superlative partner, she could read his body well enough to anticipate his moves. Or so she believed. Then he spun her into a turn and allowed the momentum to carry her into a twirl, only his fingers lightly holding hers. Stacia laughed with delight as he smoothly captured her free hand and resumed the dance. I have never done that. He smiled. There are a number of other starting positions. Would you like to try them? Of course. For the next half hour he demonstrated variations, some quite scandalous, but none quite so enjoyable as the one they adopted last, where Stacia's hands rested on his shoulders, near his neck, and both his hands were on her waist. Their rather significant height difference meant their bodies were close together, far too close for a ton ballroom. This is my favourite, he murmured, his eyes glinting down at her as he slowed their pace, their perfectly synchronized movements taking on a dangerously sensual feel when his leg brushed against the inside of her thigh as he turned her. Stacia swallowed, her heart pounding and her breasts tightening. His lips curled into one of his lazy, mischievous smiles, and she just knew that he knew what she was feeling. It was difficult to breathe, even though they were not moving fast. Indeed, they were moving so slowly they certainly would have attracted the wrong sort of attention on a normal dance floor. The next time he turned her, he slid to a halt, and she found her back pressed up against the room's only door. His eyes blazed down at her, hungry and hot, his smile of only seconds earlier nowhere in sight. They stared, frozen, and then his grip on her waist loosened. He was stepping away from her. Stacia yanked him down while standing on her toes, all but thrusting herself at him. His big body resisted only for a second before he groaned and took what she offered, seizing possession of her mouth with a carnality that robbed her of breath. As she had with their waltzing, Stacia initially struggled to keep pace with him, his lips, tongue, and hands shattering what few wits she had. And then his knee pressed against the juncture of her legs. With hardly a thought, she opened to him. It was Stacia's turn to groan at the delicious friction. "Yes," he murmured into her hair. His hand slid to her bottom, and he lifted her until she was straddling his hard thigh. The wantonness of her position should have left her red-faced with shame, but the jagged pulses of pleasure were too powerful to ignore, too delicious not to chase. "That's right," he said, his voice gravelly and his breath hot on her ear as he rocked her hips with both his hands, moving her with ease until her body fell into the rhythm. "Just like that, Stacia." His hands slid beneath her thighs, and he spread her wider, adjusting the angle of his leg until the sensation was unbearable, and she clung to him, her fingers digging into his shoulders, her hips writhing and bucking. She whimpered, struggling to get away from a pleasure that threatened to undo her. "I can't." "You can." Again his hands urged, rocking her at the perfect speed and angle, until Stacia was unable to contain the explosion of sensory pleasure that shot from her sex up her spine. Over and over the bliss rippled, her muscles stiffening and then going limp between each wave. She had just begun to float back down to earth when he slid a hand between his thighs and her sex, cupped her mound, and used one finger to unerringly find the source of her pleasure. The second explosion was less of a surprise than the first, but the muscles inside her stunned body clenched even harder. Stacia was vaguely aware that Andrew had lifted her in both arms and was carrying her, the sounds of his boot heels drumming the insensibility from her and bringing her back sharply to reality. "Oh, no, you don't," he said when she tried to sit up. He kissed her ear and took her not to the settee or bed, but to his wing chair, and then sat, with Stacia cradled in his lap. "Shh, shh," he murmured when she tried to cover her scalding face. "You did nothing wrong, and everything right, darling." He covered every part of her face, at least anything that was visible between her splayed fingers, with kisses. "Leave guilt for other people, Stacia. For boring people." She gave a watery laugh, suddenly noticing that her cheeks were wet. "Here, then," he said, gently pulling one of her hands away. "Why are you crying? Did I hurt you, sweetheart?" "No," she snapped, or at least she tried to, but it came out as more of a snivel, which only angered her. "I am embarrassed. Surely you can understand that." This time she did manage to snap. He shifted her and reached into his pocket, drawing out a handkerchief. "Here." "Thank you," she muttered, her tone distinctly ungrateful. Naturally, he laughed and then kissed her. "Never be embarrassed of your sensuality, Stacia. I wish you could have seen what I did. A beautiful, erotic, magnificent woman, taking what she wanted." He ignored her mortified groan and caught her hand, keeping her from covering her face again. He claimed her mouth, giving her a deep, drugging kiss that left her wrung out. "There," he murmured when she sighed and went limp in his arms. "That is much better." He rocked her gently, kissing and murmuring. Stacia did not recall ever feeling so cared for, so cherished and loved. But it was an illusion. She was not so far gone as to not realize that. Even so, she decided that for once she would simply enjoy the moment rather than look toward the cold reality that would come afterward. Andrew smiled when he saw that she'd fallen into a doze, her lips parted, breath coming in soft, even little puffs. He knew he should tuck her into bed and let her sleep. She would be mortified when she woke up in his arms. But he decided to please himself and keep her. What a delicious little armload of passion she was! Watching her orgasm, not once but twice, had been bloody erotic. He'd been a hair's breadth away from spending in his breeches. It was a good thing he hadn't, not just for his pride, but these were the only pair he had. As he studied her face, so much younger looking in repose, he remembered that he had promised himself not to touch her again after last night. So much for that. He wanted to touch her again, and again. All kinds of touches, especially the ones that would leave her with no choice but to marry him. Andrew had no idea where this sudden desire for marriage, not just with anyone, but with her, had come from. It seemed insane to admit it, even in the privacy of his own head, but he felt like he knew her. He snorted softly. According to Stacia, they had met dozens of times. Andrew lightly traced the gentle curve of her jaw. How could anyone forget this woman? True, she was small, tiny in fact, but she was so self-assured and seemingly self-contained, two characteristics that were rare in any person, but especially in a young woman who'd been cast out into the world by the only family she had left. It took true strength of character to reject an offer of marriage when the alternative was working for harridans like Lady Addiscombe, which made him recall their current predicament. Andrew grimaced when he thought about the Countess's reaction once they finally got out of this attic. "I could throttle you, Catherine," he muttered. If he managed to break the door open and get them out tonight, which was his intention, was there any story they could concoct to justify their absence? Andrew snorted. Christ, what sort of story could they come up with to explain a 2-day absence for both of them? There simply wasn't one. Well, at the very least, Stacia could sleep in her own bed before the circus commenced tomorrow morning. He glanced down at the woman who was as good as his wife and smiled. As much as he hated to admit it, Catherine had chosen well for him. Never in 100 years would he have imagined himself falling for a woman so much cleverer than him. Not that Maria had been stupid, but they'd both been so young and in love that nothing else had mattered. Certainly not mere practicalities. Would their marriage have been a happy one? Or would their physical passion have burnt out and left nothing but two people who had little in common? Not that he had much in common with Miss Martin, other than he genuinely enjoyed being with her. Even getting drubbed in every damned game they'd played had been amusing. He liked watching her brain work far more than he cared about winning or losing. And he loved watching the joy that transformed her normally stern mien when she trounced him. Andrew snorted. Sylvester would never believe that he had become besotted with a woman's mind. Besotted? Is that what he was? He wasn't sure that was accurate. Entranced might be better. He wanted her body, fiercely, but he wanted to see her blossom, not just for those rare moments when she forgot herself, but to bloom in a way he suspected would happen naturally when she was secure and had some stability and didn't need to fetch and carry for a demanding harpy. Because you are so good at creating security and stability for those you care about, He winced at the accusation, unable to deny it. Andrew Derrick and stability had long been strangers. But a man could change, especially if he had a reason to do so. Andrew already had at least 2 reasons: regaining his people's trust and his cousin's respect. Making Miss Martin happy would be a 3rd. What about your discovery from earlier that she is in love with somebody else? You said you would never marry a woman who loves somebody else. Andrew frowned at the reminder. He would just have to ask her outright. Obviously there must be some obstacle to her love, or she would not be working as a companion. For all he knew, whoever had her heart might be dead. In any case, her reputation would be shattered after this episode. She needed a man's protection, and it should be Andrew who offered it. She might not love him, but he knew when a woman wanted him sexually, and Miss Martin wanted him badly. What she felt for him was not love, perhaps it wasn't even liking, but it was an opportunity. If he was careful, also not his forte, he might be able to forge something more enduring from sexual attraction. Unless she simply rejects your offer. She rejected a peer, and a wealthy one at that, once before, after all. Andrew scowled, surprisingly disgruntled by the thought. It had scarcely been more than a day, but he had come to like the thought of being married to her. She clearly does not feel the same way about marrying you. She has already rejected you at least twice. He would have expected to feel considerable relief at the thought of escaping marriage and responsibility. Instead, he felt an almost howling emptiness at the thought of leaving Witch House in another week and never seeing Miss Eustacia Martin ever again. Good God! When had that happened? More to the point, what had happened? It wasn't love he felt for her. It couldn't be. It felt nothing like the feelings he'd harboured for Maria for so long. If not love, then what? Lust, surely. But that, at least, was an emotion he knew inside out. This was something different. Something more. Something confusing. Something more than a little alarming. Stacia blinked up into a pair of smiling blue eyes, her own face immediately forming an answering smile. She shifted and felt something beneath her that was neither a chair nor a bed. Something warm and hard. Stacia was still lying in Lord Shelton's lap. Memories of how she'd gotten there led to other memories of what she had done on one of his legs. He chuckled softly. "I thought we already went over this," he chided, reading her expression, likely one of mortification, correctly. "How long did I sleep?" she asked, not wanting to think about her behaviour. "Not long. A half-hour." "I should get up." His arms tightened. "I will let you up when you promise me no more guilt or embarrassment." "I cannot promise that." "Why not?" "Because," she ground her teeth, choosing and discarding words, all of which sounded more embarrassing even in her own mind. "Just because." "Not good enough." "I can't help feeling embarrassed." "Why?" "Why?" "Yes, why? And just because isn't good enough." "Because of the way I just used you like that." His smile was slow and wicked. "Would it make you feel better if I used you in the same way?" Stacia thought her eyes might roll out of her head. "What? No!" He grinned. "I will leave the offer open." She squirmed, and this time, to her regret, he let her get away. "Hungry?" he asked. "Not really. You?" "Not for food." Stacia frowned. "I apologize for that remark," he said. "You don't look very apologetic." Indeed, his blue eyes glittered with poorly suppressed amusement. "Would you like to play more 21? Stacy eyed her cobnuts, which she had gathered up and put in a bowl, and the empty space on his side of the table. "You don't have any more counters?" "We don't have to play for cobnuts." He lifted one eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "There is other currency." "Such as?" He shrugged. "Clothing." "You cannot be serious." "Deadly." "Don't be ridiculous." "If not clothing, then you could extend me a loan." "A cobnut loan," she said flatly. "It is called accepting vows." Stacia stared at her bowl of cobnuts, her mind stuck on his first suggestion. She cleared her throat and then looked up to find him giving her the sort of knowing smirk that told her he knew exactly what she was thinking. Well, who cared if he knew? How does one play with clothing as counters? 45 minutes later. Stacia looked from her cards to his, and then looked at them again. And then she looked up at Lord Shelton, who was still fully clothed. She shook her head. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong this time. I did so well before, with the cobnuts." "Lady Luck is fickle," he said, giving her a sympathetic look that she did not believe for an instant. Stacia could not seem to catch her breath, nor could she meet his gaze, which had gone from lazily amused to distinctly predatorial. She looked instead at the pile of garments beside her, and the shoes on the floor. Although he had allowed her to don her bonnet, gloves, pelisse, scarf, and cloak before they began playing, she was still down to her dress, petticoat, stays, stockings, and chemise. 6 more items. A thought struck her. "What about my garters?" He grinned. "Those count." "And my hairpins?" she asked, not caring that her face was flaming at having said garters. "Surely they count?" He tapped his chin. 2 pins equals 1 garment, she said hopefully. He cut a glance at her hair. Something told Stacia that he knew more about how many hairpins a woman needed than she did. 3 pins equals a garment, he said. Stacia exhaled raggedly. Surely her luck would turn by then. Earlier, when they had used cobnuts, she had beaten him every Her head whipped up. You've tricked me." His eyebrows rose and his expression grew haughty. "Are you accusing me of cheating, Miss Martin?" "No, of course not. I didn't mean—" And then she saw the slight curve of his lips and gave a huff of disgust. "You know exactly what I mean. You purposefully lost earlier, didn't you?" "Now you are calling me a Captain Sharp?" He gave her a hurt look. "I cannot believe you." He grinned. "All is fair in love and cards." "You are abominable. How far would you have allowed this to go? Until I was without any clothing?" Her face was doubtless fiery at her inability to articulate a simple word. Lord Shelton naturally looked delighted. "I would have stopped long before you were without any clothing." She laughed before she could catch it. "You are a horrible man." "I am trying to be better," he said meekly. "I don't believe that for a minute." Stacia threw her cards at him, and he laughed. "How could you be so sure of your skill? I might have had a run of luck after all." "True," he said, gathering up the cards and then tidying them into a stack before setting them on the table. He shrugged. "The trick is not caring if I won or lost." "What do you mean?" "I mean that, as much as I wanted to see you naked, I would also enjoy taking off all my own clothing in front of you, Stacia." The laughter that had been brimming in his eyes was gone, and the same hunger she had seen before replaced it. The memory of her hand on his taut nipples and hard muscles slammed into her. Stacia swallowed down the moisture that flooded her mouth. "Come, Stacia, be brave. Life does not offer a person opportunities like this very often." He gestured to the room around them, as if she didn't know exactly what he meant. "I—" The word came out a choked squeak. She cleared her throat. "I am not going to marry you just because Lady Catherine forced our hand." "So you have said. What I am suggesting is not marriage, Stacia. It is sensual pleasure." "If you don't take what he is offering, you will regret it every single day for the rest of your life, Stacia." She would. And yet Stacia knew that she could not look at his naked body, and certainly not touch it, with the twin blue flames of his eyes burning into her. Why do I want this so much? Stacia suddenly and vividly imagined herself years from now, a faded spectre of a woman who was still a companion, walking some ill-humoured dog and dreaming of her past, reliving the memory of these few days over and over again, wishing there was more to remember. She wanted this. Maybe she even needed it. She risked a glance at him. "Nothing we do would mean more than what it is." "If that is what you wish." She did wish it. Darkness, which had so emboldened her the night before, would hide what she so wanted to see, so there would be no point. "A blindfold," she blurted. His eyebrows arched. You want to wear a blindfold while I undress?" Stacia snorted. "I want you to wear one." Rather than look shocked or uneasy, or anything a normal man would likely look, he appeared thrilled. "I would love to wear a blindfold while I strip for you, Miss Martin." Chapter 28. Andrew knew he shouldn't tease her too much. She might change her mind, after all. But watching her blush was simply too precious to resist. "We can use my cravat," he offered, before she could come to her senses. Andrew pulled it off with a tug and offered her the wrinkled strip of linen. "Will you do the honours, or shall I?" "You do it." He cocked his head, his amusement fading when he saw how tightly clenched her jaws were. "Are you sure you—" "Just because I am nervous does not mean I am not sure," she shot back. He nodded and reached up, quickly tying the strip over his eyes. When he finished, he lowered his hands to his sides. "What next, Stacia?" Stacia chewed her lower lip furiously as she stared at him, unable to believe this was happening. Because this sort of thing had never even come close to happening to staid, plain, practical Stacia Martin. "Take off your coats," she ordered. His hands immediately went to the buttons of his claw-hammer, his long, elegant fingers moving deftly. Stacia wanted to tell him to go slower, that things were moving too fast, but he'd already moved on to the buttons on his waistcoat, which was a sober grey and white striped silk. Now that she thought about it, he did not dress like a dandy. All his clothing fit well, but he was not given to peacocking about in wasp-waisted evening coats, or the ridiculously tight trousers many of the younger tulips of the ton had taken to wearing these past years. And she had never seen him in evening clothes that were anything but black and white, a stark combination which suited his blonde good looks to perfection. He tried to shrug out of the fitted coat, but struggled. "Some help, please." "Oh, of course." She leapt up and stepped close enough to him to remove the sleeves of his coat. "Thank you," he said as she peeled the fine wool off his arms. The garments were still warm from the heat of his body. Yet again she was exposed to the intoxicating scent of him and greedily filled her lungs. Lord Shelton stood unmoving before her, the deep V of his badly wrinkled linen shirt exposing the mysterious terrain of his chest to her gaze. She turned away and carefully laid his clothing over the back of the settee, her hands shaking so badly she dropped his waistcoat twice. She smoothed a bit of dust from the expensive silk, and something about the sight of her hand on the masculine garment brought the unreality of the situation thundering back to her. Stacia had just helped Lord Shelton remove his coats. She swallowed convulsively. Am I really doing this? You can still stop. She turned and looked at him. He waited patiently, arms loose at his sides, one hip cocked, booted feet spread in a casual stance. I will look like a coward if I stop. The voice in her head had no response for that. What was worse, looking like a coward or a strumpet? The answer was easier than she would have expected. Sit down and remove your boots. Andrew wondered if the lengthy pause after she'd helped to remove his coats was a sign that she was losing her courage. Regardless of what it meant, he should put a stop to this. He was an experienced man who'd goaded a virgin into demanding that he strip. But if he called a halt to things right now, she would probably think it had something to do with her, rather than a gentlemanly impulse, albeit weak, to spare her tender sensibilities. Liar. You just want to get naked in front of her. Well, there was that too, he thought as he obeyed her command, sank into his chair, and speedily, if not exactly gracefully, wrenched off first one boot and then the other. Stockings, too? He bit back a grin as he pulled them off, tossed them aside, and then flexed his liberated toes. He heard the sound of movement from across the room, the faint creak of the settee. Was she sitting down or getting up? And then came the subtle squeak of one of the ancient floor planks, her footsteps so quiet that she must have shed her ankle boots. His lips twitched at the thought of those diminutive boots. Had he ever seen such a small pair before? "Why are you smirking?" she asked, her voice coming from far nearer than he'd expected. "Because I am happy." "It does not embarrass you to remove your clothing in front of somebody you hardly know?" He chuckled, not just at her question, but at just how unembarrassed she would discover he was if she ever got around to demanding that he shed his leathers. "No." "Stand up," she said, her tone sharp, as if his answer had annoyed her. Andrew stood. "Remove your breeches." His eyebrows almost launched off his forehead at her unexpectedly bold command, but his hands were already in motion, nimbly flicking open the catches on his fall and giving a tug that pulled all the buttons out of their holes in one fell swoop. And then he let the soft doeskin fall to the floor and kicked the garment to the side. The air shifted around him, and he heard more floorboards creaking, farther away this time. "You should put a stop to this. It is up to your shirt." He hesitated. "Was that confusing, my lord?" Andrew laughed. "No, Miss Martin." He grasped the hem of the garment, which was long enough to reach almost the bottom of his small clothes, and pulled it over his head. She gasped. Andrew was arrogant, but he suspected it wasn't the sight of his tented small clothes that had drawn her gasp. No, it would be the hideous scars scattered about his person. Women seemed mesmerized by the mute evidence of violence. Perhaps because so much about war was a mystery to them, or maybe just because the wounds were ugly. Andrew dropped his shirt to the floor when she did not take it from him. "What happened?" she asked, her voice coming from right in front of him. "Sabres happened." He could feel soft, warm puffs of air against his chest. She was close. "Touch me, Stacia," he said, his cock throbbing at the memory of her cool, smooth hands on his chest the night before, and the pleasures they'd given him. Andrew heard an amusing gulp, and could see her expression of indecision in his mind's eye. It was even odds whether she... He hissed when she touched him, the muscles in his abdomen clenching. "Good God, your hands are like ice." She jerked her hands away. "Here," Andrew said, holding up his own hands, which were on fire. "Put them between mine and I'll warm them." "Do it," he added when she hesitated, pleased when she complied. He chafed her hands between his. "Are you always this cold?" "Are you always this warm?" she countered. "I burn hot." He rubbed in silence for a moment longer, until she felt, if not warm, then at least not chilled. "There," he said, releasing her. "You may proceed." "You really don't mind?" "I adore your hands on me." "Even here?" She lightly grazed the largest of his scars, the place where the sabre had gone all the way through him. "Yes, even there, Stacia." Her hand shook slightly at his admission, but she didn't pull away. Indeed, she became bolder, tracing the other wounds, one on his shoulder and the other close to his heart, but returning to the large puckered strip of skin on his side. "This must have hurt." It did. He did not tell her that he had almost died, that he had prayed for death at the time, not because of the sabre damage itself, but the putrefaction that set in afterward. "I was very sick afterward," he said, sensing she was waiting for more. "The care I received at the time was less than adequate. I might have become even sicker if my cousin had not come for me." The conditions had been squalid, fetid, and nearly mortal. He had been in a tent with dozens of others, no beds, damned few blankets, and only one overworked nurse and doctor for all of them. Andrew knew enough about wounds to know that he had been dying. And then Chatham had found him. His cousin rarely lost his temper, but that had been one of the few times. Months afterward, when he had felt well enough and grateful enough not to curse Sylvester for not allowing him to die, he'd had a ring made for his cousin, a thick Viking band that proclaimed his life now belonged to Sylvester. 2 years later, when he'd taken care of Sylvester after his cousin had been hit in the face by a piece of shrapnel that should have killed him, Sylvester had brought him an identical ring. Sylvester had never removed his ring, not even during the years they'd been estranged. Andrew absently rubbed his finger over the bare spot on his thumb. The indent from the ring was long gone. So was the ring, which he'd flung in Chatham's face 11 years ago, when his cousin had refused to release Maria. "This looks like the worst one," she murmured, carefully caressing the wound as if it might hurt. "It is the worst scar, but—" "But," she prodded. "I had my bell rung rather dreadfully once. I was passing too close to one of the big guns when it went off. It quite rattled my brain, and I was stone deaf for almost 6 weeks. I was terrified that I would never regain my hearing. That fear was worse than any sabre cut." "But it came back?" "For the most part." Not telling her about the headaches that had come back along with it. "But why am I talking about such a thing now?" "Because I asked you." "Surely we can make better use of our—" "Ah!" He sucked in a breath as Stacya's palm left the scar and skimmed over one of his nipples. She jerked her hand away at his gasp, but as he'd done last night, he caught her arm and held it in place. "That feels good." It felt bloody intoxicating, and made him burn to throw her onto the bed and bury himself in her so deeply that it would be impossible to know where she began and he ended. Andrew was smart enough to keep those thoughts to himself. After all, she was already skittish. He didn't want to terrify her. Her touch was tentative at first. Even so, he bit his tongue until he tasted blood, vibrating with need by the time she raised her other hand and caressed the neglected nipple. A growl tore out of his chest when the soft, cool pads of her fingers lightly pinched the pebbled buds. "Bloody hell!" he ground out, reaching unerringly for her waist, holding her easily with one arm as he tore off the blindfold and stared down into eyes that were pools of black. He began to pluck the pins from her hair. I want to feel it loose." She did not stop him. "It is as I thought," he murmured once it fell free. What?" "It is so long, it covers your bottom." He wrapped the thick rope around and around one hand, and then tugged her head back. "Unless you tell me no, I'm going to carry you over to that bed and strip off all our clothing." Her mouth opened and her eyes widened in shock. But then she nodded. "No light," she added hastily. Andrew growled. He would have liked to argue, but— "Fine," he said. "But first I'm going to carry you to the bed so I don't trip and fall in the darkness and embarrass myself." Lord Shelton lowered Stacia onto the bed and met her gaze in the dim light while he stroked her hair. "If you let me have the light on, I can do some wonderful things with this hair of yours." Stacia blinked, momentarily distracted by his words. What?" He grinned, his fingers quickly dividing the heavy mass in half. "Oh, so many uses. I could use it as a rope to tie your wrist to the bed and—" "The lights, my lord!" she yelped. He laughed, and then across the room so quickly that Stacia didn't even have time to consider his words before he snuffed the candles and plunged the room into near darkness. The only light the red glow of the fire. A moment later the mattress dipped beside her, and his voice rumbled close to her temple. "Change your mind?" He kissed the rim of her ear. "No," she said, not needing so much as a second to reconsider. "Good. May I undress you?" She hissed in a breath and exhaled noisily. "Yes." The mattress moved again as he left it. Before she could ask where he was going, he took her ankle and set her foot on his thigh. Both his hands caressed up her calf slowly, his fingers warm as they untied her garter. He didn't immediately roll down her stocking. Instead, one hand massaged the indentation left by her garter, while the other caressed the thin inner skin of her thigh. "You need to breathe, sweetheart." His amused voice broke her from her trance, making her aware of the burning in her lungs. Shelton removed her other garter and stocking, gently lowered her leg, and then sat beside her. "We can stop any time you want. I won't think any less of you." His hand cupped her jaw and turned her face toward him. The faint light from the fireplace cast a warm glow over his profile, but was not enough to see more than an outline. He kissed her gently, a series of light, tender brushes of his lips, until her body began to relax. "Tell me what you want, Stacia." She closed her eyes and tilted her head back when he nudged her chin up and began kissing her bared throat. "This," she whispered, as his mouth moved lower, until his lips and nose brushed against the swell of her breasts. "I want this." He dropped one last kiss before his hands closed around her waist. "Stand up for me, darling." He did most of the lifting, positioning her like a doll in front of him, his knees bracketing her legs as his hands moved on the buttons of her gown, with an assurance that she didn't want to examine too closely. "Arms up." Stacy's body complied, although her mind was frozen. He raised the dress over her head and leaned to the side to lay it somewhere near the foot of the bed. Next, he reached for her laces and speedily loosened her stays before pushing them down to the floor. He found the tape securing her petticoat and tugged it loose. The garment joined her stays, leaving her in nothing but her thin shift. "On or off?" he asked, his hands lightly caressing her hips. Stacia took a deep breath, and before she could lose her courage, she reached for the hem and pulled the well-worn garment over her head. His warm hands slid over her again, this time without anything between them. He groaned. "Silky," he muttered, and then pulled her closer, kissing the hard spot between her breasts as his hands moved up to cup a breast in each palm. And then his mouth was on her nipple, and Stacia thought her head would spin off her shoulders. Just when she could not bear a moment more, he moved to the other breast and commenced a second sensual assault. "Yes," he hissed, which is when she noticed that she'd buried her hands in his hair and pulled him tighter. "Don't stop," he ordered when she began to release him. He alternated teasing her nipples, suckling and licking. And then he gave her a stinging nip. She gasped, the sudden pain causing the muscles in her sex to clench almost as intensely as they'd done earlier, when she had lost control. Twice. "Sorry, darling. Did that hurt? Let me make it better." He kissed the offended nipple and then suckled it. And then nipped her again, harder. She cried out, and he responded by lifting her by the waist and then setting her astride his thighs. "My lord, what are you—" "Andrew," he chided, nipping and massaging and kissing until she was writhing and thrusting herself at him, all but begging for the mystifying pain that brought such pleasure in its wake. He licked one of her breasts before lightly suckling the swollen, sensitive nipple. "Such pretty little tits you have been hiding beneath your gowns, Stacia." She sucked in a breath at his crude words, shocked at the burst of arousal that slicked her thighs that were spread indecently wide. She tried to pull her legs together, but he gave a low chuckle and, maintaining his torment of her breasts, lowered his hands to her legs and gently but firmly spread her wider. Her tendons stretched, and the ache reminded her that this was a position no decent woman would ever find herself in. Stacia could not imagine the sight she must make. That thought overcame the wicked pleasure she felt in her pose. When she increased her efforts to pull her legs together, he released her breast with a wet pop, and his hands disappeared from her thighs, his powerful arms wrapping around her body as his night beard grazed the sensitive flesh of her breasts. "Shall I stop?" he asked, his low voice sending vibrations through her chest that arrowed directly toward her widespread sex, compounding the distracting pulsing. Stacia thought she might actually die if he stopped. Thankfully, she didn't say that. Instead, she gave a slight shake of her head. "You need to use your words, sweetheart." She swallowed several times, shocked at how her mouth could be so flooded with moisture and yet her throat so dry. "I feel wicked." Those weren't the words she'd intended to say, but they were certainly the truth. He murmured, shifting his embrace until the bulging muscles of his upper arms pushed her breasts together, trapping his face between them. "You certainly do," he said, and then sucked the side of her breath that rested against his mouth. Stacia's head fell back, and she bit her lower lip to keep from moaning. This time, when he resumed his attention to her nipples, and his hands wended their way toward the apex of her thighs like twin serpents, she did nothing to stop him. Andrew had known her sweet little body was lush. He'd felt her plump arse pressed against his cock that day he'd taken her up on Drake with him. But he'd had no clue as to the perfect pair of breasts she was hiding beneath her prim, high-necked gowns. Andrew adored breasts. Big ones, small ones, matching ones that pointed in different directions. It didn't matter. He loved them all. But he could not recall enjoying a pair of breasts quite as much as he was doing right now. They were soft and perfectly filled his palms, tipped by small sensitive nipples that he joyously sucked to nubbly points. He wanted to bite them even harder and had to restrain himself. Thus far he'd caused her only pleasurable pain and wanted to keep it that way. He'd nuzzled and sucked and kissed while moving toward the treasure between her thighs with agonizing slowness, imagining how she looked in his mind's eye, the soft frills of her pussy spread, swollen and slick, her body readying itself for his. Andrew shook himself. Christ, why had he ever agreed to this foolish darkness? His fingers shook when he encountered the dampness at the crease where her thighs met her sex. He squeezed his eyes shut as his body thrummed with need, until the evidence of his overheated desire slid down his aching shaft. He only had to push down his drawers and move her an inch or two closer, and he could sink into what would assuredly be a tight, virginal cunt. He'd had only one virgin before, Maria. The experience so long ago that he recalled very little other than her expressing discomfort but not wishing to stop. And you didn't stop. You put a baby into her. That thought was almost enough to kill his erection. Tonight he would give Stacia pleasure, not a child. Andrew released the nipple he'd been tormenting and was amused by the small whimper of disappointment she made. He proceeded slowly in case she wanted him to stop, stroking up and down her inner thighs, higher each time, until the sides of his fingers caressed the soft lips of her outer sex with each stroke. Rather than stiffen or jerk away, she pulled his head down toward her chest. Andrew smiled and went willingly, attaching himself to a nipple as eagerly as any nursing babe, sucking little gasps and moans out of her while he covered her mound with one hand, gently cupping her and letting her become accustomed to his touch on such a private part of her body. When she pulled his head off one breast and guided his mouth to the other, he decided she was accustomed enough and slid his middle finger between her folds, groaning at the slick heat he encountered. "So wet for me," he muttered against her taut nipple, and then suckled her even harder as he stroked the swollen petals of her sex, easily finding her engorged, eager nub and teasing her to the brink of climax, stopping just before she toppled over the edge. She made an irritated little growling sound that was adorable. There was that word again. Andrew chuckled against the erect nubbin in his mouth, unable to resist giving it a nip. She hissed and jolted, her hips rolling in a way that gave her the friction she wanted. Andrew kept just far enough away from her clitoris that she was forced to take what she needed from him. "Yes," he encouraged, as she bucked her hips and ground herself against him. When she began to shake and jerk with need, he took over and fingered an orgasm from her responsive body so quickly he was left starving for more. It was all he could do to wait until the tremors had faded before lightly rubbing his slick thumb at the base of her throbbing sex organ, careful to avoid the too sensitive peak, drawing out her climax and sending her crashing into a second orgasm. She was still shaking when he lifted her off his knee and laid her out on the bed. He stood beside the bed and stared down at her through a darkness so murky it was impossible to see anything but an outline of the lush little body laid out like an irresistible buffet. Andrew pulled the tape on his drawers and pushed them down to the floor, his hard, leaking cock eagerly springing free. And then, before she was fully back in possession of her faculties, he spread her legs and lowered himself between them. Stacia jolted at the feeling of something unspeakably soft on her thigh. She had barely been aware when Lord Shelton, Andrew, why avoid such an intimacy after what he had just done to her, had lifted her from her wanton pose over his hips and laid her out. Now, feeling the heat of his broad shoulders pressing against her inner thighs, she pushed up onto her elbows. "What are you doing?" she asked breathily. "I am licking you," he said, and his tone so normal he might have said, "I am going for a walk." "But why?" "Because you taste good." "I do?" "Mm-hmm," he murmured, the firm wet swipe of his tongue running up the top of her thigh, through the crease and then continuing without pausing into her private curls. She squawked. "My lord, what—" "Andrew," he muttered, and then his tongue, slick, hot and insistent, pushed between her nether lips. Stacia was so shocked that she could only stare into the gloom, wide-eyed and wide-mouthed, as he moaned and burrowed into her, shoulders shifting and nudging while he parted her with skilled, gentle fingers. It was unbelievably, deliciously, wickedly filthy. It was also the second best thing she had ever felt, the first having occurred only moments before, and she was powerless to stop him. His voice rumbled in the darkness. "If you had allowed me any light, I would make you watch what I do, Stacia." Her jaw sagged lower. "But it is like a coal mine in here. So, lie back, relax, and allow me to enjoy myself." He nudged her legs even wider and lowered his mouth until his tongue prodded at the opening to her body. "Andrew!" she gasped. "Hmm?" he murmured, in between long, languorous licks, the tip of his tongue flicking into her with each stroke. "That is... it's..." His mouth lifted off her. "What is it?" he asked, his voice thick with desire, amusement, and curiosity. Stacia didn't have the strength to tell him that what he was doing was wrong. How could she, when it felt so very right? For one tense moment, Andrew thought she might stop him. But when she flopped onto her back with a groan, he knew he'd won. He grinned in triumph and threw himself into his pleasurable task, his plan for the next hour laid out in his mind as clearly as any military commander had ever conceived a battle strategy. Her tiny little erection was too sensitive so soon after her orgasm, but there was plenty to keep him happily occupied until he could make her come again. He used his tongue to do what his cock was not allowed to, and fucked her with leisurely precision, feasting on her sweet pussy until she forgot about how shocking all this was, and her hips began to lift, her body's way of demanding more. Only then did he move back to her clitoris, licking and gently sucking until she was grinding against him. He opened his jaws wider and took as much of her cunt as he could fit into his mouth. A moment later, she cried out and lifted off the bed, body convulsing, as she flooded his mouth with her bliss. Andrew buried his tongue inside her to enjoy the echoes of her orgasm, and then employed his thumb yet again to force one more climax from her body. Only when her hands plucked at his hair to pull him off did he stop. He prowled up her body and kissed her then, giving her a taste of herself. He could tell by her initial stiffening that she was scandalized, but then her tongue, shy and tentative, pushed into his mouth, and he let her explore. When she pulled away, he rolled them both onto their sides. "Do you like the taste of yourself?" he asked, amused when she gave another of her adorable gasps. "Is that—" She broke off, and Andrew could easily imagine her expression of mortification. "Is it what, my adorable lover?" To his amusement, she pushed her face into the hollow of his throat, as if to hide even more than the darkness already afforded. "Is that something everyone does?" she asked, her voice muffled against his skin. He rolled onto his back and laughed. "If Catherine ever lets us out of this attic, you can ask the other guests that when we retire to the drawing-room. It would be more entertaining than cards or spillikins." She shoved him with a small hand. "You know what I mean. Is it normal marital activity?" Andrew lazily stroked his cock, which was so wet with need that it felt as though he'd already ejaculated, and considered how to answer her question. "I'm going to hazard a guess that it is not something Addiscombe, who strikes me as a selfish three-pumps-and-done man, if ever I saw one, ever did to his wife. If he had, perhaps she might not be such a miserable crone." "What?" he asked, when she made a mortified squeaking sound. "That was an extremely vulgar assessment." Andrew merely smiled. "But I do like hearing the truth for once," she added quietly. He spread his legs just enough that he could reach his balls and tug on the tight skin of his sack. "What are you doing down there?" she asked a moment later. "Stroking myself." She turned over so quickly the bed shook. He could see the vague outline of a dark shape looming over him, as if she had risen up on her knees. That is, Andrew grinned lazily and waited to hear what she said next. Will you put the blindfold back on? Chapter 29. Lord Shelton laughed at Stacya's question, but immediately said, "Of course." He began to get up. "I will fetch it," Stacya said. She slipped from the bed and felt around until she located her chemise and slipped it over her head before picking her way back to the seating area, searching until she found his neckcloth where he'd tossed it, and then hurried back to the bed and dropped the linen strip over the spot where his torso should be. "Here it is." "Shall I?" "Yes, you put it on." She threw the words over her shoulder while heading back to the fireplace. By the time she located the bowl of spills and lighted 2 of the candles, a quick glance in the direction of the bed showed that he'd already tied the blindfold and was lying on his back. Her gaze jumped immediately to where his hand languidly moved up and down. She sucked in a breath, her heart thundering at the shockingly erotic sight. His head rolled toward her when she approached the bed, his lips wearing the lazy, sensual smile she'd seen in dozens of ballrooms as he'd charmed hundreds of women, a look that had filled her with so much yearning that she could still feel it. "Well?" he asked. "Well?" she echoed. "Shall I pleasure myself, or do you want to do it for me?" "Me?" He laughed, and she marveled as the muscles in his chest and belly flexed. He used the hand not stroking himself to caress his belly, his broad palm sliding slowly up the ridged muscle to the slab of his breast. He gave a low purr of pleasure when he dragged his fingers over an erect nipple. Stacya watched all of it in open-mouthed wonder. "Are you still there?" he asked, amusement coloring his husky voice. She nodded dumbly, recalled he could not see her, and said, "Yes." "You are—" She bit her tongue before the word magnificent slipped out. "Without shame?" he suggested, his grin sinful. "Yes," she said, and then gave a choked laugh. He laughed with her, his hands not ceasing their mesmerizing motions. Stacya wanted to touch him so badly her clenched hands ached with the effort of not reaching for him. But she was, at the end of the day, a coward. "I will watch." She was so embarrassed she could hardly force the words out. If he was disappointed, he gave no sign of it, merely nodding and leaving her to enjoy the sight of his body and what he was doing to it. Stacya had never seen a penis in full, bloom. It was far larger than one was given to believe, based on the classical statues. The rest of him, however, was as beautiful as any marble depiction of masculinity she had ever seen. Of course, none of the statues had borne scars on their perfectly chiseled torsos, but that only made him more beautiful in her opinion. "Do you like watching me, Stacya?" "Yes." She pulled her rapt gaze from his stroking fist and moved slowly up the artistry of his abdomen and chest, fascinated to note that he was now sheened in perspiration. His face was a mask of raw sensuality, his full, shapely lips slack. "You were magnificent earlier, giving your pleasure up to me so perfectly. It is a miracle I did not humiliate myself and spend all over myself." He smiled faintly. "And yet, that is exactly what I am about to do in any case." His breathing grew rougher and his strokes quickened. "Touch me while I come for you, Stacya." Her hand was moving before the request had left his mouth. She wished she were close enough to claim his lips, but the way he was shaking told her he was about to experience what she had enjoyed 4 times today. And so she slid a hand up his thigh, not close enough to interrupt his motions, but close enough to lightly brush the shadowed bulge between his splayed thighs. It was happening too quickly. It would all be over too fast. Not yet. Stacia spoke the words without realizing it. His hand instantly stopped. No? He asked in a strained voice. She swallowed. No. Rather than look annoyed, which was how she had felt when he had teased her earlier, he smiled. You are a cruel mistress, he murmured. Would you like me to beg? Her jaw dropped, her breathing so rough she could hear it. Yes. His nostrils flared. Please let me stroke myself, Stacia. Stacia swore the room rocked around her at his plea. Yet again she gaped like a landed fish before collecting scrambled wits. You may, but slowly. The muscles in his abdomen and chest tensed as he stroked himself all the way from crown to root, his hips lifting off the bed as he thrust, his erection appearing obscenely huge. Again, she commanded. He repeated his caress, but only as much as she allowed him. Power and desire warred inside her. The eroticism of having such a body at her control, intoxicating. Stacia tormented him as long as she could bear it, until they were both tense with need, and then said, Make yourself. Her voice broke. Do it, she ordered gruffly, her tongue refusing to form the naughty words he'd used earlier. He did not hesitate to comply, his hips pumping savagely, his slick length slamming into his fist. It took scarcely a half-dozen thrusts before his muscles grew taut beneath his sheen skin. He reached out blindly with his free hand, and when Stacia grasped it, his hips rose off the bed, and she watched in wonder as his release came. Jet after jet after jet, crisscrossing as far as his chest, his grip on her hand crushing as each wave rolled through his big body. His back arched until every striation and sinew must be visible, and then, suddenly, he sagged into a boneless heap, still gasping for breath as he reached up and flicked the blindfold from his head, glanced down at himself, and then used the expensive linen to wipe up his chest and belly. He tossed the cloth aside when he was finished and offered her a heavy-eyed smile, looking as contented as a sleek cat lounging in a patch of warm sunshine. I liked having you watch me. Her face scolded under his sated gaze. Now I have embarrassed you, he said, as she disentangled their laced fingers. No, I just need... He caught her wrist when she would have slid off the bed. Come and lie with me. It is late, and I am no danger to your virtue in this condition. He grinned sleepily. Not for some time, at least. But the candles? Let them burn. He released her long enough to pull the blankets from beneath their bodies and cover them, and then he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her to him, once again holding her with his front to her back. There. Just like that, he yawned. I should have asked if you needed anything. Food? Something to drink? No, she said faintly, her belly churning at the thought of trying to choke anything down at this point. He rumbled, pulling her tighter and molding his body to hers. Are you traumatized? She gave a startled laugh. What? Have you ever seen a naked, aroused man? When would I have had a chance to see such a thing? She demanded in a high, unnatural voice. Predictably, he chuckled. You mean you've never been locked into a priest hole with a strange man at any of the house parties you've attended? I thought it was all the rage. I once saw the bareback side of my friend's brother when I was visiting her during the summer, she blurted. Oh? He said, sounding slightly more awake. And how was that experience? She snorted. How do you think it was? I screamed and ran. His big body shook with mirth as he kissed her temple, ear, and neck. Poor Stacia. How old were you?
6 and 10.
He was younger, and we were fortunate that he and his mates were more mortified than we were. She paused and then couldn't help asking, When did you first see a woman without clothing? He made a thoughtful humming sound. I must have been 14. It was certainly before I turned 15, because that is when the old Duke finally gave in to my nagging and bought me a commission. That is so young. He shrugged. What happened? She asked. What happened? He repeated blankly. Yes. Where was she when you saw her? Beneath me, in bed. Stacia gasped and then twisted his arms. What are you doing? I was comfortable, he complained petulantly, when she turned until she could see his face, their bodies no longer touching. You were with a woman when you were only 14? Yes. Who? Who was it? He lifted one eyebrow at her. I just mean, was it... It wasn't a servant, was it? An expression of distaste flickered across his face. What do you take me for? The sort of cad who foists himself on powerless women? No, of course not, she said. I am sorry if I implied that. It is just that we once engaged a maid who'd been molested by her employer. A man I saw dozens of times during my London season. Nobody would hire her because he had so blackened her name. My father believed her rather than her employer. He said some aristocratic men thought that everyone who lived in their home belonged to them, like their dogs and horses. Your father was right, but my uncle would have beaten his sons, or me, if we'd ever been inclined to such behaviour. So, then who was this woman? He grinned at her. So curious. Why is that? I told you about my first time, she retorted, even though she knew it was hardly the same. But it seemed her argument convinced him because he said, It was the old Duke's mistress. Her jaw dropped. But, you sound like a hen. Bok, bok. She ignored his teasing. So many questions roiling inside her head it was hard to know what to ask first. How old was she? And why would she do such a thing? I have no idea how old she was. As to the why, I can only assume the Duke had irked her in some way. He smiled. Or she simply could not resist my male beauty. You were a child. I was an ignorant, horny young lad. He grinned. And when I returned to school, I was a very well-respected, not quite so ignorant, swaggering Lothario. Shame on you. I thought a gentleman did not share such details. I was a callow youth. Besides, it wasn't me who let it slip, but Sylvester. You must have told him? Not exactly. What do you mean? I mean, he was there too. Stacia stared in open-mouthed shock, a state this man reduced her to far too frequently. For the first time ever, Lord Shelton looked embarrassed. I probably should not have shared that. I beg your pardon. Is that something people do often? Ah. Stacia shoved his chest, not that he budged so much as an inch. Oh, just answer my question. Nobody ever tells women this sort of thing, and I am 24. 24, he repeated, his eyebrows raised. What? She demanded. Nothing. Stacia wanted to ask him what that look was for, but she wanted an answer to her previous question more. If you can experience such a thing at 14, certainly I am old enough to simply hear about it. Well, he said, drawing the word out while regarding her with a wary look. Young men are... How should I put this? He seemed to be asking the question of himself. They do not last long. Stacia frowned, trying to put his meaning together and save herself from appearing more of an ignorant dunce than she was. They ejaculate quickly. He paused. Do you know what Of course, I know what that means, although only because of the context. A young man goes off far too quickly to ensure his partner's pleasure. 2 young men, however, might manage to get the job, done. Comprehension, along with, at least, the 50th blush of the last few days, came to her. It would be extremely difficult to look the Duke of Chatham in the eye the next time she saw him. Stacia frowned as a thought came to her. Do 2 women ever lie with 1 man? His eyes widened slightly. Never mind, she hastily said, not wanting to allow that picture purchase in her mind. It does seem rather unjust that young ladies get no education on such matters, he said after a moment, absently reaching out and smoothing a lock of hair behind her ear. His gaze sharpened on her, and his hand slid around her waist and settled on her lower back. I will answer any questions you have about sexual matters. Just ask. I have none, she lied. He smiled. That offer will remain open. Now, come here, he said gently, but inexorably pulling her closer. Rest your head on my arm, he said when it was clear she didn't know quite what to do with herself, and slide your upper leg between my thighs. Go on, he urged when she gawked, yet another expression she'd worn more often than she liked. She did as he bade, and he lowered his leg over hers, fitting them together yet again, but more like forks than spoons. Stacia shifted slightly, and finally put her upper arm around his body. Good. Comfortable? He asked. Your arm hardly makes a soft pillow. He chuckled and shifted until her head rested on his shoulder. Better? She burrowed in a bit more before giving a satisfied grunt. Good night, Stacia. Good night, Andrew. Stacia was amazed at how quickly he fell asleep, his breathing deep and even within what felt like seconds. How could he possibly sleep after what had just happened? Because it is nothing special to him, not like it was for you. The thought was all the more painful because she knew it was true. How many lovers had he had? How many times had he done these things with other women? This is not love, Stacia. She didn't think it was, at least not on his side. It was just lust. Stacia squeezed her eyes shut, as if that would stimulate thought. No, lust didn't sound right either. Whatever it was not enough to sustain a marriage. She stared up at the slanted ceiling, her vision suddenly hot and blurry. Her mind was like a tangle of embroidery silks. She could not think clearly while she was so intimately enmeshed with his body. She would wait until he was dozing deeply, and then carefully disengage herself from him. Yes, that is what she would do, and then she would be able to think. Stacia wiped her eyes and then closed them and commenced to wait. Within seconds, she surrendered to sleep. Chapter 30. Which house, earlier that same evening, 2 floors below. Catherine. Katy found herself seated between the Earl of Crewe and the Duke of Chatham at dinner that night. Although she had lived in the Duke's house for months, she could not claim to know him, nor was she very comfortable in his presence, especially not since she'd locked his cousin in the priest-hole. Lord Crewe, who was also scarred, handsome, and extremely intimidating, caused the same fluttering in her belly that all her sisters' husbands seemed to do, not because of anything inappropriate they said or did, but because Katy now knew what these men did with her sisters in their respective bedchambers. Had what her mother shouted at her several mornings earlier really been true? Was sexual intercourse all these men had wanted from any of them? Were they only married because her sisters had denied them pre-marital favours? Could that really be the only difference between Katy and— You are not eating your dessert, Lady Catherine. Are you not hungry? She looked up at the sound of the Duke of Chatham's quiet voice. his cool gaze causing the same disorganization of thoughts it usually did.
No. I think I ate too many cakes earlier when we were decorating.
Katy couldn't help noticing that his own baked custard had barely been touched.
You didn't care for yours?
He ignored her question. Her Grace went to check on PK just before dinner. Katy's mind spun at the sudden change in subject.
Is he injured?
PK was the name her sister had given to the massive dun gelding the Duke had given her several months earlier. The animal was, in Katy's opinion, brutishly ugly and ill-tempered. He'd snapped at Katy on more than one occasion, but High loved the beast. Again the Duke ignored her question. Can you guess what the Duchess saw in the stables?
Horses?
Katy gave him a cheeky grin, but it died a quick death at the frosty look in his eyes. Footmen appeared behind their chairs, and the Duke nodded, as did Katy. Chatham continued to stare at her through narrowed eyes as the servants collected their mostly untouched desserts. Your sister and I wish to speak to you after dinner. She swallowed. Lord Crewe's voice came from her other side, sparing her the Duke's icy gaze. Aurelia tells me you are an exceptional chess player, Lady Catherine. Katy latched onto Lord Crewe's question like the lifeline it was, wrenching her gaze away from Chatham and turning to her newest brother-in-law.
I have been told I am, she said with a forced smile. Do you like to play?
I do. Perhaps you will honour me with a game. She forced a bright smile.
Of course.
He leaned closer, the action bringing his scarred but handsome face and single magnificent eye close enough for her to see the shards of blue that comprised his iris. He dropped his voice and said, I never again want to play cards against Chatham and her Grace. The last time I was mauled that badly, I lost an eye. His words startled a laugh out of her.
Yes, they are savagely skilled.
He grinned, suddenly looking boyish. I could not have worded it better myself. Phoebe, seated at the foot of the table, stood. Ladies, shall we retire to the drawing-room? I believe there is still a great deal of decorating left to do. Katy breathed a sigh of relief at the prospect of escaping Chatham's brooding presence, and began to stand when Lord Needham's voice cut across the murmur of voices. We gentlemen will forego our nightly ritual of port and cigars to assist you, my dear. So much for Katy's chances of escape. Beside her, Chatham opened his mouth. Katy hastily turned to Lord Crewe, who was in the middle of saying something to Mrs. Leland, and grabbed his arm.
Let us have a game right now, before we are dragooned into decorating, my lord.
Crewe blinked at her likely demented expression and said, Of course. He excused himself to Mrs. Leland before allowing Katy to drag him off. She chattered brainlessly all the way to the drawing-room, and while she set up the board, her gaze flickered to where High and Chatham stood, both regarding her in a way that promised no quarter. An hour later, in the middle of her third game, her sister had obviously waited long enough. High leaned over and hissed in her ear, I want a word with you once you are finished with this game, Catherine. Catherine. Katy swallowed at the sound of her full name. She wanted to ignore High, but something about becoming a duchess had transformed her erstwhile unassuming sibling into somebody who was slightly terrifying.
As soon as I'm finished.
High jerked a nod and strode away. As much as she would have liked to draw the game out, preferably until after Christmas, she had already taken both of Crewe's bishops, knights, and one rook. She'd had at least 3 opportunities to take his queen, but that would have made an already boring game unbearable. Crewe heaved a heavy sigh, obviously realizing the futility of his current position, and set his king on its side. His single eye slid up to meet hers, and he wore a rueful smile. He was virile, charming, and handsome, and it was easy to see why Aurelia was so infatuated with him, regardless of his woeful lack of chess acumen. "Aurelia beats me quite soundly, but never as badly as this," the Earl said. Katy suspected her sister, no mean player herself, probably had mercy on her attractive spouse. "Will you play me next?" Doddy asked the Earl. Her little brother had been hovering around the famous naturalist almost as much as he'd been dogging Lord Shaftesbury, who'd evidently been a famous Corinthian prior to losing his vision. Crewe raised a brow at Katy. "If your sister is finished with me—"
"I will relinquish the chair, my lord."
He looked relieved. She stood and saw High waiting for her only a few feet away, her husband right beside her. It was a sign of their displeasure that both of them had given up thrashing all comers at cards in order to buttonhole Catherine. "The jewel room," High murmured. High and the Duke walked on either side of her, as if fearing Katy would try to run on the short distance to the cosy sitting room that was inexplicably called the jewel room.
"I have always wondered why this is called the jewel room," Katy said when Chatham had shut the door. "Do you know why, High?"
High ignored her conversational ploy. "What have you done with Shelton and Miss Martin?" Katy swallowed as she looked up several inches into High's crystalline green eyes. They never looked exactly warm, but she could not recall a time when they'd appeared so very frosty. She briefly considered pretending ignorance, but a quick glance at the Duke convinced her otherwise.
"They are both safe and sound."
High's normally unreadable face shifted into an expression of profound shock, and she seemed at a loss for words. Katy hurried on.
"I was going to let them out tomorrow morning, before anyone was up and about. That way nobody would be the wiser that Miss Martin hadn't really been ill and Shelton hadn't really gone to see a horse."
High's jaw had sagged as she listened to Katy's babbling. "When Chatham told me what he thought, I did not believe him." She took a step closer to Katy, anger rolling off her long, thin frame. "What is wrong with you?" Katy quailed at the disgust in her sister's gaze. The Duke set a hand on his wife's arm. "Hyacinth," he murmured, drawing High's rigid body against his.
"I did it for them,"
Katy protested, grimacing as she noticed that her reasoning, when spoken aloud, sounded less than convincing.
"For their own good," she added lamely.
"You destroyed both their reputations for their own good," the Duke repeated, in a tone of cool disgust that was even more cutting than her sister's anger. Katy flung up her hands.
"Were you not listening? I told you that nobody will ever—"
"Even if what you say is true, and I am not yet willing to believe that, they will know, Katy," her sister said. "Can you imagine how Miss Martin will have worried these past few days? And Shelton has only just begun to be somebody I might want to claim as family." The Duke cut his wife a startled look at her admission, but High wasn't finished. "What do you think this will do to him? To both of them?"
"They both like each other, a great deal. This is the only way either of them would have acted on their attraction. I merely gave them a push."
Her sister and the Duke looked at her as if she'd suddenly sprouted a second head. Desperate for understanding, she turned to the Duke.
"Do you know why Shelton ran off with Miss Creighton and then abandoned her?"
The Duke's pale cheeks darkened with displeasure. "That is hardly—"
"Because Sarah Creighton begged him to."
Was it satisfying to see their thunderstruck expressions? Yes, it was. And yet somehow Katy suspected their surprise would not help when it came to digging herself out of the hole she'd made. A few minutes later, after she had related the details surrounding Sarah's confession, her assessment was borne out. The Duke had briefly looked delighted to hear about Shelton's innocence, but the moment did not last. Instead, he now fixed her with a look of such cool disappointment that Katy wanted to crawl under the settee. As relieved as I am to hear my cousin is not guilty of that particular crime, it was not your place to make decisions for them. Regardless of whether their disappearance goes unnoticed or not, you might very well have taken away their choices when it comes to marriage."
When he put it like that, Katy could not think of a word in her defence.
"Now, where are they?" the Duke demanded.
Chapter 31. Andrew was having a lovely dream. It was nothing specific, just a sense of comfort and rightness. He also felt strangely light, as if a pallet of bricks had been lifted off his chest. Odd that, because not until that moment had he even noticed how heavy his heart had felt. He opened his eyes and was temporarily disoriented. First, by the strange bed and slanted roof he could see above him, and then by the small body that so tightly knitted to his. Stacia. He smiled, just thinking the name, and glanced down at the head burrowed into his chest. Her breathing was that of a person in deep sleep, and she felt utterly delicious. Unfortunately, he needed to use the chamber pot. He also needed to begin working on the attic door, even though he hated the thought of damaging it, but needs must. Andrew kissed her head and carefully extricated himself from her tight embrace. He covered her with the blanket, turned toward the screen, and then almost leapt out of his skin when he saw a man in the wing chair he had begun to think of as his. Chatham. After a quick glance at the door, which was open, he searched for his drawers in the tangle of clothing on the floor, slipped into them, and went behind the screen to take care of business before washing his hands and face in cold water and facing his cousin. The Duke looked up at him without speaking, his expression weary in the light of the guttering candle. Andrew dressed without speaking, donning everything except his cravat and boots. He shoved the former in his pocket and picked up the latter before walking quietly toward the door. Rather than stand in the suffocating stairwell, he descended to the corridor below. The instant he stepped outside the linen closet, he saw he was not alone. The Duchess waited, arms crossed over her chest, her expression as unreadable as ever. When she pushed off the wall and strode toward the secret stairwell, he shook his head. "She is sleeping." He pulled out his watch. It was far earlier than he thought, barely 2 o'clock. "I will wake her shortly." The Duchess looked as if she wanted to argue, but gave an abrupt nod as the Duke joined her. Andrew bent to pull on his boot and asked his cousin, "How did you find us?" "Catherine told us." Andrew's eyebrows shot up. "Not voluntarily," the Duke added. "I assume the house has been in an uproar searching for us, or did they assume we headed for the border?" "Neither. Nobody even knew you were missing." Andrew paused in the act of pulling on his second boot. "But how?" "Catherine is devious, I must give her that," Sylvester chuckled, received a look of disbelief from his wife, and then quickly smothered his amusement and said, "She made it seem that you'd gone to look at a horse somewhere, and that Miss Martin was bedridden with a terrible cold." "And nobody noticed or bothered to check on her?" His gaze slid to the Duchess. "Not even her employer?" "My mother is a hypochondriac, and feared catching whatever had forced Miss Martin to take her to bed." "So nobody knows but you two?" They both nodded. Andrew gave a sharp bark of laughter. "Now, there's an outcome I never anticipated." Chatham frowned at him, and Andrew could read the question in his cousin's eyes as clearly as if Sylvester had shouted it at him. "It is not what you think," he said quietly, holding his cousin's gaze. The Duke's jaw worked, as if he wanted to ask something. After a moment he gave an abrupt nod. "I hope so," was all he said. "She will not marry me," Andrew said, "and I will not force her to."
Chatham inhaled until Andrew thought his chest might explode, and then nodded grimly. "She is of age, 24, Catherine said." Andrew nodded. "Then the choice is her own." He glanced at his wife, who nodded without hesitation. "The choice is hers," she repeated firmly. "What of her family?" "She has a maternal aunt who appears to have disowned her, and then there is a cousin who inherited her father's title and property." Andrew scowled as he thought about the man who'd essentially thrown Stacia out on her arse. The reason she works is because of him. There is nobody else. After a moment, the Duchess said, "Everyone except us is in bed. If you go and wake her, I will escort her back to her chambers. It will raise far fewer questions than if she is seen with either of you at this hour." Andrew knew that was true, and yet it was hard to make himself agree. "Very well. Give me a quarter of an hour." The Duke and Duchess nodded, and then Andrew turned and made the short journey back up the stairs. "Sweetheart?" Stacia smiled. She loved it when Andrew called her that. She snuggled deeper under the delightfully warm blankets, reaching for the big, warm body she'd just been pressed against, and frowned when she encountered nothing but bedding. "Andrew?" she murmured, unwilling to wake from her happy dream. Gentle fingers carded her hair off her forehead, and soft lips pressed far too briefly against hers. "Stacia, love, you need to wake up." "Just a little longer," she said, grabbing his hand and tugging him closer. His low chuckle warmed her. "I would love to crawl in beside you, but the door is open, and we must make haste to return you to your chambers while we have the opportunity." Stacia's eyes flew open, and she scrambled upright, her head swiveling toward the attic door, which was indeed open. "You opened it?" "Not exactly." Andrew stood, and the mattress shifted dramatically with the loss of his weight. Stacia squinted up at him. "You are dressed. How long have—" "Not long." He gestured to the foot of the bed. "Your clothing is all there. A bit wrinkled, I'm afraid, but that cannot be helped. I found several hairpins and put them near the wash basin, along with the brush and comb from the trunk. There is already hot water waiting for you in the basin. We have enough time for a quick cup of tea before we go." Stacia swallowed at his crisp tone and hurried to comply, realizing that Andrew must have lighted some candles while she'd slept, because she had no trouble making her way to the screened area. Her mind whirled while she washed her face, brushed and replaited her hair, and then dressed, in everything except her boots, which must still be by the settee, where she'd shucked them so she could prowl around Andrew's body quietly. Stacia shoved the memory aside as she stepped outside the screen. Andrew was already seated and setting out cups and saucers. He smiled up at her when she took a seat on the settee. "Good news," he said. "Oh?" she asked, bending over to slip on her boots and button them. "Our captor managed to keep our disappearance secret." Stacia's eyes widened. "What? How?" He handed her a cup and saucer. "Drink your tea while I tell you what happened." Stacia listened in stunned silence as Andrew explained her illness and his sudden trip to somewhere. "Nobody else guessed?" she asked. He took a sip of tea. "Only Sylvester and the Duchess, and that's because they saw Drake in his stall." "So that means the servants know?" "Only the stable lads, which is who Catherine bribed to move Drake from his stall whenever Higgins did his inspection. Oh, and the maid, Dora." Stacia gave him a mocking look. "What?" he asked. "I keep forgetting that most people of our class have no idea what goes on below stairs," she said dryly. "Are you saying the entire staff knows?" "I am guessing all but the uppermost servants. If Davies or Mrs. Nutter had known, they would have told their employer." He nodded slowly and pursed his lips. "I see." He cocked his head at her.
I don't suppose you would change your mind about marrying me." "My reputation is intact. There is no reason to marry." She set down her cup and saucer with a clatter. "Your reputation is not the only reason I asked, Stacia." She stared at him, trying to see beyond his beautiful eyes and charming smile to the man inside the body. But he was as polished and charming as ever. He was lying, being a gentleman. Stacia shook her head. "I cannot." His eyebrows rose. "I suppose that is better than I don't want to." Stacia snorted. "Is there a young woman in England who doesn't want to marry you?" "You, apparently." She sighed. "You don't want this, my lord, and I do not want a husband who has been forced by circumstance or conscience." She hurriedly added when he opened his mouth to argue. He stared at his half-full teacup for a moment and then looked up, no longer smiling. "I have enjoyed my time with you more than any woman in over a decade. When I asked you to marry me, it was for me." He smiled, and it was wistful. "You won't believe me because I don't recall meeting you before. Not just once, but evidently dozens of times. And because in your heart you cannot forget how I described you that night in the conservatory." Stacia wanted to deny it, but it was part of the reason she could not marry him, if not the most important part, which was far too humiliating for her to lay out for him. "Is there anything I can do to convince you to change your mind?" "Tell me you love me." "Do you hesitate because you have given your heart to another man?" Stacia's head whipped up at his question. "If that is the case, I will not bother you further," he said when she didn't immediately answer. "Here is your chance to put an end to this, once and for all." "I do not love another man," she said. Was that relief on his face? "Then I reiterate, is there anything I can do to change your mind?" She tried to force out the word no, but it wouldn't come. It was too final, too painful, no matter how badly she needed to say it. Coward that she was, she said, "Come find me in a year. If you still feel the same way, I will say yes." "A year?" he repeated. She nodded. "Are you saying that because you think I won't remember who you are in a year?" Something about his glittering gaze was dangerous. "No, I believe you will remember me this time." And she meant it. "I'm saying you will feel differently once you have had time to consider the foolishness of your offer." And she meant that, too. His jaw flexed, but he nodded, soundlessly setting down his own cup and saucer, and stood. We should not keep the Duke and Duchess waiting any longer. Chapter 32. The ridiculousness of such an affair! Stacia was vaguely aware the Countess had stopped speaking, but she wasn't quick enough to meet her employer's gaze. She opened her mouth, but the other woman was already glaring at her. "Are your thoughts so important that you cannot listen to me, Martin?" "I'm sorry, my lady. I just had a slight feeling of biliousness." It wasn't a complete lie. The Countess looked horrified and recoiled back against the fluffy cushions stacked behind her. "You assured Ackers you were over your putrid fever." "I am, my lady. I'm just a bit worn." Not a lie either. "I am fine." Lady Addiscombe lifted the cologne-soaked lace handkerchief to her nose and inhaled deeply, as if that would be enough to repel an influenza. "I wish to talk to you on the subject of Lord Bellamy and Needham's bastard." Stacia flinched at the unkind word. "Yes, my lady?" "You insist that Viscount Bellamy does not encourage the chit?" "Nothing I've seen him do seems encouraging. Indeed," she lied boldly, "he barely pays her any attention, and prefers to spend his time with his school friends." Amazingly, Lady Addiscombe's lips curved into something that almost resembled a smile. "I am pleased with the connections my son has made."
Jevington is the Duke of Linton's heir. Stacia wasn't sure what to say about that. Luckily, the Countess didn't require an answer. Instead, she continued on her rant about Needham's servant ball, a function she had forbidden Stacia, Ackers, her footman Lionel, and coachman George from attending. I cannot believe Needham is requiring not only his wife, but my other daughters and their husbands to wait on their own servants. Stacia entertained herself with the thought of Andrew waiting on Ackers or Lionel. Or you. Stacia smiled. Or me. Indeed, she would have greatly enjoyed. We will be retiring to my room and ringing for a tray. Martin? Martin! I'm sorry, my lady. Stacia met her employer's gaze and took a wild guess. I can bring your dinner, my lady. I'm sure all the other servants will be. Of course you will bring my dinner. Did you not just hear what I said? I will not countenance my servants engaging in such idiocy. No, my lady. And so it went. An hour and a half later, after Stacia had unpicked a section of Lady Addiscombe's cross-stitch that the Countess had been especially displeased with, and read the society section of 3 newspapers paid for by Viscount Needham, it is the least he can do to better himself, and then wrap the gifts Lady Addiscombe had bought for her 6 children, the Countess sent her to the kitchen for yet another of the infernal possets that only Mrs. Nutter could make. The scene in the kitchen was one of joyous chaos, as servants hurried to finish their chores before being dismissed from their labours to prepare for tonight's ball. Even the staid butler, Davis, had let some of his reserve slip, and was kissing cook beneath a kissing bough somebody had hung directly over the entrance to the kitchen. Dora, Lady Catherine's accomplice, sidled up to Stacia. It was the first time Stacia had seen the maid since the Duchess of Chatham had escorted her to her chambers 2 nights earlier. "Are you coming to the ball, miss?" Dora asked, exhibiting no evidence of shame at having assisted Lady Catherine. "Unfortunately not." "Oh, miss, why ever not?" Before Stacia could contrive an answer, Dora leaned close and whispered loudly, "Lady Catherine will keep the Countess occupied, miss. You and Ackers deserve a bit of fun. As for Lionel," she made an appreciative growling sound, "well, it would be a crime not to allow such a handsome man to dance." Stacia couldn't help laughing. "I'm afraid you will have to do without the delectable Lionel." "Surely you can all slip away for an hour?" "I shall see," she said, knowing it would never happen. Even if Lady Catherine managed to divert her employer's attention for long enough, doubtful, as the Countess had told Ackers to deny her youngest daughter access to her chambers, Stacya's only ball gown, a grim grey thing, suitable for a companion, was hardly the sort of drab garment she wanted to be seen in. It was fine for Bath functions, but she already knew she would look pitiful in any other company, even a ball for servants. "You dance well enough with his lordship in only a plain brown day dress." Stacia wanted to slap the voice in her head, which had done nothing but chide and nag her since she'd left the priest hole. And before, too, now that she thought about it. "Shut up," she snapped viciously in her mind. "Miss Martin?" She looked at Dora. "If you don't have a gown, there are ball gowns aplenty in the suite adjacent to Mrs. Ellen Kettering's rooms." "Mrs. Kettering?" Stacy asked. "Lord Needham's former mistress," Dora whispered. "Ah, yes." Stacia had forgotten the woman's name, if not the shocking fact of her presence at which house. She frowned. "Why are there ball gowns?" "Some of Mrs. Kettering's. She was a debutante in Edinburgh. Or mayhap Leeds," Dora shrugged, as if to say that all obscure northern cities were much of a muchness. "Wherever it was, she has dozens of fine gowns. A bit old-fashioned, but I found a lovely blue silk with a silver-spangled overgown. And she says that we may keep them." Dora did a quick dance step and flourish, as if imagining the dash she would cut. "But that's not all," Dora went on. "Lady Needham found trunks in the attics,
gowns from long ago, that we are all welcome to wear, although not keep, as her ladyship says they are. I don't recall the words she used. Historical importance? Dora nodded. Aye, something like that. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and shield her next words. Oh, miss, you should have seen the gown cook found to wear. Dora was too overcome with mirth to describe Mrs. Barton's dress. Perhaps I will go and have a look at the gowns later, she said. Time was wasting, and Lady Addiscombe would be displeased. But right now I need to speak to Mrs. Nutter about a posset. Do you know where I might find her? Before Dora could answer her, a footman, a towering man with sleepy blue eyes and shoulders so broad he could scarcely fit through the kitchen door, grabbed Dora by the waist and led her into a very boisterous facsimile of a waltz. It took Stacia 10 minutes to locate Mrs. Nutter, and another 15 before she was carrying the tightly corked jar of poultice and hurrying toward her mistress's chambers. She was imagining the raking she would get when an arm shot out from a secret recessed doorway and snagged her waist. She gave a squawk of surprise. "Here you are," Andrew said, pulling her close. "I have been hunting for you for days and days," he said, his tone accusatory. It had scarcely been 2 days, she couldn't help saying. It felt like weeks, months. Stacia couldn't help laughing. The Duchess thought it might be best if I spend the first day in my room, overcoming the last of my cold. He grunted. I fail to see the reason for that. I could scarcely go from death's door to playing spillikins in the drawing-room. He still did not look convinced, but dropped the matter, instead saying, You were not at breakfast this morning. I always have a tray in my room. He frowned. Why? Does it matter? His frown deepened. She thought he might argue, but he seemed to think better of it. I know you like early morning walks. Where were you this morning? Lord Bellamy, Lord So-and-so, and Sir Such-and-such attacked me with snowballs on my morning ride. She laughed. I take it you mean Lords Hornsby and Jevington. He gave a dismissive flick of the hand, not still holding her. Why have you stopped taking your morning walk, Stacia? Is it because of the weather? Or because of me? It is because I have been working, she retorted, only partly telling the truth, which was that she did not want to encounter him while walking. I wanted to make sure you saved all your waltzes for me tonight. He gave her a teasingly brooding look. I'm quite looking forward to being your slave, Stacia. I will endeavour to behave and please you as I already know you can be a cruel mistress. Stacia's face heated at his unsubtle reminder of that night. He leaned forward and hissed in her ear, Will you have me flogged and put in the stocks for the slightest infraction? She pursed her lips at his foolishness. This is not ancient Rome, or even medieval Britain. Your person is quite safe from whips and chains. He made a pouting moue. Pity. She forced herself to quit smiling, to quit hoping. You will have to find somebody else to serve, as I won't be there. His eyebrows descended. What? Lady Addiscombe does not approve. His scowl deepened. Why the devil not? Needham isn't the only one to revive the old traditions. In the north there is even a king of misrule who is permitted to order his master to do the most shocking things. Surely your taskmistress is planning to go and do her part? This is her husband's ancestral home, for all that she is a guest in it now. It is all in good fun. Exactly what has given you the impression that Lady Addiscombe is interested in any fun, good or otherwise. Good God, you are serious. Very. He set his hands on her shoulders and pulled her closer. You needn't keep working for her, Stacia. The woman is appalling. Even her own children don't want to be around her. Hyacinth would be delighted to take you on as a companion. I know, Stacia said. She mentioned it to me already. She looks intimidating, but is actually quite kind. And if you don't want to work for her,
I'm sure she would help you find a position elsewhere. Unless you are willing to reconsider."
"No." Stacia twitched her shoulders until he released her. She hated the injured look on his face, but she simply could not bear him touching her, or even standing near her, without wanting to fling herself into his arms and never let go. She forced a smile. "I appreciate your concern, but—"
"But you want me to mind my own affairs?"
"Please." He heaved a sigh and then stepped closer, closing the gap between them once again, regarding her with a warm look that made it hard to breathe.
"Fine. You will not be there tonight, but surely she will allow you to go to the ball on Christmas Day? Surely that one will not offend the Countess's sensibilities?"
She took a determined step away. "That is up to Lady Addiscombe." He looked so chagrined that she felt compelled to add, "I am not being purposefully obtuse, my lord. If I ask her about it, it will only set her hackles up."
"My lord,"
he said, and then shook his head sadly. His expression of rejection was simply unbearable. "I have already kept her waiting too long," Stacia said sharply, her voice growing colder as her misery deepened. "I must go." He merely stared. Stacia hurried away before she did something they would both regret. Akers was just leaving the Countess's chambers when Stacia approached her ladyship's door.
"Ah, there you are."
"Oh dear, she sent you to look for me?" Stacia guessed.
"Yes, Lady Catherine is with her."
She paused before opening the door and pulled a face.
"She's in a mood."
When was she not?
Stacia nodded, and they entered the apartment.
"Where have you been?" the Countess shrieked. "I'm sorry, my lady. I had difficulty locating Mrs. Nutter."
"No doubt she was behaving like a fool, just like all the others."
Lady Addiscombe gestured to the small, corked jug Stacia held.
"Well, go ahead."
Stacia removed the stopper, decanted a small amount, and recorked the jug. Lady Addiscombe scowled and took the water glass from Stacia, raising it to her lips. Stacia's gaze slid to Lady Catherine as the Countess drank the posset. The younger woman gave her a guilty smile. Catherine had come to Stacia's room the day after she'd been released from the priest-hole, and had apologized profusely while her older sister, the Duchess, had looked on. It had not been difficult to forgive the younger woman for the best 2 days of Stacia's life.
"Oh, do stop looming, Martin," the Countess snapped.
"I'm sorry, my lady." Stacia went to sit in the chair beside Lady Catherine.
"No, not there. Just go,"
Lady Addiscombe said.
"My daughter has insisted she will remain with me, despite my desires."
She pressed her lips tightly together and glared at Lady Catherine, who returned her look with a cool, almost challenging one of her own. The Countess made a feral snarling sound, and then, looking as if she would prefer to chew out her own tongue, turned to Stacia and spat.
"I do not require the 2 of you cluttering up my bedchamber. Send Akers away too. I cannot bear her accusatory stare at being denied her night of fun. Tell her she may attend this idiot function until 11 o'clock.
Her jaws worked hard, as if she were chewing gravel.
"All of you may attend for a few hours."
Stacia's heart leapt. "Thank you, Malay—"
"Do not thank me."
She fixed her daughter with a look of loathing.
"Thank my interfering son-in-law. He has insisted that every servant, not only his own, be allowed to take part in his asinine function."
Lord Needham?"
"Who else?" the Countess snapped. "Now get out, Martin."
Stacia curtsied. "Yes, my lady."
"One more thing, Martin."
Stacia stopped, her hand on the door, and turned. "Yes, my lady?"
"I may have been forced to comply with Needham's demands, but you will be back here no later than midnight. If you are not, then you can find yourself another position. You may pass that along to the others."
"Yes, my lady." Stacia shut the door and then looked left and right to make sure nobody was watching,
and did a little dance. She would get to waltz with him, and order him around like a servant. Just wait until she told Akers. The woman herself emerged from the stairwell as Stacia hurried toward it. "Ah, I was looking for you." The maid rolled her eyes. "Lord, what does she want now?" "She sent me to tell you that she does not want any of us until midnight. She is spending the day and evening with Lady Catherine." Akers shook her head. "I can't make heads or tails of those two. You should have heard them going at it hammer and tongs earlier." A sly smile slid across the older woman's face. "And then Lord Needham popped in for no more than a minute." Akers cackled. "Wasn't my lady fit to be tied after that?" "There is more," Stacia said, bouncing on the balls of her feet. "We may go to the ball, but must be back by midnight." Akers' joyous shriek made Stacia jump. "This is all his lordship's doing. I just know it." She admitted as much. "Miss Martin?" Stacia turned to find Dora hurrying toward her. "I was just going to look for you, Dora. Miss Akers and I will need gowns," she grinned. "We are going to the ball. Could you tell me again where Mrs. Kettering's chambers are?" "In the south wing, miss, but I just put a gown on your bed." "What?" "Aye, Lady Needham sent it for you." Stacia blinked. "She did?" The maid nodded excitedly. "She had her own maid alter it for you using the dress you gave to me." Dora meant the gown from the day Stacia had found Terence. Dora had removed all but a shadow of the stain, but it was still nothing Stacia could wear in Lady Addiscombe's presence. She had given it to the girl, who could probably use the fabric for something. "Don't you want to see it?" Dora asked. Stacia turned to Akers, who waved her away. "You go along, Miss Martin. I need to hurry along to the south wing and see if there is anything left for me to wear." Dora grinned and took Stacia's hand, all but dragging her to her chambers. The gown that waited on her bed was like something out of a dream. It was a deep, vibrant pink that immediately made her think of lilies, the sort of colour Stacia had never been allowed to wear during her season, when she'd had to wear white, a colour that made her look insipid. "Isn't it beautiful, miss?" Dora asked, when Stacia wordlessly stroked the lustrous silk. "Lady Phoebe, that's Lady Needham, is dark-haired just like you, and she favours deep colours. I'm sure it will look a treat on you." "I wonder that she parted with such a beautiful gown." "The master spoils her something fierce. She has 100 gowns or more." It was the most gorgeous dress Stacia had ever seen. "I will come back in a few hours to help you dress, miss," Dora said. "But what about you?" Stacia protested. "You will need to get ready as well. Several of us maids are going to get ready together, but you've got nobody to help you." "Well, if you do not mind." "Of course not." She stared at something over Stacia's head. "What is it?" Stacia asked, patting her hair, which was covered with a lace cap, as Lady Addiscombe required. "Short hair is all the crack, miss, and yours would have some lovely natural curls if there was not so much weight." Stacia had often lamented the time it took to wash and dry such a mass of hair, especially when it was not an especially beautiful colour. But short? She met Dora's hopeful gaze. "How short?" "Short." Stacia swallowed, suddenly aware of the weight bearing down on her neck. "Are you sure?" "Aye, I'm sure of it, miss. You're such a tiny, dainty lady that all that hair is too much. Begging your pardon." Stacia smiled. "Don't apologize. I appreciate your honest opinion. I cut everyone's hair. I will do a good job. I promise." Stacia hesitated. "I can do it right now, if you like." "Now?" Stacia repeated. She reached up and felt her hair again, as if to check that it was still there. Dora nodded. "Very well," she said after a moment. "Do it." 30 minutes later, Stacia could not stop staring at her reflection. "Why, you've made me pretty, Dora." Dora laughed as she swept up the long tresses that littered the floor. "You were pretty all along, Miss Martin." She kept stroking the brown curls, which looked glossier and far healthier. She felt at least a stone lighter, although, of course, that wasn't possible. Dora's hand landed lightly on her shoulder, and Stacia met her gaze in the mirror. "Did I cut it too short?" Only then did Stacia realize that her eyes were glassy with tears. She shook her head vigorously, sending the curls dancing. "No, you did a wonderful, wonderful job." Stacia reached for her reticule, which was on the dressing table. "Here, let me—" Dora set a hand over hers, and Stacia looked up to find the normally smiling girl serious. "No, let me do this for you. After what I helped Lady Cat to do to you and his lordship. Well, I'm sorry, miss. You're not angry?" "No, I'm not angry, but I really would like to pay you. The haircut is a gift. And now I must run. I will be back half an hour before the ball." She turned and was gone before Stacia could argue about the money. She turned back to the mirror and smiled at her reflection. She looked pretty. She couldn't wait until Andrew saw her. Several hours later, Stacia found herself gazing at her reflection for the second time in one day, her attention this time fixed on her bodice. "Are you sure this isn't too low?" Dora laughed. "It's perfect, miss. You look perfect." Stacia wasn't so sure, but she had fussed enough. She turned to the other woman and made a shooing gesture. "You must hurry and dress, Dora. You've wasted all your time on me." "I'll not be late, at least no later than I want to be. Thomas Gresham has been flirting with Lady Shaftesbury's maid," she scowled. "Tonight I will show him what he lost." And with that she sailed from the room, chin high. Stacia almost pitied the unsuspecting footman. Lady Needham had also sent along a matching pink reticule and pink and cream burnt velvet shawl. She slipped the latter over her shoulders and then picked up her fan. A flick of the wrist revealed her favourite lines from Shakespeare's Sonnet 29. "Haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising, from sullen earth sings hymns at heaven's gate." Stacia was rarely satisfied with her work, but this fan had been one of those times. It truly filled her with hope to read the words and look upon the over-large H in the word haply, glinting with gold gilt and exploding with spring flowers and, yes, a lark joyfully soaring. She slipped the fan into the pretty beaded bag along with a card of pins and a handkerchief, stole a last glance at her marvellous new hair, and turned toward the door just as somebody knocked. Dora must have forgotten something. But when she opened it, it was Lady Needham in the corridor, looking magnificent in a teal blue silk gown with a gold lace overdress. "Oh!" the other woman exclaimed, her gaze wide and admiring as it swept over Stacia's gown. "It is perfect on you. I knew it would be. And your hair looks delightful." Stacia brushed her hands over the skirt. "Thank you for this. Thank you for all the many kindnesses you've shown me since my arrival. You are generosity itself." "This gown always belonged to you," Lady Needham said. "I only returned it to its owner, so don't think of sending it back to me." "Oh, I couldn't. It is too much, too—" "Hush. It is a Christmas gift. Please," she added. "It would make me happy." Stacia blinked back the tears that seemed so eager to fall today. "Thank you. It is my pleasure. Were you headed to the ballroom?" "I was, even though it is early." Lady Needham offered Stacia her arm. "We will be unfashionably early together," she said, as Stacia closed the door and took her arm. "Needham says I am not allowed to carry trays or deliver drinks or do anything strenuous. Chatham and Shaftesbury insist that High and Selina are also barred from exertion." Stacia knew all three women were increasing and could understand their husbands' concerns. "What are you permitted to do?" she asked. The Viscountess laughed. "Nothing other than dance and flirt." She gestured toward her prominent midriff. "Although why he thinks a dance with me is a treat for his servants is anyone's guess." Stacia thought the men would be lining up to dance with the Viscountess, who was not only lovely, but radiated happiness. "Will you sit with me and my sisters and join us in running our husbands off their feet, fetching lemonade and wraps and smelling salts, or whatever else we might contrive to keep them busy?" Stacia laughed. "That sounds lovely." When they reached the ballroom, Lady Needham stopped abruptly and burst out laughing when she saw the evening's butler and 2 footmen hovering near the entrance. Lord Needham announced the names of his guests in a ringing voice as they arrived, while the Earl of Crewe and the Duke of Chatham both collected a wider assortment of wraps than were ever seen at a ton function, and transported them with pomp and ceremony to the cloakroom. Lady Needham looked from Crewe to Chatham, grinned and said, "I have always wanted a matched pair of footmen." The 2 handsome aristocrats, both with scarred faces, looked at each other and laughed. The Duke grinned down at the tiny Viscountess. "I seem to have forgotten my eye patch." A throat cleared loudly somewhere behind Stacia. "Duty calls," the Duke said, hurrying to where Cook, clad in a 17th century confection of celestial blue, complete with a jewelled stomacher, huge headdress, and black patch beside her lips, stood tapping her foot in mock impatience. "I think some of your servants require more training, Needham," the Viscountess rebuked, smirking up at her towering spouse. "May I take your wrap, Miss Martin?" Lord Crewe asked, looking very piratical in his evening blacks and matching eye patch. Stacia glanced down at the scrap of velvet, which at least marginally hid some of her rather shocking décolletage. "I believe I will retain it, Crewe," she said in a lofty tone, getting into the spirit of things. The Earl laughed and said in a confiding voice, "Why I never thought to have such a ball I do not know. I think I shall have one next year, not at Christmas, but perhaps during our annual harvest fete. Ah, back to work." He turned toward a new arrival, one of the real footmen and his sweetheart. Lady Needham had been joined by Lady Crewe, and the 2 sisters had their heads together, so Stacia slipped into the ballroom unnoticed. She gazed around at the magical scene. Holly and evergreen in profusion, with the addition of huge potted plants and masses of flowers from Lord Needham's hothouses, somehow combined to create a winter wonderland that also held a promise of spring. "It is beautiful, is it not?" Stacia turned and found Lady Shaftesbury beside her. As always when she was confronted with the stunning woman, she felt a little tongue-tied. "It is magical." "Yes, that is exactly the word." Lady Shaftesbury took in Stacia's hair and gown. "I must say that you look magical, Miss Martin. I am delighted to see you so recovered. And your hair suits you marvellously." Stacia looked for some sign that the other woman knew where she had really been, but the Marchioness's beautiful face held nothing but genuine goodwill. "Thank you, my lady," she said self-consciously, fingering her curls. "It feels lovely, but conspicuous." "I can imagine. Your hair must have reached past your waist." "It did." Lady Shaftesbury lightly touched her own elegant upswept hair, which was probably as long as Stacia's had been. "I would like to rid myself of some of this bothersome length, but Shaftesbury is enamoured with it." Her words reminded Stacia of Lord Shelton's erotic threat involving her hair and the bedposts, and felt a pang of remorse that whatever he had meant would no longer be possible. Would he be disappointed? Lady Shaftesbury leaned closer, pulling Stacia from her thoughts. "Incidentally, I am currently in search of a companion, more of a secretary really, to assist me both in London and when we return to the country. I would be delighted if you considered the position." Stacia gazed into the other woman's magnificent blue eyes, the only pair she'd seen to rival Shelton's, and experienced an almost overwhelming surge of gratitude. "That is very kind, and I will certainly consider it if I leave her ladyship's employment." The Marchioness smiled, touched Stacia lightly on the arm, and then drifted across the room in her elegant sky-blue gown, looking so much like an angel it was hard to pull her gaze away. Even though the ball had scarcely begun, the small orchestra cued a country dance, and the dance floor filled with an enthusiasm rarely witnessed in a London ballroom. No sophisticated ennui at this particular function. Stacia was subtly scanning the room for Shelton, when a voice behind her said, "Are you free for this dance, Miss Martin?" She turned to find Mr. Dennehy, Lord Needham's tall, dark, and mysterious secretary, standing behind her. He looked dangerously handsome in his evening clothes, the exquisitely tailored garments making his whipcord lean form appear even taller. "I would love to, Mr. Dennehy." She had danced with him at the village fete, so she knew he was an exquisite, if not exactly comfortable, dance partner. His dark blue eyes regarded her almost somberly, the lush black eyelashes that fringed them the only soft thing about the man, who was all sharp angles, his thin shapely lips and high cheekbones giving him an almost starved look, although his body was far too substantial to explain her odd assessment. "Are you enjoying your stay at which house, Miss Martin?" he asked when the steps brought them close enough to talk. "Very much so. Lord and Lady Needham have made me feel very welcome." She tilted her head. "I detect a slight accent, Mr. Dennehy." His lips curved so slightly it would be a stretch to call it a smile. "I am originally from Dublin, but I have lived in England since I was a lad." Stacia did not think he could be much older than she was, although his deportment and air of seriousness made him seem older. "I understand that your co-worker, Mr. Dixon, will soon be leaving," she said, when he appeared content to let her lead the conversation. "Yes, the day after Boxing Day will be his last day." "Will you be alone for long, or will Lord Needham engage another secretary?" "It will be just me." After a moment he added, "I've worked for his lordship for several years, but only during the summers, when I was not at university. Now I will work for him all the time." "Where did you study?" "Cambridge." "So did my father. What college?" "Trinity." That was his too. He was a medieval scholar. His lips twitched, closer to a smile, but still leagues away. "I studied mechanical arts, which is often called the vulgar arts." She laughed. "Because it is practical, and therefore vulgar?" "Just so," he murmured, still unsmiling, although she thought she saw a glint of humour in his hooded eyes. No sooner did Mr. Dennehy deposit her at the table where the Bellamy sisters had gathered than Mr. Dixon claimed her. After that she danced a set with the distinguished Mr. Davis. 2 hours later. Stacia had danced every single dance, a first for her. She was waltzing with Thomas, the strikingly handsome young footman Dora had accused of switching his affections, and laughing so hard at his description of his catastrophic first dance at a local assembly that it was difficult to keep her feet as he led her smoothly and skillfully around the dance floor. "It's easy to laugh now," he said when they both stopped chuckling, "but the poor lass whose frock I almost tore off still gives me the cut direct when I pass her on the street in Little Sissington. You dance divinely now. I would never have guessed that you were once such a menace on the dance floor," she assured him. "Who taught you to waltz?" Thomas swirled her around in a flamboyant show of skill. "Thank you, Miss Martin. My mother taught me and my brothers. She was a governess before leaving service to marry my father. She taught a goodly number of the people here. Everyone wanted to learn when Lord Needham told us about this ball." He glanced around them at the crowded floor of dancers, most of whom had clearly newly discovered the waltz, and lowered his voice. "I know Dora helped you dress for the ball, miss. Did she happen to, mention me?"
Stacia considered her answer a moment before admitting. "She said something about Lady Shaftesbury's maid."
Thomas grimaced. "I've only been on 2 walks with her, and 1 dance at the village Christmas fete, and all 3 times I could hardly say no to her without being rude. She's pretty, but laughed at everything I said, even things I'd not meant to be funny."
"She is probably nervous around you."
He shrugged his broad shoulders. "Aye, maybe, but it's caused no end of trouble for me with Dora ever since." He lowered his voice so much that Stacia had to dance on her toes to hear him. "I drew Dora's name in the secret gift-giving, but I don't want to keep it a secret. I'm worried she might think my gift is from Charles."
His worried blue gaze slid to where Dora was, quite shamelessly flirting with another footman, also tall, blonde, and handsome. "I don't think there is any rule against letting her know it is from you," Stacia said.
"It's a Claddagh ring," Thomas said.
"Pardon?"
"My mother is from Ireland, and the ring belonged to her mother."
"What did you call it?"
"A Claddagh ring. It has hands and a crowned heart on it."
"Oh, that sounds like a fede ring. It's a sort of promise ring," she explained at his questioning look.
"Aye, this is a ring a man gives to his girl. The way she wears it tells others if somebody has her heart."
His cheeks flushed a dark red.
"I think you must certainly tell her it is from you," Stacia said.
After a moment she added, "You might also tell Dora what you told me about Lady Shaftesbury's maid."
Thomas looked thoughtful at that advice, and his gaze slid across the room yet again to the woman who obviously had his heart. Stacia took the opportunity to look yet again for the man who held hers. The ballroom was filled with aristocratic men and women mingling with servants. Even Lord Bellamy's young friends were here dancing and waiting on giggling maids. But there was no sign of the man who had promised to be her slavishly devoted servant for an evening. Why had he waylaid her in the corridor if he was not going to be at the ball? Stacia stayed at the ball beyond sense, beyond hope. She remained until 10 minutes before midnight, which meant she had to all but run to return to her employer in time. And Lord Shelton never appeared. Chapter 33. "You are still quite pale. You are not suffering a relapse, are you, Martin?" the Countess demanded the following morning, peering at Stacia through suspicious, squinty eyes. "Or is it revelling with rustics that has left you so hollow-eyed?"
"I feel fine," Stacia lied. She was exhausted and miserable. She had tossed and turned in her bed until after 8 o'clock, alternately shedding tears and cursing Shelton's name. Obviously, he had better things to do.
Lady Addiscombe gestured to the bed tray across her lap. "You may take this, Martin." She aimed a dissatisfied moo at the nearly untouched coddled eggs. "I don't recall cook being so heavy-handed with cream when I oversaw the house." Stacia lifted the tray and was about to set it near the door and ring for a servant when her employer said, "No, Martin, I want you to take it down. You may bring me a poached egg and plain toast. Pray tell cook that eggs do not need to swim in cream."
"Yes, my lady."
Stacia was amused to note the number of sleepy, heavy eyes in evidence when she reached the kitchen. So she was not the only one who'd got too little sleep.
"I don't see how the swells do this night after night," Dora was saying to Sally, one of cook's helpers. "They can do it because they don't have to get up the next morning and set fires," groused Kitty, another maid, who was scarcely much larger than Stacia, but had an amusingly booming voice. "Any more complaining and I might have to advise the master against such entertainment in the future," Davis said, coolly surveying the larger-than-average collection of servants milling about. Maids and footmen scattered in all directions, like mice running from a cat. Cook glared from the tray to Stacia. "Is something wrong with my food?" "Her ladyship said it was delicious. It is just that she's feeling a little delicate this morning. She would like a plain poached egg on plain toast. Stacia smiled at the grim-faced woman. I will wait and bring it up to her. Plain. The cook snapped and then turned on her heel and stormed off. Davis frowned and hastened after Mrs. Barton, probably to soothe her ruffled feathers. Would you like a cup of tea while you wait? Mrs. Nutter said, gesturing to a steaming pot. Thank you. Stacia took the chair across from her and poured a cup while the housekeeper resumed drawing up a massive shopping list. She sipped her tea and enjoyed a moment of relaxation, something she knew would be in short supply, as Lady Addiscombe had announced that she was going to rejoin her family tonight at dinner to ensure their Christmas antics did not get out of hand. The door opened and 2 maids entered, burdened with empty breakfast trays that told Stacia Lady Addiscombe wasn't the only one having a lazy morning. Gone to Brighton, is what I heard, one of the maids said, carefully putting crockery from her tray into a basin of water where a scullery maid was washing dishes. The other maid chortled. Or to the village, I reckon. I was in Mrs. Johnson's shop the day he popped in to have one of his gloves restitched. She asked if he wanted to collect his gloves in person from her house later that evening. The woman laughed. She's always boasting about the lovers she had when she lived in London, another maid chimed in. The first girl nodded. Aye, she casts eyes at the master whenever he is. She stopped abruptly when Davis entered the room. But it was too late. The intimidating butler had overheard. He frowned at the gossiping maids, his face a mask of displeasure. You will not speak disrespectfully of his lordship beneath his own roof, Grace Tilney. His cold eyes swept over the other 2. If the 3 of you have nothing better to do than engage in idle chatter, then you can help Thomas and Anthony carry the rugs from the drawing-room. I'm sure you will do an excellent job beating them clean. The girls fled. Stacia remembered well the lush beauty of the shop owner. Mrs. Johnson was a gregarious and sensual woman. That much had been clear just from looking at her. She'd also been generous and kind to Stacia, offering to connect her with a friend in London who had a dress shop. Is that where Shelton had gone last night? Stacia could see how Mrs. Johnson would appeal to a man who was so sensual and experienced. Doubtless the dressmaker would happily invite him into her bed without engaging in such foolishness as darkness and blindfolds. She was suddenly assaulted by a vivid image of the lush-bodied widow spread out on Andrew's lap, the way Stacia had been, his lips teasing a bosom that was far more impressive than her own. Here you are, miss. Stacia jolted, pitifully relieved when the unsettling mental image dissolved. She stood and took the tray with shaking hands. Thank you. As she hurried back to her mistress, she pushed down the revulsion that threatened to overwhelm her. Surely Shelton would not go from begging Stacia to come to the ball straight to another woman's bed a few hours later? Surely not. By the time dinner was finished, Stacia was a grim mass of nerves. She had spent the day, and twice during the meal, fetching and carrying for the Countess, who was even more fitful and demanding than usual. Several times she'd been on the brink of running out of the room, screaming and throwing herself on the mercy of Lady Shaftesbury or Lady Needham. The only thing that kept her from accepting any kind of offers of employment she had received was the knowledge that working for the Bellamy family would mean continued exposure to Lord Shelton in the years to come. Who knew? Perhaps she would be forced to encounter him next Christmas, with a wife beside him. No, it was simply too miserable to be borne. Do you play whist, Miss Martin? Stacia looked up from the needlework in her lap, or Lady Addiscombe's rather, and smiled up at the tall, slender Duchess of Chatham, the most reserved of the Bellamy siblings. She opened her mouth to admit she was an indifferent player at best, but her employer, who had been sitting with her eyes closed, looked pained at the revelry occurring around them in the drawing-room, where not 1 but 3 kissing boughs had been hung, opened her eyes and turned a truly venomous gaze on her daughter.
Martin is busy being of use. She has no time to squander on cards."
Rather than look hurt, offended, or anything else really, the Duchess merely blinked and turned her calm gaze on her parent. Lady Addiscombe glared up at her for a moment and then began to fuss with the shawl she was wearing.
"Martin,"
she snapped, as if Stacia were across the room rather than 3 feet away,
"I am ready to retire to bed. You will attend me."
Stacia set aside her employer's mangled needlework, smiled at the Duchess, and then helped the Countess to her feet.
"Don't pull on me so," Lady Addiscombe grumbled. "And bring my basket up with you. I will want to work on it in the morning."
She cast a searing gaze at the revellers.
"There will be no point leaving my room until well after tea, I am sure."
Stacia picked up both work baskets and hurried to open the door for Lady Addiscombe.
"You will no longer remain in the drawing-room after dinner. I have realized, far too late, that leaving you with my children and their friends every evening was not worth the paltry bit of information you managed to gather."
The Countess cut Stacia a scathing look.
"Do not think I have forgotten your refusal to support me on the matter of Shelton, Miss Martin," she sniffed. "Although I am pleased to see that somebody must have come to their senses and rid the house of the scourge."
Stacia opened the door to Lady Addiscombe's chambers without comment. She had heard nothing about Lord Shelton's whereabouts, and she did not have the courage to ask anyone. By the time she was permitted to hand the fractious Countess over to Ackers for the evening, it was almost midnight, and Stacia was utterly exhausted. She had hoped that sleep would come to her quickly, but she tossed and turned for at least an hour before dropping into a restless doze. Her mind filled with unwanted images of Lord Shelton and Mrs. Johnson. The last thought Stacia had, just before surrendering to oblivion, was that she should have said yes. Stacia woke a few hours after dawn on Christmas Day, feeling scarcely more rested than when she had gone to bed. But a quick look out the window and the sparkling wonderland beyond, complete with a fresh blanket of snow sparkling with the pale lemon yellow of dawn, was enough to lift even her depressed spirits. She dressed quickly and warmly and hurried to deposit her secret gift outside Lady Shaftesbury's door. Hopefully Stacia would get to see the beautiful, sweet lady employing her new fan at the dinner before the ball, which Lady Addiscombe was deigning to attend, although not the ball itself. Stacia couldn't work up much regret for missing the event, not with Shelton gone. She shoved the beautiful man and his whereabouts from her thoughts and hurried down to the stables to see the dog. Terence had greeted her after her 2 days in the attic as if she had been gone for a decade. Stacia had not been able to visit him yesterday, or the day before either. If she didn't go to the stables now, she would once again be drawn tightly into the Countess's orbit and have no time to visit later. Mr. Higgins and 2 grooms were in the courtyard when she approached.
"Ah, come to check on the wee beastie, have you? But you're too late, miss."
Stacia's jaw dropped. He is dead."
"Ach, no, lass,"
the stable-master said with a grimace, patting her awkwardly on the shoulder.
"I just meant that he's gone with his lordship."
"His lordship?" she repeated stupidly, her heart still pounding from her shock. "Lord Shelton," one of the grooms said, earning a look from Higgins that caused the younger man to quickly turn back to his task, sweeping off snow.
"Aye, miss, Gerald be right. The Marquis did take the master's curriculum pear. The wee dog hopped in, and when Lord Shelton put him out again, he ran behind the carriage."
Higgins grinned.
"The hound, that is, not Lord Shelton."
The 2 grooms chuckled, and even Stacia smiled. "But why would Terence insist on going with Lord Shelton?"
"Oh, the treats and bones is reason enough,"
the irrepressible groom piped up, risking his superior's chiding. But Higgins just chuckled and nodded, his eyes twinkling fondly. "Lord Shelton has been bringing Terence bones?" she asked.
"Between you and his lordship, the little rogue is right spoiled. He learned to hide the bone you'd given him when his lordship came, and then did the same with you, miss. A right clever little creature," he added, clearly admiring such canine enterprise.
"And his lordship left with the dog," she hastily added. "Yesterday, you say?"
"Nay, lass, the day before."
"The day of the dance," she repeated stupidly.
"Aye, left in the middle of the day, right after flying to the village and then flying back just as fast." He clucked his tongue. "I told him 'twould snow, but he just gave one of his laughs. I'm from the north, Higgins, where we know what real snow means." Higgins gave a sharp laugh and shook his head. "Real snow! As if I don't recall Scottish winters when I was a wean, and it was stacked higher than my head."
Stacia couldn't help noticing that his accent seemed to have become more pronounced.
So evidently had the two grooms, who snickered. Higgins shot them a warning look before turning back to Stacia. "Gone to London, he has."
"London? What for?" she blurted before she could catch herself.
"Ha! A lad like his lordship, likely needing a bit o—" He broke off when he recalled to whom he was speaking, cleared his throat, and then said rather lamely, "Don't rightly know why, miss." Stacia saw sympathy in his gaze, and that was enough to make her skin burn in the chill morning air. "Thank you," she said shortly, and then strode back to the house. He went to the village first, but quickly returned. Had he gone to see Mrs. Johnson, as the maids had suggested? Had she not been available, so he'd gone to London to satiate his carnal needs, as Higgins had implied? "You told him no. What he does is no concern of yours, is it?" Stacia tried to convince herself that was true, but her heart was not fooled. By the time she reached her room she wanted to crawl under the covers and— "Miss!" She turned to find Dora hurrying toward her, a steaming pitcher of water in her hands. "Oh, I've already washed, Dora, but thank—" "No, this isn't for you, but I do have something else." She slipped a hand into her apron pocket and came out with a small gold foil-wrapped package. Stacia looked from the gift to Dora. "Are you my secret St. Nicholas?" "No, miss, this is from—" She broke off, glanced around, and leaned close, sloshing water over both their shoes as she hissed, "Lord Shelton. He said to deliver it to you this morning if he wasn't here." She grimaced. "I was to leave it while you were sleeping, but I got distracted like—" She grinned and thrust her free hand into Stacia's face, wiggling her fingers to display the ring she wore. "Thomas told me how you said to explain about Lady Shaftesbury's maid chasing after him. He also said you told him that he needed to tell me the gift was from him," she chortled. "The dafty! If you'd not spoken to him, I might be betrothed to somebody else right now." "Betrothed? Oh, congratulations, Dora." "Thanks, miss. He's a good lad. So pretty his lack of sense don't matter." Stacia laughed. Down the hall a door opened, and Lord Crewe's valet poked his head out and scowled. "Whoops," Dora said, hurrying toward the other servant. Stacia stared at the box in her hand, and then opened the door to her room and set it carefully on the bed before stripping off her outer layers. And then she sat and held the pretty gold present, just looking at it, her mind in a tangle. What did this gift mean? Was he her secret St. Nicholas, or was this something else? Stacia took a deep breath and struggled to calm her thoughts. After several moments she carefully unwrapped the gift, trying to save the pretty paper. She gasped when she opened the box and saw not just the loveliest pair of cream kid leather opera gloves, but also a dozen hairpins with sparkling brilliants. Tucked inside one of the gloves was a folded note. She swallowed, set aside the box, and unfolded it. "Merry Christmas, Stacia. I am sorry I could not deliver this in person, but important business in London has called me away. The gloves are for you to wear to the ball. I do hope you will defy the Countess and make an appearance, and it will give me wicked pleasure to know you are wearing something I bought for you on your delectable body, so close to your skin." "Andrew," she muttered, blushing even though there was nobody to see. As for the glittering hairpins, they were just a silly afterthought that appealed to my magpie-like sensibilities. Also, I suspect you are guilty of denying yourself such frivolous pleasures. And then there is the fact that they will come in handy as counters the next time we play a naughty card game. Your servant, although you refuse to allow me to show it, Andrew. Like a ninny, Stacia pressed the note against her heart. The gloves and pins were lovely, and he was right that she'd not bought herself anything pointless and pretty in years. But the note scrawled in his almost unreadable handwriting was the real gift. He had not forgotten her, after all. Chapter 34. Andrew would have been back at Witch House late on Christmas Eve, if not for one of the job horses going lame. And then, after he'd secured a new pair, one of the wheels had developed a distinct wobble. That had meant Andrew had to stop and wait for the wheelwright to be rousted from his Christmas Eve dinner, with the promise of thrice his going rate for his efforts, to see to the curricle. By the time the wheel was secured, it was dark. That did not stop him from resuming his journey. But the heavy snow that began to cover the already slushy road when he was still 6 hours from Witch House forced him to seek shelter at an inn with damp sheets, watery ale, and weak coffee. What a miserable night that was, Andrew muttered to his companion the following morning. His sigh of disgust was accompanied by bilious clouds of steam as the curricle rolled slowly through the early morning chill. Scrapper, who sat on the seat beside him when he wasn't sprawled out using Andrew's thigh as a pillow, turned at the sound of his voice and then scratched behind his ear with his hind leg. Andrew frowned down at the mutt. "You better not have picked up fleas when you slinked down to the kitchen last night, my boy. And don't think I didn't notice the way you eyed that pretty little bitch dancing around the ostler's feet." Scrapper gave him a look that said butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. "Scattering offspring around the countryside is bad ton, sir." The dog hoisted one hind leg and commenced polishing his jewels. Andrew laughed. "That will put me in my place." The inn had not only afforded an uncomfortable sleep, it had also given him far too much time for introspection, not his forte by a long shot. Or perhaps it had been just enough time to think and consider and ponder what he had rushed up to London to do, and why. Did he feel a certain degree of guilt for having masturbated naked in front of an innocent? Yes, a little, although that was easily overcome by the erection that he sprouted every single time he relived the memory. Was he displeased that she might feel tarnished by the experience? Yes, that was more of a consideration and far from humorous. But those concerns were nothing to one very startling admission. He could hardly wait to see her tomorrow, and the day after, and, shockingly, ad infinitum. She was prickly, snappish, and yet more addictive than anyone he had met. Even Maria? The question had floored him, not because Stacia could not compare to his long-dead lover, but because Andrew had never even thought to compare them. The truth was that his memory of Maria had grown as fly-speckled and dulled as an ancient mirror. As if thinking that thought had summoned her, the night before, he had thrashed in the damp, unpleasant bedding. He had dreamed of Maria for the first time in years, or at least he had felt her presence in his dream, although he had no recollection of seeing her face. The dream had left an aftertaste of sorrow, not passionate longing or aching desire, or even love. It had felt like the sort of regret he sometimes felt when he had parted with friends or family. Was that what Maria had come to say to his sleeping self? Had she come to take her leave? Was the only thing holding her Andrew's cracked and faded recollections of a love that had bloomed for less than 2 months, more than a decade earlier? 41 days they had lived under the same roof before he had been banished and fled to the continent. He had stayed in the army less than a year before coming home for good, his hatred for his cousin the only thing keeping him alive at that point. Andrew wondered, as he rolled along in the frigid dawn, if his life the last decade had really been living. He already knew the answer to that. The past months with his cousin had taught him how hollow his existence had become. It did not escape his sense of irony that the first woman he had wanted in over a decade had rejected him at least 3 times. If she rejected him a 4th time, then Andrew would wait a year for her, as she bade him, demonstrating that his offer was not a product of availability and convenience, but a choice. Yes, he would wait for her, a year or even more if need be. Waiting a year did not mean he could not enjoy her company in the meanwhile, did it? Although her living in Bath with Lady Addiscombe in proximity certainly militated against such a possibility. Even if he could not see her, he would wait. Perhaps then she would believe that his memory, admittedly shot full of holes, had a place that was exclusively, enduringly hers. His mood lifted along with the dawn, and he was just beginning to believe he would make it in plenty of time to enjoy a lazy bath before the ball that evening, when he rounded a corner and reined in so sharply the curricle skittered dangerously on the wet and slushy road. "Bloody hell!" he muttered as he calmed the horses, set the carriage brake, and hopped out to help a clearly harried coachman assist his passengers out of the window of an overturned carriage. By the time Andrew had made a detour of 9 miles to deliver the effusively grateful widow and her daughter to her brother's house, what she was doing travelling on Christmas Day was a story he never fully understood. It was once again past dark. The number of carriages clogging the driveway when he finally guided his weary pair into the courtyard at which house told him the ball was in full swing. A groom trotted out to take the horses' heads, and Andrew hopped out, dislodging a sleepy, yawning Scrapper in the process. He tossed the man a coin and hurried toward the house. "Oh," he said over his shoulder, "see that Scrapper is fed, and make sure he doesn't muscle his way into the house." The groom laughed. "Aye, my lord, a juicy bone will win him over." Andrew hurriedly gave himself a sponge bath, shaved, dressed in his evening kit, and then took a moment to study his reflection in the mirror. He was hollow-eyed from long days and miserable nights on the road, but he was clean, tidy, and as respectable as he ever looked. Andrew glanced at his prize for a long moment, then shoved it into the nightstand drawer. And then he took the small jewel pouch off his dressing table and dropped it into his pocket. Now he was ready. Chapter 35. The difference between this ball and the servant ball was... well, it was difficult to articulate, Stacia decided. Many of the same people had attended both. The Bellamy sisters and their spouses, as well as their house guests, for example. But the magical feeling of having stepped out of time, not to mention the utter lack of social convention, a duke and a scullery maid performing a country dance together, and a duchess partnering a stable lad for a Scottish reel for pity's sake, was sorely lacking. Also lacking was Lord Shelton. Again. The one thing that wasn't lacking, in a completely different sense of the word, was her employer's attendance. Nobody could have been more dismayed than Stacia that Lady Addiscombe had decided to attend the ball after all. Even her youngest daughter's entreaties, and Stacia had overheard Lady Catherine's pleading, and not so subtle insinuations about the putrid influenzas one could contract in a crowded ballroom, were not enough to convince the Countess to remain in her chambers. Stacia really could not comprehend the woman. All day long the various Bellamy children had celebrated intimate Christmas gatherings with their new families, and then assembled in the great hall for one big celebration, and Lady Addiscombe had not attended even one of those functions. Instead, she had sent Stacia to deliver her gifts. The exact same thing for all 5 daughters and her son. A book of self-improving sermons that Stacia had collected from the bookbinders several weeks before. She had briefly opened one of the books, read a few pages, and slammed it shut, disgusted that any person could earn money from the sale of such sanctimonious claptrap. Stacia, who'd grown up yearning for siblings and cousins and aunts and uncles, could not comprehend the Countess's determination to ignore, if not outright alienate, every single one of her children. Stacia suspected that the only reason she had come to the ball tonight was to cast a pall over the festivities. Without Shelton in attendance, the Countess focused her ire on Needham and Lucy, and, to a lesser extent, Captain Walker. Although Lucy had only turned 14 today, a Christmas birthday, her father had allowed her to attend the ball. There was nothing shocking in Lucy attending a country dance under her own father's roof, but Lady Addiscombe had been glaring at Needham as if he had invited naked courtesans to debauch the guests. And when Lord Bellamy had solicited Lucy's hand for country dances, not the scandalous waltz, Lady Addiscombe had sounded like a goose being sacrificed for Christmas dinner. She had looked around frantically, as if looking for somebody she could order to intervene. But all the Bellamy sisters had been dancing themselves. Temporarily thwarted, Lady Addiscombe had watched the dancers in brooding silence, her mood boding ill for the rest of the evening. The set was drawing to a close, and Stacia had just begun to hope the older woman might have swallowed her wrath when she turned to Stacia and said, "I suppose you had no inkling of this travesty, Martin?" "Travesty?" she repeated, her hope of avoiding a public raking dwindling to dust when she met her employer's enraged blue eyes. Lady Addiscombe's lips drew into a thin, bloodless slash, and she hissed, "If you think I believe that you knew nothing of my son's budding friendship with that... Stacia interrupted the other woman before she could give life to that ugly word. "It is an innocent infatuation on her part, my lady. Your son is merely being courteous to the daughter of his host." "How dare—" Just then Lady Lowell and Sir Thomas, parents to the giggling Lowell twins, drifted over with their daughters and 3 nieces. "Sir Thomas, Lady Lowell," the Countess said, her tone grudging, and her expression hardening as she turned to the younger women. "And Mrs. Lowell?" She offered up an exaggerated pause. "Unless, that is, either of you have recently married." She smiled, the expression that of a cat toying with 2 mice. But Sir Thomas was not to be outdone. He chuckled heartily. "I have not found anyone I'd be willing to give them to, my lady. Unlike some other more unfortunate girls, there is no pressing need for them to sacrifice themselves to a man they do not love." Stacia was amused to see a malicious glint in his gaze. The Countess really did bring the worst out of people. She had chatted with Sir Thomas a half-dozen times over the past 10 days, and he had been nothing but charming. Lady Addiscombe's smile curdled at Sir Thomas's not-so-subtle dig. Lady Lowell, the peacekeeper of the couple, changed the subject by asking how the Countess liked Bath. That left Stacia with the 5 young women. The twins ignored her, but one of their cousins, the sweet-natured beauty who made her fair cousins look insipid by comparison, asked Stacia, "Is it true that Lord Shelton has gone away, Miss Martin?" Before she could respond, one of the twins gave a twinkle of laughter that might have been pleasant if not for the spiteful sparkle in her blue eyes, and said, "Poor Arabella! Are you hoping the 3rd time will be the charm?" Rather than look angry, Arabella cut Stacia a wry smile. "My cousins are referring to the fact that Lord Shelton forgot my name." "Twice?" one twin said gleefully. Arabella cut her cousin an exasperated look. "Yes, that is true." "And not just your name. He forgot that he'd even met you," the twin persisted, smirking, "while he most certainly remembered me." "He confused your names, Susanna," the elder of the Moore sisters pointed out. Susanna scowled. But before she could retort, Miss Caroline, the youngest of the cousins, who had the smudged gloves and slightly dishevelled look of a girl more comfortable on horseback than in a ballroom, fixed Susanna with a searing look and said, "Of course he remembered you. It would be difficult for anyone to forget such a silly pair of bookends." Susanna's jaw dropped. "You! Martin!" the Countess bellowed loudly enough to silence the buzz of conversation around them. Stacia turned. "Yes, my lady?" The older woman's wide-eyed look of revulsion was fastened on something beyond Stacya's shoulder. "I need you to—" "Good evening, ladies." Stacia turned slowly and looked up almost a foot to meet Lord Shelton's warm gaze. "Miss Martin," he murmured, and then, as if it took effort, he turned to the Countess. "Lady Addiscombe?" When the older woman merely stared in appalled silence, Shelton turned back to Stacia. He held her gaze as if she were the only person in the room. The delicate skin beneath his brilliant eyes was shadowed, as if from a lack of sleep, but he had never looked more beautiful to her. "I would be honoured if you would partner me, if you are not otherwise engaged for this set." He gestured to the dance floor, which she saw was filling up for the quadrille. "Martin!" "Yes, my lady," Stacia said faintly, unable to turn away from Shelton. "You put the wrong quizzing glass in my reticule. I want the silver chased one. You will have to fetch it from my room. Martin! Martin!" Shelton's lips pulled into one of his truly wicked smiles, and he raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Well?" Beside her, Arabella cleared her throat. "I am not committed for this set. I will be glad to fetch it for you, my lady." Stacia gave the girl a startled look. Arabella flashed her a conspiratorial smile, and then, to her surprise, mouthed, "Go." "Miss Martin?" Andrew offered Stacia his arm, and she took it. Andrew felt the Countess of Addiscombe's flaming gaze scorch his back and shoulders as he led Stacia onto the dance floor. "Did I get you in trouble, my dearest Stacia?" "I was already in trouble." He laughed at her dry answer. "Shelton!" He turned at the sound of Catherine's voice. "Bloody hell," he muttered, and then demanded rudely, "What do you want?" Undaunted, she waved him over. "Come, join us." He glanced at Catherine's partner, Captain Walker, and then down at Stacia. "What say you? Should we trust the vixen enough to form a square with her in it?" Stacia laughed, and the action did lovely things to her snug, uncharacteristically low-cut bodice. What possible mischief can she get up to in the middle of a crowded ballroom? He gave her a look of only partial mock horror. "Lord, Stacia, do not tempt fate in such a reckless manner. Ah, look, reinforcements," he said, as Chatham, the Duchess, Needham, and Lucy joined them. "Needham will keep her in line," he murmured, as their host and his daughter took the head position in the square, Chatham and the Duchess opposite them, leaving them across from Catherine and Walker. He leaned down and whispered, "You look utterly delicious. Your hair is delightful and suits you perfectly. It pleases me to see you wearing my gloves, and you are so lovely you make those brilliants look dull. And that gown!" He growled, and his eyes burned into hers. "You are exquisite." Predictably, his prickly Miss Martin scowled at him. "I am sure I look even better now that I am as red as a tomato." Andrew laughed. "I missed you. Did you miss me?" She pursed her lips, but her eyes sparkled in a way that said his words pleased her. "Where did you take Terence?" "Terence? Oh, you mean Scrapper? It wasn't a case of me taking him so much as him deciding that he would not be left behind." He cocked his head. "Was that your way of asking me where I went?" "No." She took the opportunity of the music beginning to ignore him. Andrew grinned, turned, and bowed to the corner. The Duchess regarded him with a level look and dipped a curtsy so slight as to hardly qualify as one. He turned back to Stacia, and they joined hands. "I do not think your vaunted charm works on the Duchess of Chatham, my lord." Stacia taunted as they passed to the right of the captain and Catherine, the latter of whom simpered at Andrew. The saucy, unrepentant minx. "You don't think Hyacinth likes me?" he asked Stacia. "I had not noticed." She laughed and moved into the ladies' chain. Catherine said something to Stacia that made her blush and purse her lips. "What did you say to her?" Andrew asked Catherine when he took her hands. She ignored his question. "Did you enjoy your Christmas gift, Shelton?" Andrew raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you guessed? I am your secret St. Nicholas." Andrew shook his head at her. "If your gift is what I think it is, you are incorrigible and deserve to be beaten." He paused. "But it was also inspired." She laughed triumphantly as she moved back to the centre. "She is a menace," Andrew said to Stacia when she returned to his side, and they joined hands. Stacia didn't need to ask who he meant. "Have I mentioned how delectable you look with that hair and gown?" he murmured as he took her hands and they made the promenade. Stacia pretended not to hear him, but suspected that her face was too flushed to be explained by exertion. He chuckled, eyeing her with such open, obvious affection that it was difficult to pay attention to the steps and engage in flirtation, an activity she had no experience with, unlike Andrew, whom she had watched charm beautiful women times beyond counting. "Beautiful, all of them, except you." The words lacked the power to crush and shame her, as they usually would. Instead, they brought to mind something else entirely. For some inexplicable reason, Stacya's thoughts went to the scars on Shelton's body, the mute evidence of all the brutalization his body had endured. But suddenly, she thought about all the injuries that were not visible, especially the one that had frightened him the most. He had called it having his bell rung. Stacia had no idea what one of the big guns sounded like, but she had read first-hand accounts of Waterloo, and they had been horrifying. Shelton had stood next to one of those weapons of destruction when it had fired, and it had taken his hearing. True, it had returned, but had that been the only damage? Random conversations from the past days came back to her in a rush. Andrew had not recalled the names of Lord Bellamy's school friends. That was not so unusual, as they were callow youths. Nor had he seemed to remember Mr. Dixon. But he had also forgotten Arabella Moore, twice, and she was beautiful. Pieces of a puzzle that had niggled at her began to click into place, although many blank spots remained. Why did he remember some people but not others? "What are you thinking about?" Andrew asked when he next had an opportunity. "You have the oddest expression on your face." "Nothing," she said, and forced a smile. How often and how many people, places, and events did he forget? She watched him laugh and smile and tease those around them, making even the Duchess thaw, and her heart hurt to think of the pain and suffering his body and mind had endured. Was Andrew even aware of the gaps in his memory? Had the damage really healed as he believed? Or was he becoming worse? "So serious," he teased as they engaged in the final chasse and ended up side by side. He smiled down at her and then tucked her arm under his, keeping her close, and headed not toward Lady Addiscombe, but in the opposite direction. "Where are we going?" "It is too cold to walk outside, but Needham has lighted the gallery for strolling." She glanced anxiously in the Countess's direction. "Just a moment or two," he said. "Please, Stacia." "Just for a moment." She suspected that the instant she returned to her employer's side, she would be sent on another errand, one that would last the rest of the evening, if not the rest of the house party. Couples strolled arm in arm up and down the magnificent gallery, whose marquetry flooring was as much a work of art as all those hanging on the walls. Andrew did not speak until they were at the far end of the hall, and then he paused in front of a life-sized portrait of a blond man with a neatly trimmed Van Dyke and an extravagant moustache. The long-dead Bellamy was wearing a rather unfortunate frock-coat of mustard yellow, with high red heels and a jewelled buckle the size of a teacup. "He's quite the lad," Andrew said, laughing as he turned from the portrait to Stacia. He took her hands in both of his, and her heart pounded at the warmth in his eyes. "You are very sombre for a ball, Stacia. What thoughts are consuming you? Is it your employer, and how I've landed you in hot, boiling probably, water?" He clucked his tongue before she could answer. "You needn't suffer her ill-humour, love. You know you have friends here, powerful ones like Chatham and Needham, and they will help you find a more pleasant mistress." Stacia felt strangely disappointed in his words. "Why? Because you wanted him to offer marriage so you could reject him yet again? You will need to wait a year to hear the words you now want. If you are fortunate, that is." "There is another alternative, of course," he said, his eyelids lowering slightly, his gloved fingers tightening around hers. "You could marry me and let me sweep you away to a life of moderate comfort in a ramshackle Yorkshire manor." His mouth twitched into a self-mocking smile. "I wish I could fib and say that I will one day make you a duchess, but that is a position I have never wanted. Not just because Chatham would first need to die, and I would dislike that terribly, but because I would make a dreadful duke." He raised a hand to her cheek, lightly skimming her jaw. "If you marry me, you will likely have to satisfy yourself with living out your days as plain Mrs. Andrew Derrick." He cocked his head. "What say you, Miss Martin? Will you throw in your lot with a man who will never be screamingly wealthy, whose ridiculous definitions will always ensure you win at dictionary, and," his smile grew wicked, "who will always agree to don a blindfold and perform naked whenever you desire?" Nobody was close enough to hear his naughty words, although she could tell by the way several of the couples were stealing glances and smirking that at least a few people suspected Andrew might be proposing. "If you say no today, I will come ask again in a year, Stacia," he said, his serious tone bringing her gaze back to him. "But if you tell me to leave you alone forever, that you do not want me, then I will not trouble you again." A stab of fear she felt at his words told her, even if she had not already decided, what she had to say. "I do not care about titles, or ramshackle manners, or stylish frocks, but I cannot marry a man who does not believe in fidelity." His expression turned almost terrifyingly stern. "Is this a condition to you saying yes, Miss Martin?" Stacia quailed slightly beneath his intimidating gaze. This was it, the moment that could change her life forever. The men of their class kept mistresses, or at least patronized brothels. Even her father, least aristocratic aristocrat she had ever known, had kept a mistress. "If you stand your ground on this matter, you might lose him, not just for a year, but forever." That might be true, but if I do not remain firm... No, it was too unbearable to contemplate a future in which he not only did not love her, but gave himself to other women. "Yes, my lord, that is precisely what I am saying." He nodded slowly, his expression, for once, difficult to read. "My immediate reaction was to be offended by your question," he said, "but then I realize that I have earned it with my reckless, caddish behavior over the years. I believe in marital fidelity, Stacia, not just for men, but also for women." His nostrils flared slightly. "I will not share you. Ever." She caught her hysterical laugh before it broke free, as if that was even a remote danger. But she didn't say that. Instead, she revelled in the raw dominance, and yes, affection and desire too, that blazed in his eyes. It was not love, but it was more than she had ever expected from the unobtainable Marquis of Shelton. Was it enough? That was a difficult question to answer, and she wasn't sure it was a fair question either. Could people ever know what might be enough 10, 20 years hence? One thing Stacia knew for certain was that she did not want to envision a future without Andrew in it. And that, she decided, was answer enough. "I will marry you, my lord." A slow smile spread over his face, and he took her chin between his fingers, his eyes boring into hers. "You have made me a very, very, very happy man, Stacia, and a proud man. I vow that I will always put your comfort and needs before my own." He kissed her upturned lips. Stacia told herself that what he offered, companionship and hopefully children, was far better than what he must have had in his youth with the love of his life. Passion burned out after all, did it not? Yes, this was better. She was still trying to convince herself of that as they walked back toward the ballroom. Before they were even halfway there, the Countess, trailed closely by the Duke and Duchess of Chatham, entered the hall. "A word in the drawing-room, Martin." The Countess didn't wait for an answer before storming toward a door and flinging it open before a hovering footman could sprint over to open it. "Leave us," she snapped. Although it was unclear who the words were directed at, the servant, Shelton, or the Duke and Duchess. Andrew turned to her. "You don't need to face her, Stacia. I will speak. I need to do this." He stared into her eyes for a moment and then nodded. "I know you feel as if you owe her service until she can find a replacement companion, but you do not. I will see there is somebody to accompany her back to Bath, even if I must do it myself." Stacia nodded, her head in a whirl. He pressed her hand and then released her. She took a deep breath and followed her employer. Chapter 36. "Just what have you been doing while I have been ill, Miss Martin?" Lady Addiscombe demanded the moment Stacia shut the door, her voice almost scarily quiet. Stacia swallowed several times to force down the ball of anxiety in her throat. "You have been with him. Do not lie. I can see it in the lecherous, possessive way he puts his hands on you." Stacia opened her mouth to say what, she did not know, but the Countess was not interested in an answer. "I knew about you when I engaged you, but I thought to give you a chance to redeem yourself, to rescue the shreds of your tattered reputation." "I beg your pardon," Stacia said, recoiling. "What are you talking about?" "Do not affect that innocent facade with me. I saw the shameless way you threw yourself at Colonel Kelly when I took you to Baroness Lindsay's ball." "He asked me to dance." "Only after you thrust yourself at him." Stacia gave a laugh of disbelief. "Actually, my lady, not that it is any of your affair. Long before I ever thrust myself at the Colonel, he asked me to marry him. 3 times, I might add." The Countess scoffed. "A likely story." "Why would I lie about something like that?" she asked, truly curious as to the other woman's inner workings. Lady Addiscombe ignored her question. "And I suppose Shelton has offered you marriage as well?" She gave a scornful laugh. "Yes, and I accepted." It was petty of her, but she could not help enjoying the other woman's flabbergasted expression, which was quickly replaced by an ugly, insinuating look. "You are with child, I suppose?" Stacia's jaws tightened. "You are insulting, and I refuse to answer." Lady Addiscombe did not seem to even hear her. "You think Shelton is going to rescue you, but let me tell you what will happen, you stupid trollop." Stacia gasped. You spread your legs for him, which is all he ever wanted. Now you are nothing to him. Even if what you are claiming is true, and he was so desperate as to marry a dowdy, penniless spinster, which I find highly suspect,
The truth is that Shelton is as deeply in debt as my idiot husband. His only chance at salvation was to inherit the dukedom." Her face turned even uglier, which Stacia had not believed possible. "Now that Chatham has married my unnatural daughter, yet another foolish whore who could not keep her legs crossed, there will be a litter of children between Shelton and the title. The moment Chatham has an heir of his body, he will drop Shelton like a hot coal. And then where will you be?" Stacia opened her mouth to tell the other woman that the last thing she was hoping for was Shelton to inherit at the expense of a beloved cousin's death. But the Countess was not finished. "I will tell you where. You will be living on that decrepit estate Shelton has only held on to because of Chatham's generosity. Or perhaps the Duke will stop supporting his debauched habits after he no longer needs him. Regardless, you will be poor and fortunate if you have so much as a scullery maid. So all your grand dreams of a title are for naught." Stacia felt as if she had been punched, repeatedly. She swallowed down her pain and fixed the other woman with a direct look. "As it happens, my lady, I accepted him because I love him, not because I want the hollow comfort of a title. Is that what happened to you? If so, I pity you. But do not suppose that everyone else is so mercenary." The Countess's eyes bulged. "You love him?" she demanded, evidently not hearing the second part. "Yes," she said, holding her ground no matter how much the older woman's scorn cut her. "I love him." Lady Addiscombe's shapely lips twisted into a hideous snarl as she strode up to Stacia. For a moment she thought the Countess might actually strike her, and it took all the strength she had not to shrink away from the fury in the other woman's gaze. "Do not think that I didn't hear your snide comment about my own situation. Yes, I married a man with feet of clay, but not for a moment was I stupid enough to fancy myself in love. You pity me, do you, Martin? Funny that, because I feel the same way about you. I wonder how your love will endure when Shelton sets up his mistress almost in front of you, or brings home some filthy disease. I wonder how much you will pity me then." Stacia could scarcely comprehend the bile pouring from the other woman's mouth. "Why are you saying such horrible things to me? What can you gain from such hateful behavior?" "I am trying to save you from my own fate, you stupid—" "Enough!" a familiar voice roared from behind her. Stacia spun around. Not only Andrew, but also the Duke and Duchess of Chatham stood in the opening where the screens to the music room had been pushed aside, their shocked faces proclaiming what they'd heard. Andrew strode toward them, his eyes spitting fire at the Countess as he slid his arm around Stacia. She could not help it. She melted against the protection of his hard chest. She also should have plugged her ears, as Lady Addiscombe was not yet finished. "You!" she seethed. "I see you for what you are, Shelton. I am not some ignorant, persuadable chit. Do not waste your lies and charm on me." "I would not waste even my spit on a harpy like you." Andrew ignored Lady Addiscombe's outraged squawk, raising his voice to talk over her. "You have no right to spew your venom at Stacia. You were in a position to help her, and all you've done is denigrate and terrorize her. You are a monster, and if you were not a woman, I would not wait for dawn to see you at 20 paces and make you answer for your cruelty. But my tolerance has its limits, and if you are even a shred as wise as you seem to think you are, then you will get out of my sight before I forget that you are my cousin's mother-in-law." Lady Addiscombe's face was as red as a boiled lobster, as she turned to her daughter and the Duke and flung a hand toward Andrew. "Are you going to say something, or just stand there and allow this churl to threaten me with violence?" It was unclear who the question was aimed at. The Duke and Duchess exchanged a brief glance before her Grace stepped forward.
I am proud in this moment that you have never wanted me to call you mother, my lady." Lady Addiscombe gasped. "If this were my house, I would have your baggage on the front steps already," the Duchess continued, her quiet voice pure steel. "I am certain that my sister, your hostess, will feel likewise when she learns how you've spoken to my cousin and Miss Martin. But you are fortunate, because Chatham's carriage will be ready and waiting to take you back to Bath in the morning. If you know what is good for you, and your future comfort, you will take his generous offer." She took a step closer to her mother, her eyes glittering coldly as she stared down at the older woman. "In case I have not made myself clear, you will never darken the doors of any of my homes as long as you draw breath." The Countess hissed, "You vile, unnatural! If you finish that sentence, you will find yourself walking to Bath," the Duke said coolly. He strode across the room. "I will escort you to your chambers, my lady, where you will remain until first light." He gestured to the door, and, to Stacya's astonishment, Lady Addiscombe went, too shocked to do more than sputter. When the door shut behind them, the Duchess came toward them, her face as expressionless as ever, but her green eyes brighter than usual. "I am sorry for what you have endured at my mother's hands," the other woman said. "I was not able to save my siblings or myself from her poison, but I am grateful that you are no longer subject to her abuse." She inclined her head and left the room, the door closing silently behind her. Andrew lifted her chin until she met his gaze. "I will never stop regretting that my attention exposed you to such a viper, Stacia." "None of this was your fault. If not you, then something, somebody, would have set her off eventually." He rubbed her bare upper arms. "You are remarkably contained in the face of such viciousness." "I am relieved that is how I appear. Inside, I am—" Her voice, which had held firm all through the Countess's attack, finally broke. Strong arms enfolded her and drew her close. "My poor darling." Andrew stroked her back while she sobbed. She had been a companion, a servant in truth, for almost 4 years, and had suffered countless slights. But never had she been assaulted so badly and brutally. "It is all over now, sweetheart," he murmured, his gentle hands and words a balm on her wounded soul. He stood patiently and absorbed all her pain, comforting her with his body and words. When she stopped trembling a short time later, she looked up at him. "I am better now." He stared down at her and her wondering smile, his face so beautiful that it squeezed the breath from her lungs. "Why me, darling?" She considered pretending that she didn't know what he meant. But what was the point? They were to be married. Her love for him would slip out sooner rather than later. "Ah, you heard that part, did you?" He nodded mutely. "Why you?" she repeated. "Need you ask? You are—" She made a helpless gesture to encompass his magnificent face and body. "You are you. Surely having women falling in love with you in droves is something you are accustomed to by now." "And is that it? You love the body I inhabit?" he asked, his gaze no longer hopeful, but hollow. "Of course that is not all I love, Andrew. I love the man who makes me laugh, at my own folly as well as his own. I love the man who went out of his way to help a bloody injured mutt and a bloody muddy woman who had only snapped and snarled at him. I love the man who helped a stranger marry her lover, even when he suffered for it. I love the man who would not take my virginity, even when I all but offered it to him on a platter." His mobile eyebrows leapt. "Damnation! I had not realized that was an option. I really am slow-witted." She rolled her eyes. He became serious again. "I am honored you have chosen me, but there is one thing I want you to understand. I may have executed heroic deeds from time to time, but I am a man who is excoriated in decent society for what he has done only because they have been told lies about Sarah, and that is something they must continue to believe," he said firmly. "Just because she told Catherine does not mean we are free to tell the world." Stacia ground her teeth, but could see by his expression that there would be no talking him around the matter. "And forget about Sarah for a moment. You cannot deny that I abducted Lady Shaftesbury with the sole intention of using her against my cousin." "No, I cannot deny that, and it was a cruel act. Are you ashamed of what you did to Lady Shaftesbury?" "More than you will ever know." "Then let that be an end to it, Andrew. Do people not deserve a second chance? Are we not allowed to get up once we have stumbled? You wronged her, it is true, but she also credits your actions with bringing her to the Marquis, the love of her life." "She is too kind-hearted." "She is kind-hearted, but she's also right." He took her hands in his. "You are forgetting what I did to the Duke, to his first wife." Stacia set her hands on his broad shoulders, suddenly realizing that for all his magnificent strength and brawn, he was as vulnerable as anyone else. "We talked about this once before, Andrew. Everyone else has forgiven you. All the people who matter, at least. The only one who hasn't forgiven you is you. Please, isn't a decade long enough to punish yourself?" Andrew stared in awe at this woman who loved him and argued so strenuously in his defense. He was not as sure as she seemed to be that he deserved forgiveness, but perhaps it was time to let go of the mistakes he had made and look toward the future. Certainly it was not fair to Stacia to dwell so much in the past. "I love him," she had shouted, defying the harpy to her face. Would he ever forget the intense wave of wonder and joy he'd felt when he heard those words? Andrew had done nothing to deserve such bounty, but he was going to seize this opportunity with both hands. Stacia smiled up at him, her brown eyes so warm, so trusting, that his knees were momentarily weak with terror. She loved him. He lightly caressed her jaw. "I am the luckiest man in England, Stacia." Her eyes became glassy. "Are you trying to make me blubber?" Andrew laughed, and then suddenly recalled something and patted his chest, smiling when he felt the small bump beneath his lapel. "I almost forgot to give you your Christmas gift." "But I am wearing my gifts." He let his gaze drift over the brilliance that sparkled in her flattering new haircut, and then down to the soft leather sheathing her arms. "Those were just trifles I bought in case I could not get your real gift sized in time." "Sized?" He reached into his coat and brought out a small leather pouch. "This is your real gift." She caught her lower lip with her teeth and took the pouch. Andrew watched her face as she fumbled with the drawstrings and then tipped the ring into her palm. "Oh!" she gasped, her eyes wide as she gazed at the rose ring she had admired so much at the Christmas fete. After a long moment she lifted her eyes to his. "But this is... How did you know?" He indulged in a bit of gloating before taking the ring and slipping it over her glove. It was a snug fit, but would be perfect without the leather. "I cannot divulge my secrets." She stared at the delicate rose on her finger, her lashes glinting. "Happy Christmas, my darling Stacia. The first of many to come." He dropped a kiss on her soft lips. "I don't deserve you. No, I don't," he said, talking over her when she tried to demur. "But I swear on everything sacred I will strive to." She threw her arms around his neck, pulled him tightly against her small body, and then mumbled into his crushed cravat, "I didn't get you a gift, Andrew." He loosened her grip and took her chin in his fingers, making her meet his gaze. "Don't you understand, you wonderful, lovely, adorable woman? You are my gift, Stacia. The best Christmas gift I have ever received." Chapter 37. Hyacinth. I finished giving a brutally honest retelling of the Countess of Addicombe's behaviour to her gawking siblings, even Doddy, whom she knew they had all been treating like a child for far too long, and looked from face to face, waiting for somebody to speak. "I know this will sound horrid, but I am glad she will be gone in the morning," Phoebe said, her hand absently stroking her belly. "She made me ill, and she drove Needham to distraction. We have all given her chance after chance. I know it is unnatural of me to say such a thing about my own mother, but until she relents and changes her ways, well, I do not want her poison infecting my own children." "I agree," Selina said, "at least about sending her back to Bath. As to her relenting," Selina shook her head, "I do not see that ever happening. I would never have believed that her gentle sibling would utter such a harsh prognostication." "Please tell me I will never have to go to her again," Katy said, the words aimed at Hi. "She has been threatening me with returning to Bath with her ever since I arrived at Witch House." Phoebe, Selina, and Aurelia all spoke at once. "Needham and I would love— You are welcome at— Crewe has already mentioned that—" "Thank you, all of you," Katy said, her eyes glassy as they slid from face to face, ending with Hi, her watery smile fading. "I would like to remain with you, Hi, if you and his Grace will have me after everything." Hi couldn't help noticing that her youngest sister looked her age for the first time in months. Katy was just a girl still, no matter how much she tried to behave otherwise. Doubtless she was recalling their discussion after Katy had confessed to locking Shelton and Miss Martin in the attic. It did not matter that the ending was a beneficial one for the pair. Hi was still horrified that her sister had done such a reckless thing. She pushed the thought away for now and said, "Chatham and I were hoping you would stay with us through the season and beyond." It wasn't a lie. Sylvester had greatly enjoyed watching Katy terrorize Shelton and Fowler, yet again proving that her husband was twisted in more ways than one. And Hi appreciated anything that gave her husband that much pleasure. While Shelton would marry and move to his estate, Katy could still toy with Fowler. Even Hi had to admit she enjoyed watching such a huge man go about in terror of her little sister. "As you all know," Aurelia said, her quiet voice drawing everyone's attention, "our mother told me I was no longer her daughter, that I was dead to her, months ago, when I took the position in Scotland. While her opinion altered when I showed up married to Crewe, she expressed no remorse for her behaviour, and commenced to enumerate my husband's shortcomings and what I needed to do to overcome them." She gave an unamused laugh. That was before she heard who Nora and Gustin were. "She has not said a word to me since learning their identities. Crewe said, and I could not blame him, that if her treatment of Needham was any indication of what her approval looked like, he could live without it. She told me Keys was an embarrassment, and should stay in the country when I went to London," Selina said, her beautiful face looking angrier than Hi had ever seen her. "She told me I will be coming to Bath in the summer," said a quiet male voice. All heads turned toward Doddy. Their brother had been so reserved that it had been easy to overlook him, but the anguish in his voice spoke louder than a shout. "I will tell Needham, Doddy. You will never have to go," Phoebe said. "He will use the only persuasion the Countess respects— money." Doddy sighed, looking pained and old beyond his years. "Phoebes, I can't keep relying on your husband to solve my problems." He looked around at the rest of them, raising a staying hand before they could speak. "Or any of your husbands either." His blue eyes were more troubled than Hi had ever seen them, making her wonder what sort of experience he'd had at school. She had asked Sylvester about Eton, and he had confirmed every suspicion she'd had, and more, about the brutality that often occurred there. "There is no shame in taking help from your family, certainly not while you are not of age," Hi said, holding her brother's gaze. "We are your family, and taking care of you is both our duty and our honour, Doddy. And one day, when you are old enough and have your own children, or if you are ever called upon to take care of ours, you will know I speak the truth." Her sisters nodded. But Doddy looked unconvinced. "All I have done is take Hi." He gestured to the elegant, freshly decorated room around them. "Needham has poured a fortune into this house, and it is all going to benefit me. He pays for my schooling. He pays for the clothing on my back. He pays for everything." Phoebe struggled to her feet and went to sit beside their brother, draping an arm around his slumped shoulders. "At the risk of sounding vulgar, the money Needham is spending on both the house and your schooling is a proverbial drop in the bucket, Doddy. Would you have him stint you when it is something he can do with little cost to himself? And it is also something he does for me." Doddy nodded, but Hi could see it would take time, if ever, before he felt easy in accepting so much help. She thought it spoke well of his character. "Your impulse is decent, Doddy," Selina said, speaking Hi's thoughts. "You aren't behaving like Mamma and Papa, with your hand constantly extended." "Which brings up a matter Hi, Selina, and I discussed the day of the skating party," Aurelia said, turning to Hi, as if suddenly she were the one to lead them. "Was that a dubious benefit of rank?" Hi nodded to indicate she recalled their conversation. "Crewe wishes to share the burden of supporting both our parents," Aurelia said. "Shaftesbury has said the same," Selina agreed. "As has Chatham," Hi said. They all turned to Phoebe. She sighed. "Needham expected your offers of help and is pleased to accept them. He suggested we all assemble after the guests have gone and discuss what is to be done about Papa." She grimaced. "He has repeatedly outstripped his allowance, which is shockingly generous. Mamma, for all that she is impossible, at least is not profligate. Shaftesbury says that father will never be brought into line as long as he is one of the Regent's set," Selina said. "That is Chatham's opinion as well," Hi said. Phoebe nodded. "Let us ponder possible solutions and discuss them before we leave for London." "And before I leave for Eton," Doddy added, not looking especially happy. "You do not have to go back," Selina said, giving their little brother, who looked to have lost weight and appeared even more fragile than ever, a concerned glance. "Shaftesbury and I would love to have you come live with us." Doddy smiled. "I appreciate your kind offer, but I need to go back." Privately, Hi agreed. Her brother was a peer and would one day wield political influence that would affect hundreds of dependents. A place like Eton might be brutal, but he would learn about his responsibilities there. Phoebe patted Doddy's hand. "Well, now that is all settled, there is one more thing," Hi said. The other 5 turned to her. Hi cleared her throat. I suspect that we shall have a wedding to prepare for." Phoebe's eyes bulged. "You think Miss Martin and Lord Shelton would agree to marry here?" "Shelton has a special licence." "That is where he went?" Aurelia asked, looking amused. Hi permitted herself a slight smile. "Chatham said he made miraculous time to get to London and back. He did not look like a man who wanted to wait when last I saw him." "A wedding!" Phoebe breathed. "And with Witch Chapel just restored! Oh, how will we ever manage a wedding and all these guests?" Selina laughed. "Don't worry, Phoebe. You won't have to do it all yourself. We will all pitch in." "It will be a pleasure," Aurelia said. Hi wisely did not offer any assistance. "Stacia has no father or mother to represent her interests," Katy said. A grim look in her eyes made Hi wonder, yet again, what had happened to make her little sister so pragmatic.
"Needham will do it," Phoebe immediately said. When Selina and Aurelia looked prepared to protest, Hi threw her vote behind her younger sister. "I think that is an excellent idea, Phoebe. He is master here, and the wedding will take place beneath his roof." The others nodded. "Who would have believed that any woman could bring Shelton up to scratch?" Selina said, looking delighted. "Chatham is still in a state of shock. Pleased shock, but shock all the same. In my opinion, Shelton is the lucky one," Hi couldn't help adding. Selina laughed. "You never did like him." Hi had never told her sister about encountering Shelton at the various London gambling hells, and how badly the handsome Marquis had behaved. "I do not dislike him," she felt compelled to say. Katy gave her a sceptical look. But Hi was not lying. She was impressed that Shelton possessed the good sense to choose Miss Martin as his mate. Her husband's too attractive cousin had been lost in self-indulgent debauchery and the past for far too long. Maria, the woman both Sylvester and Shelton had been in love with, was dead and gone. It was time to move on. Past time. "I think she is perfect for him," Phoebe said, and then suddenly sat bolt upright. "Oh dear! I have quite forgotten it is Christmas, and there is a ball in progress." She laughed. "And I am the hostess." Hi had been hoping everyone might forget, and they could all just retire to their chambers. But accepting the new mantle that had been thrust upon her, she nodded at her sister and stood. "Let us rejoin the guests. There will be plenty of time to discuss wedding plans after we actually consult the bride and groom." Chapter 38. 8 days later. Andrew was beginning to think his groomsman and his betrothed had eloped together. He glanced at his watch and then at the doors to the narthex, and then at the vicar, the Reverend something. Damn and blast, Andrew had forgotten the man's name already. But the clergyman merely smiled, seemingly unconcerned, his confident smile assuring Andrew that nothing was amiss. He glanced at his watch and found only a few seconds had passed. He resisted the urge to hurl the useless thing across the nave and, instead, clasped his hands behind his back so he was not tempted to look at it again. The moment he linked his fingers, he felt the ring on his thumb, and his mouth pulled into a smile. Some of the tension draining from his body as he absently turned the metal circle round and round, lightly tracing the Norse symbols with the pad of his fingers. His cousin had paid a visit to Andrew's chambers the evening before. "I have something for you," Sylvester had said, looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable while holding out his hand. Andrew had given him a look of suspicion that had only been partly mocking. It had better not be keys. A few days before, Sylvester had tried to make Andrew a wedding present of a house in London, his argument being that such a gift was really for him rather than Andrew and Stacia. Sylvester chuckled. "No, it is not a key. It is not a gift at all. It already belongs to you." He dropped something cool and metallic into his palm. It was the ring his cousin had given him when Andrew had saved his life, a twin of the one Chatham had never taken off. Andrew had felt an alarming moistness in his eyes when he'd slipped the heavy ring onto his thumb. "Thank you. I am glad to have it back." "And I am glad to have my brother back," Chatham had replied. "If you are trying to make me weep like a schoolgirl, you are not going to be successful," Andrew had warned, belying that promise when he'd needed to glare up at the ceiling for a full minute while his cousin had caught him in a rib-cracking embrace. Andrew knew it wasn't the ring itself which settled his jittery nerves. It was the meaning behind it, and the man who'd given it to him. And where the hell was that man now? Andrew glanced around the church yet again, jittery. He reached for his watch, but stopped himself just in time. He had no idea why he was so agitated. He had been fine that morning when he'd woken up, optimistic even.
Marriage had not been something he'd given serious thought to for as long as he could remember. The only reason he would have contemplated taking a wife was to manipulate Sylvester in his war of vengeance. But now he was eager. Indeed, waiting these past 8 days had been agony. He constantly relived those nights in the priest hole and burned for her. But he didn't just want to bed Stacia. He was impatient to take her home to Rosewood and start a life with her. Home. When was the last time he'd thought of Rosewood that way? Had he ever? The 9 days might have been a hellish wait, but there was no denying that his feelings for her had grown exponentially as they'd come to know each other better. For the first time in his life, he hadn't wanted his solitary morning rides. He'd wanted Stacia with him. He'd wanted to tell her about Rosewood, about the stud farm, about everything. And he'd wanted to hear her opinions and ideas about everything. It had struck Andrew, when he and Stacia had been discussing the possibility of resurrecting the long-disused dairy at Rosewood, that a good marriage was also a partnership, like two-minded people pulling together in harness. Who would have believed he would ever entertain such a domestic thought? Was it possible that what he felt was not just sexual attraction and deep affection, but love? Andrew stared without seeing, his already disordered thoughts now in utter disarray. Damn it! Love? Could that be it? He looked up dazedly from his roiling thoughts to find the Duchess of Chatham regarding him with her usual unreadable gaze. Andrew had been startled, but pleased, when Stacia had asked his cousin's wife to stand as her matron of honour. Her choice ought not to have surprised him, as the normally reserved Duchess had exhibited an almost solicitous interest in Stacia ever since freeing her from the priest-hole. Sylvester forgot the ring and had to go back for it, the Duchess explained in a quiet voice. I believe he is almost as nervous as you. Ah! What else could he say? He was nervous. Nervous that Stacia would come to her senses and abandon him at the altar. I like Miss Martin, the Duchess said. Andrew couldn't help grinning. So do I. His humour did nothing to melt her icy facade. Or perhaps that was the Duchess. Ice through and through. But Andrew didn't think so, especially considering the way she sometimes stared at Sylvester when she thought nobody else was looking, as if she wanted to consume him. Chatham believes you will do right by her, she said. Andrew bristled at her carefully worded comment, which implied that she did not think the same thing. That is certainly my intention, he said stiffly. After a long, uncomfortable moment, she said, I agree with him. Andrew's eyebrows leapt at this unprecedented sign of approval. Before he could come up with something to say, and probably irritate her again, the doors opened, and Sylvester and Stacia entered the nave arm in arm. He gawked like a star-struck youth. She was radiant. Her gown of emerald green velvet made her look like a burst of spring on a frigid winter's day. She held a bouquet of white hydrangeas with a few sprigs of prickly holly and bright red berries in the middle. He lifted his gaze higher until their eyes met. Her loving smile touched off an explosion inside him to rival a pyrotechnic display at Vauxhall Gardens. Andrew was far too addled to identify all the emotions that filled him to near bursting, but the cumulative effect was a feeling of rightness. Was that normal? Was rightness a proper feeling to have for one's prospective bride? It feels right because it is love, you dolt. Andrew blinked and looked up from the revelatory thought, doubtless grinning like an idiot, and saw mild puzzlement in Stacia's eyes. He knew he should at least acknowledge his cousin, but he could not look away from her, more engrossed than he'd ever been in his life. The vicar's words all ran together. Andrew was impressed that he was able to speak his responses when it was time for him to do so. You may kiss your bride, Those words shook him from his fugue. Stacia gazed up at him with love, not adoration for the handsome face and body the rest of the world saw, but love for Andrew, the flawed, damaged man inside who had made one disastrous decision after another. Until her. Her lips twitched, and he realized he was staring. Andrew collected a few of his remaining wits and gently claimed her upturned mouth with a chaste kiss, while promising with his eyes much, much, much more later. The Bellamy siblings and their spouses made enough racket for 3 times their number when Andrew and his wife walked down the aisle. The short journey to the dining room was a raucous, laughter-filled pilgrimage. Lord and Lady Needham had orchestrated a magnificent wedding breakfast. True to form, the seating defied convention, and Andrew found himself between Mrs. Nora Walker and Catherine. "Congratulations, my lord," Mrs. Walker said, her beautiful face shining with a sort of serenity that seemed strange to him, given that she was at the family home of her former lover's wife. "Thank you, ma'am," he said. "They are a lovely family." Her gaze flickered over the Bellamy sisters and lingered on Lady Crewe. "I did not want to come here for Christmas." Andrew leaned closer to whisper, "Me neither." They both laughed. "Why did you?" he asked, now that she had raised the subject. "Because Aurelia convinced me. She pointed out that Guston would not come here without me, and that Crewe would miss his son at Christmas." She shrugged. "It seems selfish to say no." "Are you glad you came?" "Very. I did not have a large family, so this has been lovely." Chatham, who was on her other side, asked her something, and she excused herself. Andrew took a deep breath and turned to Catherine. She was waiting for him. Andrew had not spent any time alone with her since before the priest-hole incident. She looked tired, and there were dark smudges beneath her brilliant eyes. The smile she gave him was tentative, un-Catherine-like, in other words, and Andrew sighed. "I might as well say it, as I've been thinking it for days. Thank you." Her eyes bulged. Andrew chuckled at her reaction. "What?" he taunted. "You do not think me a big enough man to admit when somebody else is right and I am wrong?" "Not when that somebody is a girl," she shot back, showing some spirit. "A woman," he corrected. "You are no girl, Catherine. You are formidable." She looked cheered by that description. "I did not choose Stacia capriciously, you know. Mrs. Leary mentioned more than once how she'd felt dreadful stealing your attention when so many other women would have genuinely liked it. She mentioned Stacia specifically." Andrew hated hearing that. He hated yet more confirmation that he'd forgotten her, over and over again. "You know that you forget things, Andrew." Andrew waited for the surge of rage he'd felt when she had poked at him in the past. But it didn't come. "I know," he finally said. "Are you afraid?" He looked up from his mostly untouched soup. "What do you think?" She nodded, sympathy in her eyes. "What happened to you at your aunt's house?" he asked. Her eyes, so open a moment earlier, shuttered. "I don't know what you mean." Yes, she did. But it was Andrew's wedding day, and the last thing he wanted to do was rub salt in her wound. And there was a wound, of that he was sure. And so he said, "What do you think the chances are that Chatham can make your sister ride the entire way to London in the coach?" Catherine snorted. "I'll not take that wager, thank you." Andrew laughed. Chapter 39. Andrew led Stacia through the narrow doorway into their bridal chamber. She couldn't help laughing. "Whose idea was this?" she asked, as they paused to admire the familiar scene at the far end of the priest-hole. Andrew grinned. It seemed fitting. "Is somebody going to lock us inside this time, too?" "Would you mind terribly?" She thoughtfully tapped her chin. "It depends on what books have been included." He laughed. "Come," he said. taking her hand and leading her toward the blazing fire. "Needham looks so happy to oblige my request to use this as our bridal suite that I suspect the Viscountess will find herself imprisoned up here sooner rather than later."
"Do you think he knows about our first stay in this room?" she asked, taking a seat on the settee while Andrew investigated the hampers.
"He did not give me that impression," he said, pulling a bottle from a bucket of ice. "Champagne?"
"Yes, please. I feel sure that Catherine's sisters knew."
"Perhaps they decided the rest of their families did not need to hear the truth," he said, removing the cork with a pop, filling the waiting glasses, and handing her one before sitting down beside her. He raised his glass. "To us." He paused, grinned, and then added, "Wife?"
"To us," she echoed. "Husband."
He laughed, and they both drank. Afterward he took her glass and set it down before sliding his arms beneath her and lifting her onto his lap, shifting her until she was exactly where he wanted her. "There," he said, looking smugly satisfied. "I've been dying to hold you for days, and I've been dying to do this too." He claimed her mouth with a deep, drugging kiss that left her body limp when he finally released her. His eyes were dark as they flickered over her and landed on her hand. He lifted it and examined the ring, as if he'd not been the one to give it back to her mere hours earlier. "It is lovely, but I cannot believe you will not allow me to buy you a more suitable ring."
"I don't want another one, Andrew. I adore this one," she said, admiring the perfect rose.
"But it was a Christmas present, not a wedding ring."
She ignored him. "I still cannot believe you knew how much I liked this."
"I was spying on you that day, stalking you." He waggled his eyebrows in a villainous manner. "It was to be your secret St. Nicholas gift, but it wasn't ready when I went to the village to fetch it before going to London. I had to take it along to a jeweller I knew in town, and he sized it."
Stacia stared for a moment and then said, "Oh." She suddenly felt like a jealous toad.
"What is that oh for?"
"Nothing." The last thing she wanted to do was expose her jealousy to him.
He cocked his head. "What?"
"It is just, well, it wasn't a very nice thing."
"What thing?"
"I knew you'd gone to the village before going to London. Mr. Higgins mentioned it. And I thought—" she bit her lower lip.
"You thought what?"
"That you had gone to see Mrs. Johnson." She blurted the words out in a rush, hoping that would make her feel less insecure and foolish. It didn't. He frowned for a moment, and then his eyes widened in comprehension. Instead of being angry, he clucked his tongue. "I told you I wanted to marry you only a few hours earlier. What a filthy mind my new wife has! I shall have to see that she turns it in the appropriate direction henceforth." "I'm so sorry, Andrew," she said, unwilling to forgive her suspicious mind as quickly as he did.
"You are forgiven. Just promise me you won't think such a thing again."
"I promise."
"Good, because I am yours, and you are mine. I don't want any other woman, Stacia."
He hesitated, met her eyes with an unsmiling look, and said,
"For years I have cultivated a reputation as a heartless rake, but, like so much of my behavior, most of what I did was engineered to irk Sylvester."
He lightly stroked her cheek, his eyes flickering over her face. His expression shifted until he looked almost tentative. "What is it?" she asked, a tendril of fear snaking through her.
"There is something else, something I did not want to mention when you told me I had met you before. Often. I didn't say anything at the time because it seemed too self-serving." He pulled a wry face. "It is also an unpleasant subject for me. I have known for a long time that I must have sustained more than hearing loss when I got my bell rung. I often forget things, Stacia. People, faces, names. I do better if there is more than just a brief introduction. Conversations of any length seem to to set a person in my mind, for lack of a better term. I should have confessed my problem before we met." She cupped his face with both hands and brought him lower for a kiss. He hummed, when she practiced some of his own tricks on him. When she pulled away, his eyes were heavy-lidded. What was that for? "Because I wanted to kiss you." He smiled. "That is an excellent impulse. You must always surrender to it. Did I tell you how beautiful you look today?" he asked, his teasing tone telling her that the question was not a memory lapse. "You did. Twice." "Here is a third time. You look utterly gorgeous." He cocked his head. "Are you hungry?" Stacia blinked at the change of subject. No." "Do you want to play a game of dictionary?" She gave a startled laugh. "No." His nostrils flared slightly. "Are you ready for bed?" Her face scalded under his knowing look. "Yeah." He lunged to his feet before the word was all the way out. Stacia laughed as he carried her toward the bed, all but sprinting. Andrew loved hearing Stacia laugh, almost as much as he loved hearing her pant, gasp, and whimper. He had been looking forward to tonight for days, but he also felt a certain tension. She was a virgin, after all. "Are you nervous?" he asked, as he set her down on the bed. "A little, but I trust you." Christ, the woman knew how to grab his heart. Andrew suddenly recalled a conversation they'd had in this very room, in this bed. Lord, how much did she know? How much didn't she know? "Are there any, questions that I can answer?" "Oh, you mean about what is going to happen?" Andrew nodded. "You told me that nobody tells young women about, sexual matters." Her cheeks darkened. "Lady Needham spoke to me last night." Andrew felt a rush of relief. As much as he adored filthy pillow talk, he had not relished having to describe such an intimacy in practical terms. "Ah, good. Excellent. I dare say she knows what she is talking about." She laughed. "Yes, it sounded like it." She swallowed, her amusement dwindling, and then added, "She said there would be a little pain. She also said that you were probably the sort of man who would, make sure that discomfort did not signify." God bless Lady Needham. "I will make it good for you, Stacia." "I know you will." He caressed her face, unable to resist touching her. "I don't usually sleep in most of my clothing as I did those nights we spent together." She snorted softly. "I did not think you did." "I don't even sleep in a nightshirt." "Oh, is that something you would like for me to do?" He grinned. "You mean sleep naked?" She gave him an exasperated look. "You just like making me blush." "Yes, I do. And yes, to your first question, I want you to sleep naked. And when I say sleep, I mean any time we share a bed, which will be every night." "You don't wish to have your own room?" "We will have our own rooms, but we will share one bed. Yours, mine, I do not care which." He took her chin between his fingers and tilted her up for a kiss. "But I want to sleep tangled up together. I like it almost as much as I like sex, Stacia. I want both with you as often as possible." She caught her lower lip with her teeth and then nodded. "Who shall I undress first?" he asked. "You first," she blurted, making him laugh. "As my lady commands." There was a pair of candles on one of the nightstands, and he wondered if she would ask to have them snuffed. But her eyes and attention were riveted to his hands as he unbuttoned his dark green tailcoat and the pale gold waistcoat beneath it. "Will you valet me?" he asked, once the coats were both unbuttoned. She leapt to her feet with an enthusiasm that made him chuckle. A moment later, after much pulling and tugging, she managed to peel off the tight sleeves. He caught her arm before she could return to the bed and pulled her close, kissing her soundly. You are such an excellent valet that I almost regret engaging Thomas."
"You cannot change your mind now. Dora would not allow it," Stacia said.
He laughed. "No, I dare say she would not." The young lovers had approached Andrew when they'd learned he was engaging a valet and personal maid, offering their services. Thomas had waited on Andrew several times during his stay, and Stacia seemed fond of Dora, but he had needed to talk to Needham before poaching his servants. Naturally, the Viscount, one of the most generous men Andrew had met, was as gracious about losing 2 excellent servants as he had been about everything else. Andrew released her and then sat down on the bed. He was tempted to ask for help with his Hessians. His cock throbbed just imagining the sight of her straddling his leg. But something told him he needed to save his more playful impulses for a later date. Once he'd shed his boots and stockings, he stood and tugged off his cravat, holding it out to her. "Will I need this?" Her hand twitched, and he thought she might reach for it, but she just shook her head. Andrew tossed it aside, pulled off his shirt, and then pushed down his tight pantaloons and drawers in one motion. When he stood, her eyes arrowed directly to his cock, which was delighted to be on display and already standing at attention and slick with need. He held out a hand. "Come here, and let me undress you." She swallowed, but stood. Andrew turned her back to him and slowly worked on the row of small buttons, dropping kisses on her exposed nape. "Have I told you?" "Yes." He laughed softly. "You don't know what I was going to say." "What were you going to say?" "How beautiful—" "Yes, you've told me." "Don't you like hearing it?" he asked, slipping his hands beneath the shoulders of her loosened gown and pushing it to the floor before turning her. "I am not beautiful," she said, as Andrew stooped to pick up her dress while she stepped out of it. He laid the garment carefully on the bench at the foot of the bed before turning to her and setting his hands on her shoulders. "You are beautiful to me." He forced her to meet his gaze. "I will keep saying it until you believe me." Her lashes lowered, and he tilted her face up. "I'm serious, Stacia." He kissed her. "You are the most beautiful woman of my acquaintance." He smiled wryly. "And that includes many I've probably forgotten." Rather than laugh or smile, she merely looked pained. "What is it, darling? You need to talk to me. Always. I am terrible when it comes to reading your mind. It is all I can do to read my own." "It is nothing." "It is something. Come, tell me." She closed her eyes. "You said once before that Maria was the most beautiful woman you'd ever seen. I suspect that was probably more truthful. I know full well that I am passable at best." There could only have been one time when he might have said such a thing, not that he could recall his exact words. "Open your eyes, darling. I need to tell you something that shames me." When she complied, he continued, "I cannot recall Maria's face. I know she had blue eyes and blonde hair, but that is all I remember. I don't know if I have forgotten her because of—" he made a vague gesture toward his head, "or because the memory has simply faded because of time. For more than a decade I romanticized a relationship which lasted less than 2 months. An affair." He held her gaze. "If I said she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, it was because that is one of the few things I recall feeling." He cupped her face. "I don't see her face, Stacia. When I close my eyes, I see yours." Stacia felt like a needy, insecure fool for bringing up such a matter, especially when she heard the truth. "You told me to forget the past, to forgive myself, and to move on. You have to allow me to do that, darling. I am 10 years your senior, and there have been women in my life. But now, and for the rest of my days, there is only one woman." He kissed her, and then pulled back and frowned. "What is this?" he murmured, brushing away a tear she hadn't realized she'd shed. "They are happy tears.
I don't understand why I am feeling so emotional."
"I think that is understandable. It has been a hectic few weeks. Let me relax you." He kissed her lightly and resumed undressing her, with a practiced ease that still gave her qualms as much as she tried not to think of his past. "Sit," he said, once he'd slipped off her stays. He took her foot and set her slipper on his knee. Stacya's eyes slid over to his membrum virile. It was not as erect as it had been a few minutes ago, but neither was it completely quiescent. "Other foot, sweetheart." Stacia blinked. He'd removed her slipper, garter, and stocking, while she had been staring. "I like your eyes on me," he said as he slipped off her other shoe. Stacia swallowed at his hot, hungry look and resumed her unmannerly gawking. A moment later all she wore was her shift. She tensed, waiting for him to pull away her last defense. Instead, he lightly caressed her cheek and said, "Lie back, sweetheart." Stacia lifted her feet onto the bed and pushed away from the edge before lying down. He lowered onto the mattress and bracketed her shoulders with his hands, his knee nudging at her tightly clenched thighs. "Open for me, darling." When she did, he laid down between her legs. "You remember what I did before?" Stacia gave a slightly hysterical giggle. "As if I could forget?" "It was pleasurable." She nodded, not trusting her voice. "Close your eyes if it helps you relax, darling." Stacia was about to do exactly that when her inner voice suddenly woke up. "Begin as you mean to go on." Indeed. She forced down her embarrassment and pushed up onto her elbows. "I want to watch." The slow, sinful smile that spread across his face told her how much he liked that answer. Unlike the last time, when it had been too damn dark to see anything, Andrew groaned when he parted her lips, his mouth flooding at the sight of her slick, swollen sex. "So lovely, Stacia." He looked up and smiled at her wide-eyed face. "I wish you could see how beautiful you are." What? Why?" He chuckled. "But we will have to save that for another night, my love." Holding her gaze, he lowered his mouth, his eyelids fluttering with pleasure at the taste of her. "Andrew," she whispered through slack, parted lips. He slid a finger inside her tight sheath while he tongued and sucked, taking his time working her toward her climax. Or at least he tried to take his time, but her body soon tensed, and her hips lifted higher and higher until she was pushing against his mouth, bucking and writhing, her skin sheening with sweat. Andrew marveled at the feel of her tight cunt as she contracted around his finger, her orgasm rolling through her in powerful waves. When she began to come back to earth, Andrew slid a second finger inside her. She made a soft sound of surprise, and her snug passage squeezing him like a vice. "You are so deliciously tight," he said, smiling at her expression of dazed mortification. "I need you to come for me one more time, love." He lightly kissed her butt. "Will you do that? For me?" She nodded, her breathing becoming rough when he eased a third finger alongside the first two. "Relax, Stacia," he murmured, carefully stretching her silken sheath a bit more with each stroke. Only when she began to meet his thrusts did he lower his mouth, fucking her harder and deeper, not stopping until her back arched off the bed as a second orgasm racked her small body. Only when the last ripple of pleasure had faded did he reluctantly withdraw and rise up to his knees. He smiled down into her heavily lidded eyes and used the head of his cock to stroke her, slickening his shaft with her juices before positioning himself at her opening. "Ready?" he asked. She stared up at him through sated, slitted eyes and nodded, spreading wider for him. "Such an eager darling," he praised, hissing in a breath when he pulsed his crown past the outer ring of muscle. "Christ, but you're tight." She bit her lip at his crude words, But her hips lifted to take him deeper, pain creasing her eyes. "Slow or fast?" he asked in a strained voice. She swallowed. "Fast." Andrew gritted his teeth and sank into her until he could go no deeper. He thought he felt some barrier give way, although he strongly suspected that was only his imagination. She was breathing harshly. Andrew kissed her, his hips not moving. "I'm sorry, sweetheart." "I know," she said. Her hands, which had been limp at her sides, slid over his back, and then lower. Andrew raised his eyebrows when they froze. "May I touch?" "Anywhere," he said emphatically. "You may touch me anywhere. In fact, it is mandatory." He smiled that she knew he was speaking in jest. Well, mostly. Her small, cool hands slid south until one rested on each buttock. "Oh," she said, catching her lip with her teeth before squeezing him so lightly he might have thought he'd imagined it if not for her shy smile. He withdrew while she was distracted. Her brow creased and her hands stilled. "Am I hurting you?" he asked. It doesn't hurt, but it's—" "Yes?" "It feels bigger than I thought." "Flatterer," he teased. "I would say that you are too tight, but—" He kissed the top of her nose. "I would be lying." With the tension drained from her face, Andrew sank back in, filling her all the way. The lines on her forehead smoothed, and she met his gaze. "It doesn't hurt this time." "Good. Because I'm going to do it again." He matched deed to word. "And again." Andrew worked her slowly but deeply, giving her every inch with each stroke, watching her closely for signs of discomfort. But when her hands began to move on his arse, squeezing and cupping him like a pair of cabbages she was contemplating buying, he transferred his weight to one arm, slid a hand between their sweaty bodies as he sped up his thrusts. She squirmed, her fingers digging into his buttocks as his hips drummed harder and harder. She exploded just as he lost control and gave in to his need. His last few thrusts wild and savage before he thrust deep and flooded her with his seed. "Stacia," he muttered as his hips jerked, her tight body squeezing his cock with the echoes of her orgasm, milking him until he had nothing left. Yes, it had hurt. But what her brief, embarrassingly frank conversation with Lady Needham had not prepared Stacia for was the emotional impact of such a raw, physical joining. Never would she have expected the sensation of completeness she felt. Andrew was inside her, and it was glorious. Stacia revelled in the hot, heavy feel of him, and was disappointed when he began to pull away. "I am crushing you." She dug her fingers into the tight globes of his bottom and held him in place, or at least he allowed her to stop him from leaving. His chest rumbled with laughter. His laugh was one of the things she loved most about him, and his teasing sense of humour, and the way his eyes lit up when he was amused or delighted, and well, there was not much she did not love. And if he did not love her, well, this right now, and the past 9 days of companionship, joy, and affection were all far, far more than she had ever hoped for. "I take it you want me to crush you?" he asked. She squeezed his buttocks harder in answer. Again he chuckled. "This suits me to my toes," he murmured, and then his manhood flexed inside her. Stacia sucked in a breath. Did you do that?" This time his laughter shook the bed. "Who else would be doing it, sweetheart?" He did it again and again until he began to harden inside her. He groaned. "Now see what you have done, Lady Shelton." "I didn't do anything. That was all you." "You are heaven," he said. "Utter heaven. I have been dreaming about being inside you for weeks." Just what did a woman say to such a thing? Not that she didn't adore hearing it. He pushed up onto his elbows and smiled down at her. "You are so wet and tight that I want to take you again and again. But I will not. I know you must be terribly sore." There was an undeniable ache underlying the pleasure she felt having him inside her. "A little," she admitted. Are you?" He stilled, his expression arrested. Am I what?" "Sore." "No," he said after a long moment. "Men are fortunate that way." He added in a suspiciously level voice. She squinted at him. "You are teasing me, aren't you?" "I would never," he said, opening his eyes comically wide. "You are horrid." He laughed. "I am," he agreed, slowly withdrawing from her body. "But you love me anyway, don't you?" A hiss escaped her, and not just from the slight physical burn. "Yes, Andrew, I love you anyway." He backed down her body until he was once again between her thighs. "I am relieved to hear it, darling, because I love you too." Stacya's eyes, which had begun to close, flew open. "What?" He grinned up the length of her body, his skilled fingers slightly caressing her sex. "Heard that part, did you? And here I thought you had fallen asleep." He lowered his mouth and kissed her thigh. "I wanted to tell you earlier, but it is bad form to tell one's lover such a thing at the peak of passion." "But since when?" she asked. "Your new husband is a terrible dunce, Stacia. It took me until this morning in the chapel to finally put a name to what I was feeling. But today is not the first time I experienced the emotion." It wasn't?" He shook his head. "Somewhere along the way, without me even realizing it, my enchantment turned to love. I wish I could recall when the feeling took hold, but I do know that I was enchanted and fascinated by you since the night I said such horrid things about you, and you gave me a cool tongue-lashing outside the drawing-room, instead of doing what I really deserved and shoving me down the stairs." "Oh, Andrew," she said, her vision suddenly blurry. "I love your laugh, my sweet, serious, darling Miss Martin." He gave her a rueful smile. "I am sorry it has taken me so long to tell you what I felt. For the longest time, I thought there was only room for one sort of love in my heart. I convinced myself that is what my vendetta was all about, my love for Maria. I am not saying I didn't love her, but what I did in the years after her death was not about her, but about my obsession with hurting Sylvester. Will you forgive me for being such a dolt for so long, for not telling you what I felt when you shared your love with me?" "I am glad you didn't tell me then, Andrew. I might have thought you were just being kind, rather than telling me what you truly felt." "You are too good to me. You have been from the very beginning. I will strive to make my idiotic behavior a thing of the past, darling. And you are my future. My future and my love." She gave a watery laugh when he kissed her. "Don't become too perfect. I rather like some of your idiotic behavior." He laughed. "I can safely say that is a given." His eyelids lowered, and he gave her a look that could only be called carnivorous. "But enough talking about how much I love you," he said, his lips curving into the sinful smile she loved so much. "Now let me show you." And then he proceeded to do exactly that. Epilogue. Stacia hurried up the steps to Chatham House and nodded her thanks to the footman who opened the door for her. She had spent the morning with Selina and Aurelia, the three of them having the final fittings for their court gowns. Stacia had never dreamed that she would be presented. It had been Chatham who'd suggested it. "Shelton is my heir, and there is a great deal of curiosity about his new wife. Because this is something I am asking for, I would be honoured to purchase your court gown, Stacia," the Duke had assured her. "It is a garment which you will never wear again, after all."
"That is a kind offer, Your Grace, but Andrew would, I think, be very unhappy if I were to accept your gift, Your Grace."
Chatham had pulled a face. "He is too proud by half."
"Perhaps," she had agreed with a smile. "I will agree to a presentation, but on my own terms."
Andrew had not been happy when Stacia refused to allow him to purchase the expensive, ultimately useless garment, at least not a brand new one. "Lord Stacia, when I told you that I was not wealthy, I did not mean that I was so below the hatches that I couldn't afford a gown. I told you that Chatham has managed my inheritance so skillfully these past 11 years that we have no need to live like paupers. A gown, no matter how dear, will not beggar us, nor will it deprive our tenants and servants at Rosewood."
"I know that, Andrew," she had soothed.
Stacia had been proud that her husband's first action when he discovered the scope of his inheritance had been to write to the steward at Rosewood and give the man instructions to commence much-needed improvements.
"I have happily agreed to spend money on new clothes."
"Happily?" Andrew had scoffed. "I recall having to threaten you with husbandly discipline if you did not comply with my command and purchase some new dresses."
Stacia laughed. "Yes, and I distinctly recall you disciplining me even after I complied."
Indeed, just recalling her husband's interesting brand of discipline made her thighs clench.
"But I am adamant about the court gown, Andrew. I hate the thought of spending so much money on something that will only be used for a few minutes."
"So, what are you going to do, then? Chatham seems set on this foolishness."
"I have decided to purchase a used gown from the modiste, who is making dresses for Aurelia and Selina."
"A used gown?" he demanded, his face screwed up in horror.
"Don't be such a horrid snob. The gown was worn one time for only a few hours."
After a bit more squabbling, and after Stacia had told him the cost of the new court gown, he had grudgingly agreed. The presentation was in 3 days. Stacia was relieved she would not be alone. Not only were Selina and Aurelia going, but so was Hyacinth, although with considerably less exuberance than her sisters. Today's fitting had run over, and Stacia had agreed to meet Andrew afterward. Evidently he had some surprises he wanted to give her. She hoped it was not a new wedding ring, which he'd threatened to buy more than once. She loved her silver rose, even though he insisted it was not grand enough. "Ah, there you are," Andrew said, when Stacia entered the foyer. He was already dressed to go out, Scrapper dancing around his feet.
"Shall I go and change my—"
"You look perfect," he said. "Come along, we don't want to be late." Stacia stared up at him suspiciously as she took his arm.
"Where are you taking me?" She glanced down at the little dog. "And should we leave him here?"
"You will see where we are going. As for Scrapper, he can wait in the carriage." He coughed. "Ah, Bentley has taken to putting a lap rug and warming pan on the bench for the little beast."
"Oh, Bentley has done that, has he?" she taunted, knowing full well who was responsible for spoiling the dog.
Andrew shrugged guiltily, but didn't bother to deny it. "One moment," he said to Stacia, after handing her into the carriage. She heard him murmur something to the coachman, and then climbed in beside her.
"What is all this mystery about?" she asked, their bodies pressed together, even though there was at least 4 inches of unused seat on his other side.
"I cannot tell you, my love, or it would not be a mystery," he said, and then scooted even closer. Stacia laughed.
"I know you have more seat. I can see it."
He grinned down at her and slipped his arm around her. "How did your fitting go?"
"It is the last one, for which I am very grateful."
"I'm eager to see you in the gown."
"You will laugh," she assured him. "I resemble a short, squat toadstool with legs." He laughed, but Stacia was serious. "I will just be glad to get the affair over with," she said, and then looked up at him. "And then I want to go to Rosewood."
"Are you sure you don't want to spend at least a few weeks enjoying the season?"
"I do not," she hesitated. "Unless you do."
"I do not," he said emphatically. Stacia sighed with relief. "Good." He took her hand and gently squeezed it. "You know there will be no rest when we get there. A mountain of work awaits you at Rosewood." "You have already warned me, Andrew. More than once. More than 5 times." Her husband harboured a great deal of guilt toward his estate. The sooner they could put it to rights, the sooner he could stop flogging himself. The carriage rolled to a gentle stop in front of one of the newer mansions on Russell Square. The houses were huge, and, in Stacey's opinion, had sacrificed elegance for sheer size. "Who lives here?" she asked, as the carriage door opened and the footman put down the steps. "You will see," he said, handing her down from the carriage and then placing her hand on his arm. "You certainly have a flair for the dramatic, Andrew," she groused as they mounted the few steps to the house. "It is something I learned during my brief time on the stage." Her head whipped up. "Are you—" "Oh," she said, scowling when she saw his grin. "You are so odious." "I cannot help myself, darling. You snap at the lures I cast so readily." Still smiling, he lifted a hand to the knocker and rapped twice. After a long moment the door was opened by a footman wearing a powdered wig and the sumptuous blue and gold livery of an older age. "The Marchioness and Marquis of Shelton to see Lord Clayton. He is expecting us," her husband said, using a haughty tone that Stacia had never heard him employ before. It took her a second to realize the name he'd just spoken. Again her head whipped up. This time Andrew was looking straight ahead, his expression of aristocratic ennui so complete she could have laughed if she'd not been so thunderstruck. The footman hastily stepped back, bowing low as he admitted them into a gaudy foyer, the gilt and mirrors like something from Versailles. "What are we doing here?" she hissed at Andrew, as they followed the servant up the broad white marble stairs. He merely smiled. "You will see." "I'm going to discipline you for this, my lord." He grinned. The servant stopped outside a pair of white and gold doors and opened the left-hand one. "Lord and Lady Shelton." "Show them in." A voice Stacia had not heard for 4 years called out, although it sounded slightly different, more nasal. The moment Andrew guided her into the room, Stacia gasped at the reason for her cousin's altered tone. There was a large bandage where his nose should have been, and his left eye was black and swollen shut. Geoffrey Martin, the 6th Viscount Clayton, gave a sickly smile and gestured to the chairs in front of his desk. "Please have a seat." Once they were seated, Geoffrey gingerly took his own seat, moving like a man who was in pain. "You are looking well, Stacia." "I wish I could say the same for you, Jeff. What in the world happened?" His eyes, or at least the one that still worked, slid toward Andrew and then rapidly back. "I ran into a door." Stacia did not comment on his improbable answer. Jeff cleared his throat. Thank you so much for coming. I regret I have not been able to see you sooner." Again he glanced briefly at Andrew before swallowing and gesturing to a large lacquer box on his desk. Stacia had not noticed it until then. "Oh, it is Papa's jewelry casket." She looked inquiringly up at her cousin and then at her husband. Andrew still wore his haughty mask and was staring straight ahead. "What is this about, Jeff?" He leaned forward and pushed the chest closer to her. "This is yours, Stacia. Everything is still as it was when, your father died." He cleared his throat again and gestured to a stack of crates beside his desk. "Those are your father's books. Most of them. I have sold 1 or 2 items. The money I received, and the names of the buyers, is in here." He slid a fat packet tied with string across his desk. Andrew cleared his throat. A look of terror flitted across Jeff's face, and he hastily added, "I am deeply sorry for keeping these items from you 4 years ago, Stacia." Andrew coughed. "I have had my man of business contact Lord Needham," Jeff said, speaking so fast his words were tripping over each other. "It would be my pleasure and my honour to make good on the settlement he negotiated on your behalf."
"Oh."
She blinked rapidly and frowned, looking from her cousin to her husband, who still looked like a stranger with his reserved, languid air.
Thank you, Jeff. That is remarkably handsome of you."
Stacia ignored the slight snort that came from beside her. Geoffrey nodded stiffly. "I shall have all these crates delivered to Chatham House, unless you have another direction."
"Chatham House will be perfect, thank you."
They stared at each other in silence for a moment, Jeff looking like a cornered rodent. "Thank you for receiving us at short notice, Clayton, but I'm afraid we must be on our way," Andrew said, his words causing the other man to jolt and make a small squeaking sound. "No need to bestir yourself," he said, even though Jeff appeared to be frozen to his chair. "We can see ourselves out."
"Goodbye, Jeff,"
Stacia said, taking Andrew's arm when her cousin merely nodded. Not until she was bundled in rugs in the carriage, Scrapper snoozing on her lap, and they were rolling along did she look up at her husband. "I take it you were the door my cousin ran into?" she asked. Andrew gave her the same haughty look he had used to make Jeff squirm. "I am sure I don't know what you mean, my dear." "That was very bad of you." Stacia shook her head, but couldn't help laughing. She took his hand in both of hers and gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "It was bad, but it was also the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. Thank you, Andrew." He gently squeezed her hand. "I think it is only fair, as you've done the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me, my lady." Stacia's lips were already curving in anticipation of his likely teasing, possibly scandalous answer.
"And what is that, my lord?"
"Loving me."
Stacia caught her breath as she stared into his eyes. "Oh, Andrew."
"No crying," he said with mock sternness, wiping a tear from her cheek and then adding with a boyish grin, "I can't say that my behaviour in this instance was entirely unselfish."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that thrashing Clayton was one of the more pleasurable activities I've had in town this season."
"Andrew!"
"I'm sorry, my love. Was that a terribly vulgar thing to admit?"
"Yes, but mostly I'm upset you did not invite me to watch."
Andrew gave a loud hoot and pulled her into an embrace, kissing her soundly. "And here I thought I could not love you more than I already do, my bloodthirsty little wife." This concludes A Very Bellamy Christmas by Minerva